to do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio blind. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. Just say yourself, and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny. Just say yourself, Open your heart.
It's a fact. I'm here. At long last. Oh my god. Chat, I don't know what my deal is. I don't know what my deal is. Here's my deal. Let me try to explain my deal. I've got 2 modes, right? And that is streaming like a demon. And then there's like editing like one, right? And I can't do both at once unless I stay up all night. And because like I have this thing called perfectionism. God damn it. Okay, see my perfectionism, you can see it at work right now. My perfectionism is definitely at work. Let me perfect this. I don't know. I just want to perfect everything, chat. But yeah, I've been working on these videos. I finally got this video out for you because I feel like I've just gone too long without putting out a video, and I had to do something. So there it is. I hope you like it. I hope you like the work. It's I just like, it was a simple 7-minute video. It was supposed to be really easy. It was supposed to be really quick, but it caused me to go through and like try to perfect everything. And I think I did pretty well. Pearl is in this too. Threesome. Oh no, no, it's a blunt rotation. I don't know. Is it a threesome? Is it? That is not cool. Okay, wait. Video. Let us fix this. Boom. Okay, I'm much more happy with that. Yeah, I wanted to point out that's the Star Trek sponsorship, right? I've not done a good job of mentioning that we have this, but you have exactly 1 hour left if you're playing this to try to get to level 5. Level 5 is super easy. I can see somebody's done it already. But yeah, the sponsorship is about to end. We're gonna switch over to the Star Trek Fleet Command mobile sponsorship, which I think a lot of people are somewhat familiar with. Unfortunately, those of you who've done it before, you can play along. You can, reactivate your account or start up your account again, right? If you're in the Weasel Alliance, that's what I'll be playing on. But it doesn't count for this stuff, right? If you've already signed up, like there's no like tricking it into thinking that you're a new account. They will know, so don't try anything tricky. But yeah, we're gonna switch over to the mobile. This one is PC, right? And they're getting their PC thing going. There may be a few issues with it, but this is what they're working them out. And I got to level 5. I'm about to unlock my second ship. But I just wanted to let people know that like we've got precious little time left on that. If you want to do it on your PC, right? If you want to do it either on a mobile device or maybe some software which emulates a mobile device, such as BlueStacks. Not that I'm sponsored by BlueStacks or anything like that. God, I should be. You could that'll be coming up. That's the next that's the sponsorship that will start, and that's probably what I'll be playing on today. I'll probably get out my old account, which is right at level 15, right? I'll show you some high level stuff in that game, some stuff that if you work really hard you can get up to in like a week. It takes about a week to get up to level 15. Anyway, what am I talking about today? We're talking about Andrew Tate. Just pearly things. I like to avoid talking about just pearly things, but yes, she does. She does figure in this as well. And of course, our favorite model of traditional masculinity, Mr. Ben Shapiro himself. So yeah, there's been a little drama between Shapiro and Tate, and it's been getting worse. It's been getting more intense. Think of this as conservative turf wars, right? There's only so much money out there, and these two figures, I guess they're exemplifying, you could say like different business models. Oh my god, Paul Squall, thank you. Hope you're feeling better today. I mean, do I look like I'm feeling better? I just threw myself into my work. That's the only thing that I know how to do. That is literally the only thing that I know how to do, is throw myself into my work. And that's why you got a video edited for you. And there's a lot of bells and whistles on that one. We'll talk about that a little bit later, right? I want to start off with the Andrew Tate stuff. But yeah, Ben and Andrew Tate are fighting each other, basically because you got two different models almost of masculinity here. right? But really they're business models, all right? The model that Ben Shapiro is selling you is return to tradition. It's just Tradcon, right? You know, traditional, conservative, religious, that's the model that Shapiro is selling. And you know, his whole thing, right? One of his favorite clips is where he talks about how anyone can have a good life, but you got to do 3 things. And I think it's like get married, go to college, or graduate college, right? So right away we see the difference, right? What is Andrew Tate going to tell you about getting married? Never trust a woman. Never trust a woman. You cannot trust a woman. You can only trust Top G. Top G is the only one in your life. Top G is the only woman that you... Right? You have a relationship with Andrew Tate instead of having a relationship with women, because he's so deep into the red pill stuff. He's so deep into the lifestyle advice that he... Yeah, I mean, like, these people are not promoting marriage. It's MGTOW. It's a lot of things. It's like a confluence of MGTOW and involuntary celibacy and red pill and just basic misogyny and a really strange accent that's halfway between British and American English. That's the one thing that I appreciate about Andrew Tate is the one thing that I don't see exemplified in like anyone else, right? I don't know anybody, and there are people that have, like, you know, grow up in the US and move to Britain, or grow up in Britain and move to the US, but no one quite talks like the Top G. Top G's voice is very particular, and sometimes I can do it and sometimes I can't. But I feel like my Top G is a lot better than my Shapiro, so I will grace you with that instead. If I could just figure out what is going on with my lipstick here. But yeah, so they've basically got 2 forms of reactionary, I mean, it's reactionary politics, but understand it is paired. We're seeing this more and more from conservatives. Now it's in my head. Do you see that? I'm talking like a Top G. I'm talking like I've got a little bit of an accent that's not quite American, and it's not quite British either. It's somewhere in between there. It's somewhere hanging out there. It makes me want to go kickbox. It makes me want to drink sparkling water and become a high-value male. Oh my god, I think it's a little late for that, chat. Is it a little late for me to become a high-value male? For Shapiro, you need helium? Yeah, you need something. I feel like there's a lot of bad Shapiro. I feel like there's a lot of really bad impersonations of Benny Shapiro as well. So, I feel. Oh my god, no. Yeah, I got too many accents, chat, and I get in trouble. Do you remember when I got yelled at for doing the Demon Mama voice? Like, okay, of all the things that I've said about Demon Mama, and look, like, I know the last video that we did about Demon Mama was kind of positive, in that, like, she was standing up against what just happened, Adodak. Yo, Adodak comes in and the hype train starts. Look, I was just saying, YouTube chat is taking over, but I'm not sure if that's gonna happen, because we got tough competition here from Twitch chat starting the hype train. You've got a limited amount of time to earn emotes. It also gets you out of, now I don't know where my accent's coming from now. My accent is completely... Who yelled at you for doing the Demon Mama voice? The Imps. The Imps were mad at me for doing Demon Mama's voice. It's just that, like, look, I'm not doing like Demon Mama's voice like normally, okay? There's different voices that she has at different times, depending on, like, you know, what she's doing, what mood she's in, etc., right? But the one that I was doing is the one where she gets really excited and a little bit inwardly focused. You know, and it all came from a clip where she, like, you know, and to be fair, like, look, a lot of DGGers talk about her. A lot of people who hate the left you know, or hate leftists, they use Demon Mama, especially in Twitch politics, right? Demon Mama was like their focus, right? That was their example of the bad leftists, right? And so a lot of people were indeed talking about Mama, and she noticed it, and she was covering it, and, you know, just kind of psych herself up starting off stream. Like, there's all these people out here, and they're talking. Chat, who are they talking about? They're talking about me! Me! Yeah, she just kind of goes into this, like, she launches into this thing, like, right? I don't know. I mean, her and Dylan used to always talk about how streaming is similar to pro wrestling. And I mean, that there it is right there. She's doing a character, right? That is an unlikable, you know, egotistical, abrasive, obnoxious character. But somehow, to the people that are already parasocially bonded to Demon Mama, it was just fine, right? So I made fun of her for the me. It's like kind of like it's Kono Diodas, right? It's like it's me, Dio Brando. But yeah, that's why I got yelled at by it for doing the Demon Mama thing. DGG and the Imps are near. What? No. I mean, look, there's a relationship, okay, between Demon Mama's community, the Imps, and DGG, but it's several steps removed, right? So I mean, you got Vosh and VGG, and that indeed does come from DGG, but there's a lot of water under that bridge. There's a lot of love lost between Vosh and Destiny, and there are some friendship truthers out there that want to see, and most recently during the interaction that Vosh had with Destiny at VidCon, right? They wanted to see the Vosh Destiny friendship, right? So yeah, they're cut from the same cloth. They come from the same place. It's an apple that falls from a tree. What tree is that? That's the tree of DGG. Almost all of Vosh's initial community came from DGG. A lot of the aesthetic that you'll see, a lot of the basic debate tactics that you'll see from Vosh, you know, they really do stem from Destiny, right? So that, and then from the Vosh community, right, you have a lot of Demon Mama's community like comes from Vosh, right? But it's almost like a filter. The people who like Vosh more than Destiny are the people that here, let's get on this music. Yeah, there we go. I hope you can hear me okay. I'm trying to put my music down to the appropriate level here. Yeah, so like the people that gravitate towards Vosh are the people that at least have like leftist aesthetics, right? Because Destiny is not just like anti-leftist and you know, pro-centrist and actually kind of reactionary in terms of his politics. He's very much that way in terms of his aesthetics, right? Like almost a bigger point of what Destiny is about is the centrist neoliberal aesthetics, right? Even when his viewpoints are more into like a social democrat sort of leading like configuration, you're gonna see him be a lot more of a, you know, you're gonna see him sort of exemplify those neoliberal aesthetics, right? So the people that filter in from Destiny to Vosh are the people that are like, I don't like the neoliberal aesthetics. Like, I'm all for supporting the United States imperial project. I am all for, you know, like kind of a white focus. Oh, we missed the hype train. Oh my God. Well, we'll try to hit it back. That was only one sub at Adadak. I don't know how you did it. I think I was Adadak and Paul Squall. You just set it off today. Some small streamer check, right? Ben and Steve are white guys that preach that everyone stay a virgin until you got to stay a virgin until marriage. And oh yeah, Andrew and Fresh and Fit. Well, yeah, so they're MGTOW, but they're also like, but you should want to become a high value male, and then you could have sex with women, and you can. In fact, you're supposed to pretend. If Andrew Tate's method is like pretend to be their boyfriend and tell them that if you really love me, you'll move to another country. And if you really love me, you're gonna do this like online chatting. You're gonna do cam girl. You're gonna do cam girl stuff, and you're gonna pay me the money, right? But yeah, he does not love the women. He does not love the women that are working for him. He very much uses them. Like, they're all supposed to, you know, when a new girl is brought in, they are all supposed to back off and stop, you know, be like, oh yes, you know, we all work for him, but he really loves you, right? So that you know, it's like a weird cult like mentality, a weird cult like business model. The lover boy method employed by Andrew Tate. But yeah, it very much involves, like, right, if Andrew Tate were to have feelings for one of these women, maybe he might treat her like a human being, and that is very much not in line with his business model. But yeah, so what I was trying to say about Vosh, right? So you got one filter, Destiny to Vosh. It's a certain kind of DGGer. The DGGer that wishes Destiny was more, had like leftist aesthetics or anarchist aesthetics, or, you know, whatever aesthetics that Vosh has. They're not that different politically, but they are that different aesthetically. And then you got between Vosh and Demon Mama, because what happened was Destiny debated Demon Mama. He looked bad. I won't say he lost, right? Because it was a long debate. And she kind of kicked his ass in the beginning. He kind of, you know, kicked her ass in the end of it, right? But it was like a very, imagine if the best sports team in the world, like, just barely pulled it out against like the worst sports team in the world. That is how the DGGers consider, yeah, because they're probably misogynistic and transphobic, right? So when Destiny goes up against Demon Mama, the worst thing you can do is like almost lose to a trans woman. That is not allowed, right? But they don't blame it on Destiny. They blame it on Demon Mama. Destiny, the whole thing, when you lose a debate, especially a debate to a marginalized person, as a debate bozo, you gotta cope and you gotta say, like, I didn't really lose. What happened is that this person is a bad faith actor. They're actually the worst faith actor. They are dangerous. They are harmful to the trans community. And I guess my parasocial fan base should just do everything that they can to make their life miserable. And that's what happened. Demon Mama got attacked by the Destiny community. Vosh saw this happening, no friend of Destiny's at the time, and either, you know, maybe there's a moment of humanity, you know, maybe he felt bad for Demon Mama's predicament. Maybe he just needed an ally. Who knows? It's hard to know what moves Vosh, and I don't want to make any assumptions. But so you got the Demon Mama, or you got the Vosh people filtering into Demon Mama's community, because that's what Vosh did. Demon Mama's like bleeding out here, like metaphorically, social media wise, right? And Vosh comes and says, I will give you a transfusion of my fan base into your community. And that's kind of like the initial, you know, clump of snow for that started, you know, the EMPs as like a major community. But that filters too, right? It's not every Vosh person, because there are Vosh people, there are VGG people that just something about Demon Mama rubs them the wrong way. And it's the same thing that the DGGers don't like, so they don't come over. But if you are somebody that, you know, maybe your aesthetics are more your aesthetics are intersectional, because that's the problem with all these debate bozos. They will have their branding, what they tell you they are. If you're, you know, Destiny, you're a center left person. If you're Vosh, you are a libertarian socialist. And if you're Demon Mama, you're like a, you're like a radical gender liberationist, intersectional person. But all these people fall short. All these creators fall short. Like, I don't have to tell you what, where Demon Mama falls short in terms of intersectionality, right? So it's a selected, filtered group, a curated group that like traces some lineage back to Destiny. But you're talking about like the way that English traces its lineage back to Dutch, right? It's a few steps removed. It's a little bit different. So yeah, that's why trans women are blacklisted in debates. Yeah, that's very true. And right after they blacklisted me, they went after Demon Mama. Just basically the person that they perceive that is trans and that is the furthest to the left becomes a target, right? If you're trans in the Twitch politics space, you're incentivized actually to be kind of right wing. If you can attack your own community, that's even better. That's the kind of person that they really like in Twitch politics. But you know, if you're gonna be noticeably on the left, you're gonna be a target in Twitch politics anyway. If you're noticeably on the left and you're trans, yeah. So that's why she gets targeted like that. So yeah, we have it's a weird thing because I'm always finding myself needing to defend her based on the fact that she's attacked for all the wrong reasons. There is a decent amount wrong with Demon Mama's takes, right? But it's not the stuff that gets criticized. Like you look at the thing that they talk about, like supply chain, right? The debate about supply chains and DIY HRT, it was never really about supply chains. Like they attack her on the most made up garbage imaginable. Cat Black and Vosh drama was interesting. Yeah, that was the one. Well, like that was the first time that Vosh kind of went back into his fortress arc, right? That what we mean by that, right, is what, like, usually he subsists upon drama. He provokes, you know, people, woke scolds people to the left of him, and then when they do anything in their own defense, his community can feel free to attack them. See Professor Flowers, right? This is the Cat Black drama was the first time that technique did not work, right? It blew up in his face. It hurt him more than helped him. It burned the bridge with ContraPoints, and he started losing subs, and he hasn't really gotten back to like a positive. Yeah, but you could say the Anna Kasparian thing, like he was doing okay during that, right? He was starting to grow off of how bad like Anna Kasparian and the TYT were. We're gonna check out them too, because apparently they were talking about the situation in Israel-Palestine, and it's not good. It's not good with TYT. But so yeah, you had the Fortress arc, which was basically Vosh's attempt to just get the drama away, to stop doing it, to stop provoking people, and it did result in stopping the bleeding, stopping the loss of viewers. You had what was beginning to be a second loss of viewers with the Brianna Wu situation. But apparently, oh my God, wait, somebody's supposed to give me the, I think somebody might have given me the clip for this. If you have this clip in chat, let me know, put it in stream suggestions, because I very much want to see it. We were supposed to get to this yesterday, not yesterday, we were supposed to get to this on Monday, I think. The, Vosh's statement on transmedicalism, right? So he may have kind of saved himself a little bit on that, right? Sticking with Brianna Wu was going to be a bad thing. It hurt Keffels a lot. Keffels legitimately lost subs. I guess we got to watch that one too. Oh my God, we got our work cut out for us today, chat. Why am I still edging you far too much? I guess we should get to the, I just want to set this up. Just want to, there's so much stuff. There's so much stuff going on. And yeah, we are in the midst of a realignment. Like nobody knows what's going to happen. There is like real bonds of trust broken between Demon Mama and Keffels. Keffels did say something about Brianna Wu. The question is, will it be enough, right? Because it's the whole thing. It wasn't distancing herself from Brianna Wu. Vosh hasn't done that, and Keffels hasn't done that. But Keffels, I think, said something, you know, in the realm of like, well, if she does anything else transmedicalist, right, then we got trouble. Ben Shapiro's guilty pleasure of mine. Hate his views, but the dude is kind of entertaining. I mean, he's kind of a character. He's a character, right? Is that what you're saying, D-Clams? Shapiro is a character. Tate is a character. Tate is a character. I'm trying to think who I feel like I've got some guilty pleasures too. I feel like I've got a few things that a few content creators that I disagree with. I do not like. I do not support them, but I always find myself watching their content nonetheless. We don't really watch much Ben Shapiro though. We don't watch much Daily Wire. Let's take a look at what's happening. So just some background on this, right? Andrew Tate, Just Pearly Things have both said stuff about Ben Shapiro because he has become in like the far right and maybe the red pill community, he's become a target, right? Of I don't know what they're trying to call him, like a moderate. I mean, there's a reason that he might get attacked more than other people, right? there's a reason that has to do with his identity, why he becomes kind of an easy target for some of these people. Andrew Tate is a target of the far right? Well, actually, Shamer Regiment, welcome to the chat. We're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that. Because if you're talking about what I think you're talking about, he has said some things about the current situation that are getting him in trouble with a certain section of the right. How am I feeling today? A little bit better. I'm just trying to take it easy. I'm really tired. I've been working on videos, and I got a new video out for you, and we're gonna take a look at it real quick. And I got a really important question to ask you about, you know, something that I did with the video, which might actually get it more views, but I don't know if it's annoying or not. I haven't decided. So, yeah, stick with us for that, right? We're gonna do this Ben Shapiro versus Andrew Tate thing. We're gonna talk first about like the dichotomy between traditional conservatism, get married at an early age, marry someone who is also religious so that you know that she will not divorce you. Go into a community where, I don't know, maybe you could get a marriage contract or a prenuptial agreement from your, you know, religious community. I don't know how that works, but apparently that's a thing that he endorses, right? And then Andrew Tate is like, you can never trust a woman. You can never trust a woman. Women are gold diggers. They're gold diggers and they're after your money, and they'll take half of your money from you unless you use the boyfriend method to force them to become cam girls for you and keep them in a, I don't know. I mean, you know Andrew Tate, right? And Fred Haas, is he still doing stuff? Is he still funny? Is Haas still kicking? I only really hate Matt Walsh, to be honest. Dude doesn't, oh God, Matt Walsh is so full of hate. You know what the funny thing is? The thing that pisses Matt Walsh off more than anything else is like seeing a trans person happy. Like I have never seen Matt Walsh more evil than when he was reacting to, I think it was just Dylan Mulvaney trying out a new outfit. She got a new outfit. She thought she looked cute on it, and she was enjoying, like, you know, feeling cute, and it really made him mad. So Matt, Candace, and Michael grind my gears to wits end. Yeah, I can't stand any of them either. Katuba, a very standard part of an Orthodox marriage. Okay, I didn't know about this. I did not know about this. Maybe he'll explain a little bit about it. He alludes to it in this, but yeah. So we got a conflict here. We got two very different types of reactionary mentality, whether you want to be Andrew Tate and endorse men going their own way in some fashion, or you're Ben Shapiro and you want to embrace returning to tradition in some fashion. You are not agreeing, and at this point, you know, you've got Andrew Tate attacking Ben Shapiro, pearly things, talking shit about Ben Shapiro, right? They do this because there's an audience. They do this because there's a certain element of, oh my God, that is not the music that I was trying to use. You could tell how far I've edged you by the fact that we've gone through several songs at this point. But the wait is over, almost. The wait is over. Let's get to this. Let's take a look at this. Let's see what's going on with our friend Ben Shapiro and Top G, and bottom P. I don't know. What are we gonna call Pearl?
Well, folks, there's something called the Red Pill movement.
The audience is anti-Semites. Yes.
Movement. It's sort of a far-right movement that focuses in on saying the unsayable, and now many of the red-pilled have taken the position that it's bad for men to get married. A fascinating debate has broken out about the value of marriage. It's really interesting. So there are a bunch of people on the so-called red-pilled right who have now suggested that marriage is bad for men, that men should not get married. Now, the case that they're making is not the liberal feminist case that basically men are useless and terrible and a woman needs a man like a fish needs a bicycle or anything like that. The case that they are making is that the stakes of marriage have been changed by things like no-fault divorce, custody arrangements.
Ben Shapiro playing Minecraft is still a banger. Should I watch that? Look, I'm gonna change the sub goal to like 100. If we get to hit that 100 sub goal on the Twitch side, let's add that on. Let's like look. I like Minecraft. Okay, I'm gonna be playing some Star Trek Fleet Command today, but my heart is always in Minecraftia. It's like the game I grew up playing. I don't know. There's something about Minecraft. That's like the only game I need. Ben Shapiro, a fan of, oh my god, kind of, yeah. I mean, like, I don't know, the way that these contracts work, like, that's the question. He's gonna talk about this. Oh, here, let's
the child support payments and all the rest, spousal support. That basically the legal regimen has made it not a bargain for men to get married. Now, I agree with the critique of all of those policies. I think no-fault divorce is a disaster area. I think that the child custody arrangements that basically always go...
Okay, so there's where they agree. Do not trust women, right? Women are gold diggers. Women are, you know, women have all the advantages. You know, society is not full of misogyny. Society is full of misandry, actually. Society hates men. That's where they agree. They agree.
To mom, no matter what. That is a serious problem. When you shift the incentive structure, there's a reason why the majority of divorces, the vast majority of divorces, are now initiated by women. That is not because in the past women were wildly abused and today they are wildly liberated. What that really is when you shift the incentive structure and it turns out that all the risk is now taken by men, women are going to be the ones who actually activate and push that divorce button. However, the red pilled have taken it one step further. And now they're telling young men you should not get married. It's too dangerous to get married. Don't get married. That's foolish. That's foolish. So let's go through some of these arguments because they become very popular on the right. So let's start with Pearl Davis. So Pearl Davis is an anti-feminist who has become pretty popular these days. A lot of people label her sort of a female Andrew Tate, although without the checkered past. And here is Pearl Davis talking about marriage.
The Tradcons, Daily Wire, conservatives are saying that Pearl's just a doom and gloomer who lies about stats, just focuses on the negatives, never the positives. And
I can't believe that I actually looked like that.
All the men complaining are just crybabies. And so one day he comes home and he finds out that
like
his wife had called the police.
Chat, I guess I used to get angry a lot more on stream. Like I watched some old videos and like there was some videos I was like really mad in the Chud Logic one.
Police on him.
Adrian!
And told them.
Wait, what is a Tradcon? A Tradcon, sorry. You can tell that like my nose is a little bit stuffed too. I'm not feeling my best. I'm trying to wake up. I've been staying up really late, working on videos, working on editing, right? But yeah, I was trying to say Tradcon, like traditional conservative. That's what I'm trying to say. It sounded like Tradcom apparently, which is like, wow. I want to know about the Tradcom community.
That the first time they hooked up,
you can picture her waving a German like 1940s flag. Yes. I mean she did have that song, right?
Years ago. He had quote unquote raped her. And the truth of the matter is, when a man has children, they're not his kids. A man has no way to have.
She gives off that kind of vibe, yeah.
Children, and those kids be actually his. They're always hers, because the.
What? What? Okay, look. These are the people that will bash me over the head with so-called biological realities, right? Like they're like, you don't have a uterus. Like, thanks. I know. That's you know, right? But like, what she's kind of ignoring a major, real serious biological reality, and that is who is carrying the child for 9 months. How is that happening? Heaven forbid we actually treat women like they're trustworthy. I mean, you know, there's a lot of distrust that does seem to be at the center of a lot of these conservative philosophies, specifically the red pill philosophy, not trusting women. You can hear in the involuntary celibate community, They bemoan the choices that women make, right? They consider themselves to be nice guys, but think that that women only want or are attracted to the monsters out there. And you know, therefore you get the red pill, you get the black pill, you get all these sort of nihilistic approaches to life, which kind of culminates in the MGTOW thing that Andrew Tate is gonna give us. Yeah, this is same race and or ethnicity as them, stay virgins till, wait, am I missing part of this? White girls tend to preach that other gals stay away from them, and wait. Oh, okay. When you say Steve, do you mean Steve Crowder, Steven Crowder? Sexist white guys tend to preach that everyone stay virgins until marriage, because they assume everyone's white unless other. Well, yeah, they assume definitely that their audience is white, and they probably don't care about the non-white part of their audience.
Courts give the women custody 90% of the time, and rich men are really the only ones that have the money to fight it and the time. So I ask the Daily Wire, Jeremy Boeing, Matt Walsh.
Jeremy Boring?
Is this just crybabies? Are they just they're crybaby, weak men who...
So that's their criticism, right? You don't care about men. You don't give a about men. Do you know about the suicide statistics of men? You know, do you know about, like, you know, this and like, right? That's their whole thing. That's the worst sin in the world, is like, oh, you think that men are just being crybabies about this? You don't think that there's a real problem? See, he hasn't taken the red pill. He's still living under the delusion that you can have a marriage, a partnership, and that, I don't know. This is just...
don't man up and want to risk that. So, you know, it's interesting because instead of demanding that the...
Yeah, Medley's bringing up why Pearl gets shit. A lot of times the reason that Pearl gets shit on, and I always try to resist this, like I always try to, I don't know, call it out when I see it. Yeah, if you're shitting on Pearl because she doesn't live up to the beauty standards that she seems to reify, you know, like, you're kind of sending a mixed message there. She's wrong, but also, you know, we can judge her by her own standards, and she doesn't, you know, I don't know.
Laws change and demanding women face repercussions for doing this stuff. You guys demand that men need to step up and take...
Oh, they believe that women from these countries are better because Western women are too corrupted by feminism.
Part in a system that discriminates against them. You say, oh, find a girl that prays, she won't do it. But, and I had this thought too, until I found a Muslim girl that did the same thing. I found a Christian girl that did the same thing. I found a Catholic girl. It's happening all over. Whether you want to believe it or not, it is happening. I don't care about your religion. I don't care about your church. This happens everywhere.
Okay, so the argument that she's making again.
His wife had called the police on him and told them that the first time they hooked up 10 years ago, he had quote unquote raped her. And
okay, so this is an attempt to say that women weaponize like charges of abuse and you know, non-consent, that you know, it's just like a constant thing that men should fear. This is like, you know, basically harnessing men's fear of the Me Too movement.
the truth of the matter is, when a man has children, they're not his kids.
Oh, thank you, Irene.
A man has no way to have children and those kids be actually his.
Okay.
They're always hers, because the courts give the women custody 90% of the time, and rich men are really the only ones that have the money to fight it and the time. So,
especially if they're north of Richmond.
I ask the Daily Wire,
Those kind of Richmond.
Jeremy Boeing, Matt Walsh. Is this just crybabies? Are they just they're crybaby, weak men who don't man up and want to risk that? So, you know, it's interesting because...
So, I mean, she's basically doing a straw man. Like, right? She wants to pretend that since Ben Shapiro supports traditional marriage, that he is denying the injustice that is done to men every day, every year in divorce courts, right? Which that's key too, right? When I talk about divorced dad syndrome, when I talk about, you know, like somebody being the most divorced dad of divorced dads, that's really what I'm talking about. It's like somebody who's been radicalized through family court.
Instead of demanding that the laws change and demanding women face repercussions for doing this stuff, you guys demand that men need to step up and take part in a system that discriminates against them. You say, oh, find a girl that prays, she won't do it. And I had this thought too.
Okay, so that is what Ben says. That is literally what, like, Shapiro's thing is, that, like, you know, he does agree that women are untrustworthy, that women are greedy and will take all your money, will you know, all this stuff. But his cure for this is to find a devoutly religious conservative woman to be with.
Until I found a Muslim girl that did the same thing. I found a Christian girl that did the same thing. I found a Catholic girl. It's happening all over. Whether you want to believe it or not, it is happening. I don't care about your religion. I don't care about your church. This happens everywhere.
Okay.
She says religious women do it too. So yeah, that's Pearl's whole thing, is that her innovation is to just repeat the Andrew Tate stuff, repeat the red pill stuff, repeat the MGTOW stuff, repeat the involuntary celibate stuff. But when it comes from a woman, like, I don't know, just like any kind of marginalized person that is going to attack their own identity, the conservative movement loves that. Like, oh, cool. We don't have to say the misogynistic stuff because she'll say it for us. Great. Right. But I mean, obviously they're using them. I love how she said, found a girl like it's a Pokemon. Well, yeah, I mean, she knows her audience, right? I'll give Pearl credit for one thing. She does seem to know her audience. Pearl never has any evidence. Who are these people, right? She doesn't need it. No, because she's literally playing to the crowd. Like, she knows what her audience believes. She knows what her audience likes. And when she says what they're here, you know, what they're there to hear, they're going to believe her.
So the argument that she's making against it, all these marital policies, those are correct arguments. And nobody is disregarding the pain of men who have been wrongfully victimized under these circumstances.
Except for the libs, right? The liberals, the leftists.
Where the incentive structure is completely stacked against them. That is true. However, the benefits of marriage are still unbelievable.
This is his thing. Get married. Wait, does he say get college educated? I can't remember if he's like saying, you know, get your high school. I think it's like, I think he's still, you know, touting, you know, a college bachelor's degree is.
Does matter who you marry.
Which is weird for the right wing, you know, like they're in general against that. Obviously, he would probably suggest that you go to a religious institution in order to get around the kind of indoctrination into communism that you're going to get from your normal state school.
To pretend that there is...
It is all fake, Iron.
No
it is
difference
all fake.
between the person that you marry, that it's happening with Christians and Muslims, and it's all the same. That's statistically untrue. There are things that you can do to mitigate against the risk of divorce, and the person that you marry is the chief mitigation. The truth is that in the Jewish community, we always have a backup plan in the sense that every marital contract...
Okay, so one thing to point out here is that Ben has a habit of talking as if he is speaking for all Jewish people. There's a lot of Jewish people that don't appreciate that, right? He's not. Is
a prenup.
He lives in a very conservative community.
Every marital contract is a prenup, right? A Jewish ketubah is a prenup. It guarantees...
Am I mostly YouTube focused now?
Certain levels of spousal
Does it
support,
feel
for
like
example. If you give a get, then it makes prior arrangements.
Or is Twitch just feeling the is Twitch just feeling the pressure from YouTube chat kind of kicking ass lately?
And all the rest. But one of the throwing out the baby with the bathwater is not the solution. So how about both? How about we revise the system of law? But also, in the meantime, you do need to find a spouse and get married to her. And if what it
You need to.
requires for you to feel comfortable doing that is to shift away from the state mandated law and toward a contract arrangement, then do that as well. Right? We can have churches that sponsor that sort of thing. Because the truth is that those are enforceable contracts in court very often, the pre-custody arrangements and all the rest of that sort of thing. I want to go through some of the stats with regard to the benefits of marriage because I think that it's also possible to exaggerate how bad things are for men. That doesn't mean they aren't really bad for men who end up divorced, or that women aren't divorcing men at an incredibly high rate overall, or that women aren't initiating the vast majority of divorce. Like, again,
I'm not saying that women aren't terrible, okay? However, you can mitigate the terribleness of the woman by marrying her at a very early age before she's got much experience with anyone or anything else. You can live in a religious community, in which case divorce is nowhere near as normalized as it is in the rest of the world. And if that's not enough, you could sign a massive prenup agreement, maybe designed and this is the part I haven't heard of, designed by your church or religious institution.
I agree with many of the critiques of current marital law. I agree with a lot of that stuff. The problem is that when you take it so far that you say that the solution for men is to not
Look,
get...
I love Twitch and I love YouTube. That's the truth of the matter. I started on Twitch. I will always love Twitch. I will always appreciate Twitch. Yeah, I mean, I wish that Twitch was, making better decisions. I feel like a lot of times Twitch, and I'm talking about the, corporate decisions, sometimes they are their own worst enemy. However, obviously, a lot of my community is on Twitch, and if you prefer to watch it on Twitch, because some people like it better there, I'm all for that, and I'll stay with you as long as I can.
Married. Now, what you have done is you've created a second order effect where unmarried men become actual menaces. Okay, the reality is that men channel their aggressive drives toward building, or they channel it toward destroying. And a system in which women are unmarried and men are unmarried, that's something that the left wants. And if you acquiesce in that, then you actually end up destroying the very fundamental basis of society that allows for the growing and building of a society beyond the leftist principles. My answer to Pearl is both and. But yes, get married. And all.
Yeah, exactly. Why do I need to? Well, he's basically saying that if you don't get married, you will become a menace to society. You will become destructive. Your creative impulses, which would normally naturally be towards starting and nurturing and controlling a family, are going to be sort of denatured and put towards antisocial ends, whatever those are.
Also, we should work to change those laws. But by the way, the way that we date has an effect on how we get married and who we get married to. I mean, when I dated...
Give me some dating advice, Ben.
My wife, we went in knowing as we began to date that we were not...
Okay, now help me out here, chat, because this is something I was thinking about the other day when I was watching this, and I'm not sure. I don't exactly remember whether it is Ben Shapiro or Steven Crowder who is famous for claiming to have been a virgin up until the point that he got married. Is it Ben or is it Steven Crowder? I literally, or maybe it's both. I literally can't remember, but I know one of these conservative megastars is was bragging, was flexing. It was Crowder. Okay, it's not Shapiro. Okay, don't want to mix up Shapiro and Crowder. They hate each other too. Wow. Look, the people that say, like Brianna Wu, that the left is being destroyed by infighting, right? That we should tolerate absolute bullshit, like somebody like Brianna Wu who attacks the trans community through transmedicalism. We should just put up with that because lefty infighting is terrible, right? And the right never infights. You couldn't be more wrong. Look at this. Shapiro and Crowder, Daily Wire and Crowder hate each other. Now we got the Daily Wire versus the Andrew Tates of the world versus the Just Pearly Things of the world, right? There definitely is enough infighting to go around. Oh my God.
Going to sleep together until we were married. We knew for a fact that we were going to have a...
Ooh, there's a clip of, Crowder talking. Yeah, Amy Schumer leaves no crumbs when it comes to Steven Crowder.
long conversations about things that mattered. And this is, by the way, the
it wouldn't surprise you if it was Shapiro as well.
Best available data suggests that this is how you end up with a tangible, durable marriage that lasts a very long time, is that everybody has to be committed going in. That value, when you put values at the center of dating, that obviously doesn't mean that you're going to be impervious to the possibility of divorce, but it does mean that your chances of divorce are really a lot lower, a lot lower. Now, I don't want to rip on Pearl here.
Is it just me, or is there like a weird parallel in his best practices when it comes to marriage that it almost sounds like the way that somebody would talk about using protection, like to avoid pregnancy or transmission of STI or anything like that? Quick Google search says Shapiro also practiced abstinence before marriage. Did he flex it the way that Crowder did? Because I remember Crowder, I remember seeing clips of like, maybe it's that Amy Schumer clip. The left never said that marriage was bad. It's a choice, nothing more. Oh my God. Chat, do you know what I did? Like, I literally did it again. They're in that ad break.
I don't think I am ripping on Pearl, frankly. But there are a bunch of other people who are making similar claims. So, for example, Brian Atlas was on the Whatever podcast, and here he was talking about marriage.
Would you consider a prenup?
Prenups are regular.
What is up with this filter? Like, it's like a cartoon filter, but I'm wondering, did Daily Wire throw this on there to keep from getting copyright claimed? Or could it be that they just, that whatever, this is the Hard Pill Network, right? So this isn't the whatever.com podcast. This is another YouTube creator, I guess, making a clip of theirs and putting it out there to try to get subs for themselves.
Regularly thrown out all the time. They're typically non-enforceable, especially the longer the marriage goes on, the less likely they are to be enforced. Men get
I'm guessing that maybe it's the Hard Pill Network that doesn't want to get copyright claimed.
Absolutely destroyed in marriage and in divorce. Financially, when it comes to the kids, women are more likely to get custody. And then also, if you do get a divorce, the financial cost of just getting the attorney, getting all that involved. If it's a contested divorce, you're going to spend mid 5 figures, 6 figures on attorneys. And you got to pay for her attorney too. 50% of marriages end in divorce. 80% of divorces are initiated by women. 90% if she's college educated. 90% of child support payments go from men to women. 97% of alimony payments go from men to women. You know, you have no fault divorce. So a woman can cheat on you. She can still get half her shit.
Okay. Again, a lot of what he's saying is true. The stats on marriage are not completely true. I'll go through those in just 1 second. Again, the rip on the divorce law is a good rip. It is a fine rip. And the answer is not for men to avoid marriage.
Imagine if employers were like right-wing husbands. I don't know if we should hire him as a rocket scientist. He's done physics with at least 7 different companies. Oh God, yeah, exactly.
The answer is for men to find a good...
Yeah, look, this is what they do. The right wing in general traffics on fear, right? Fear of the other, whether that is immigrants, whether that is queer people, and in this case, fear of fear of women. Essentially, this is and fear of not just women, but the inability of modern men to control women, maybe the way that women were controlled in the past.
Woman to get married to who's committed to values. Yes, of course.
He's got these stats memorized, right?
Of course it is. And that risk is disproportionately borne by men at this point. That is true also. But is the reward worth the risk?
All right. Well, this the risk of getting shoved into a 3-minute ad break is completely borne on the people who do not have subs, right? If you just experience that, I am sorry for you. A 3-minute ad break is nothing that I would wish on even my worst enemy. Unfortunately, it's what Twitch is forcing me to serve you every hour on the hour. I will try to do better. I will endeavor to do better, and to next time mention that before the ads come, so that you've got every chance to be able to get out of those ads before they hit. I'm sorry. I'm just doing really bad on that. I'm trying to keep my attention to all these different things, but Yeah, if you no longer want to see those ads, you can get out of them with a Twitch Prime sub. You can get out of them for $5 by buying your own sub, by buying yourself a sub. And you could also maybe get out of that through a gift sub if you are lucky enough, which can and will happen, but is more likely to happen when you're active in chat. Still can't believe anyone has slept with Shapiro and oh my God.
The answer, in a huge majority of circumstances where both people are committed, like say share Christian values, for example, the risk is worth it, is the basic principle. Again, these arguments are made not just by people like this. Andrew Tate has made the same sorts of arguments. Here's Andrew Tate talking about how men don't benefit from marriage.
I think it's a fantastic environment, and I think in an idealistic world, that's the way it would be. I think the reason it's not happening today is that I don't think many men actually benefit from marriages or relationships anymore. And people are always going to have to require some degree of incentive. I think that we've set up the world now in a way where men are seen as worker droids. They're expected to go work all day, come home, clean up as well, share.
It's funny because it feels to me like what he's saying is like it's reminding me of the Metamorphosis, right? It's like Gregor Samsa. Like Gregor Samsa awoke one day to find that he'd become a gargantuan cockroach, right? That you know, the whole premise of that was that that he had just become the worker drone, as Andrew Tate is saying, for his family, maybe for his extended family. But yeah, it's this kind of
the cleaning with.
But the sad thing is this, like, you are a worker drone, right? No matter what your, you know, what your gender is, right? You are a worker drone, not for not for your family, but for capitalism. You are literally, like, you know, going out there collecting the pollen, and you come back to the hive, and you know, you don't really get much nectar or honey or whatever you subsist on for the amount of pollen that you're collecting, right? That is an apt metaphor, but it is not a metaphor that's by any means exclusive to men. And it's you know, he's basically focusing the natural rage and frustration that people have in the system that they live in on softer targets.
The woman, no meal prepared for him, not have any authority over the household, and just be a worker droid and be sad. And I don't think that many people understand that men are intrinsically wired to desire respect amongst our peers and in our environments. This is why CEOs.
Men need respect, not human beings, right? You see this? Like, he's kind of like taking like universal things about humanity and personalizing them for men. This is a big part of the problem with the whole you know, this is something that Vosh has gotten involved in too, is the whole appealing to men for their special loneliness, for their special pain, for their special suffering that supposedly no one else can understand, right? And it's not true. It's not true. It's not unique. It's not unique to men. Men used to have live-in caretakers. Now they're expected to care about the caretaker.
Work so hard because they get respect in their company.
Okay, so again, I don't disagree with much of what he is saying, but the solution, very often with the red pill kind of movement, the diagnosis is correct and the solution is wrong. That happens very, very often in this sort of movement. I want to talk to you about Daily Wire's most trusted privacy partner and premier sponsor of this show, ExpressVPN. Internet service providers know
Now he's doing an ad read. You can tell when it's over because it's like,
get up to 40% off today. For the way that Pearl and the rest of the Red Pill movement think the way they do is because of arguments like the one that a person named Destiny makes with Pearl in this particular clip.
No.
I'm now earning.
Nope. I was gonna. There he is.
Roommates? Yes, because you don't expect to be roommates with your roommate for the rest of your life and have children with them, generally speaking. A marriage is not supposed to be a contractual arrangement that is purely about who shares household duties.
Okay, so what was that? Like Pearl brings up divorce and destiny is like, yeah, but that's not a function of I think Destiny says something like that's not a function of marriage. That is a function of living together with someone. Take, for example, college roommates, right? You could be friends with somebody your entire life. You room together with them in a dorm room, and then you end up hating each other, right? That's true.
It's supposed to be about building a household. So it's that attitude toward divorce that is making the Red Pill crew basically say, okay, well, if that's your version of marriage, then I'm not in. I agree. If that were my version of marriage, I would not be in. The point that I'm making is that that shouldn't be anybody's version of marriage. Just like the current version of divorce shouldn't be anybody's version of divorce. And I want to give you some stats that demonstrate that not all marriages are created equal. Not all predicates for marriage are the same. So Brad Wilcox, who is a social science scholar on all of this, he has a book called Get Married, and it's all about marriage and divorce. And here are some of the facts in that book that are well substantiated by the data. The number one factor in predicting a high-quality marriage is perceived partner commitment.
See what he's doing? He just stole a little bit of their branding, right? They've turned high value into a buzzword. There are high-value males. There are high-value women. Now Ben Shapiro's talking about a high-value marriage, right? And this is just... What I wonder, though, is he's talking about this article, this author that's written a book that sounds like one of his main principles. What this makes me curious about is whether was he inspired by this author, or did he just find this author because this author is supporting his, his kind of slogan? That's right. Trump is such a family man that he's got 3 of them.
If you believe that your partner is deeply committed to the marriage, you will be deeply committed to the marriage, which is one of the reasons why it really matters how you date. It really, really matters how you date. So I agree that in a context where you're picking up a girl at a bar and then you live together and then you get married to her, that's a very risky situation. You put yourself in a situation that is very risky, but that is not how I've ever recommended dating. That is not ever how I've recommended getting married. It is all part of a holistic view of how male-female relationships work. If you just take marriage as an institution and you just throw it out there, and however you date is supposed to be equivalent, that, of course, is not true. Women who attend church are 50% less likely to divorce. For example, so when you heard Pearl earlier talk about, for example, I've seen Christian women do, I've seen Muslim women, yes, but
it does kind of sound like he's setting up Daily Wire to adopt almost like a lifestyle plank to their platform. When he says like how you date matters, it almost sounds like, because that's how the Red Pill pulls people in, right? Ostensibly, their loss leader, I guess, is dating advice, right? That's something that seems to be like a lot of demand for, maybe not enough supply of, or enough people that people actually trust to get dating advice from. Obviously, with these Red Pill communities, they don't want dating advice from a woman. But it sounds like Shapiro and maybe the Daily Wire want a piece of that as well. Ben Shapiro married the first woman he talked to. Is that right? Too bad Shapiro and Dave Rubin cannot agree on gay marriage as a high-level idea. Yeah, unfortunately. Googling this. That's the you're Googling the author that he mentioned. Yeah.
The question is likelihood. You can always find somebody in any group who does X, Y, or Z. The question is, how often does that happen? How do you mitigate your risk? As far as the stat that 50% of marriages end in divorce,
what is the marriage prophylactic that you can use to protect yourself?
About 40% right now of first marriages end in divorce, which is way, way too.
They don't want dating advice. They want advice on how to quote unquote get a woman.
High. It's also down significantly since the 1980s. But again, it's not equivalent between groups. College-educated parents' risk of divorce has fallen by about 25% since the 1970s. And here's a good stat. Almost 90% of their children, for college-educated parents, are being raised in married, largely intact families today. So it turns out that there is actually a formula to a successful marriage. It tends to be conservative, religious, highly educated. Those would be like the biggest things that are.
I'm trying to make sense of this highly educated thing because it does kind of run counter to what a lot of the right-wing messages are today that you'll hear from other right-wingers, right? Jordan Peterson has even created his own university Jordan Peterson University, Jordan Peterson Academy, and you'll be damn lucky to get one of those graduates from my Peterson Academy. If you're fortunate enough, you should hire them immediately. They will be the best worker that you've ever had because they listened to like 50 hours of me lecturing, and somehow now that they're a high value employer. It's a dog whistle. Well, I don't know. It might even be because remember, when we're talking about Daily Wire, when we're talking about Andrew Tate, when we're talking about any of these people, what they're involved in is first and foremost a business, right? This is Ben Shapiro wanted to be a star. He wrote and he tried to get hired in Hollywood. He tried to get hired into a writing room. He wanted to be somebody who made mainstream movies. He didn't succeed, right? Michael Knowles was actually an actor in college. We watched the video of him, strange college film, which I can't even tell. Like it's strange for two reasons, right? One is that Michael Knowles plays a gay man in this video, including a post-coital scene, right? And including like a lot of the courtship that went on between him and I guess a closeted gay guy. But at the end of it, like it almost, and the way that his character is predatory, right? You almost think that because it's weird for Michael Knowles, who's obviously like anti-LGBT, that's an understatement, right? It's weird for Michael Knowles to be playing a gay guy, but maybe it makes more sense when you look at the character and you see that it's a predatory character. And so is that movie trying to cast queerness in like a predatory light? What exactly is going on? But yeah, nonetheless, Michael Knowles was tried to be an actor. These are all people that have tried to be stars in the traditional method. They didn't get that, but they were able to construct this with lots of money, lots of right-wing money. They were able to construct this media empire in which they kind of are stars. So instead of being in the movies, instead of writing the movies, Ben Shapiro is now reviewing the movies. Nancy Reagan is the OG throat goat. Wait, Nancy Reagan, yeah, was she an actress too? I know her husband was. It does make sense. He'd play a propaganda version of a gay man. Yeah, I mean, sort of. Yeah, but like I don't know. Like the right wingers that I know, like they're the kind of guys that can't say I love you without saying no homo after it, right? It's like there's like a certain kind of they're the kind of people who think like gayness is icky and they don't want to get any on them, like, right? Whatever gayness is, like it's icky, and they don't want it anywhere near them. Some of them famously are okay with gay people as long as the gay people do not quote unquote bring it to them. So yeah, it is a little bit strange that Michael Knowles, because you'd think that either he's going to be homophobic and he's not going to want to play a gay guy, because then there's video of him playing a gay guy, which if he's homophobic, he doesn't want that like hanging around. I mean, yeah, or that like this movie was maybe just like a badly written movie that because it's a college movie, right? I mean, ostensibly he was in college when he did it. Ostensibly, maybe the writer of the movie was in college too. Sometimes when you are starting off writing and you're saying something with your writing, right? Whether you mean to or not. And more often, when a beginning writer will say something that they don't intend to say, that might come from their subconscious, or it might just kind of be bad writing, right? So like there's a chance that movie was just like badly written, that it wasn't meant to like that they didn't realize the trope that they were kind of perpetuating there, or that this was a conservative effort to demonize queerness and also demonize like college and like every promiscuity, sex, everything. So yeah, wait, what was I trying to do? Yeah, like it's the kind of guy that's gonna say maybe something like
Again.
Cheers, my dude.
Love ya. No homo.
No homo. That's the important part, right? He loves ya, but no homo. Okay, just in case you're getting any ideas from the fact that he said, "Cheers, my dude, love ya." He's got to add in no homo. That's the kind of person that Michael Knowles like reminds me of. Of course, like, you know, there's every chance that, look, and with any of these people, right? How much of their conservatism is a function of you know, business, is you know, that's who they need to be to do this business model that they're doing. Because I tell you, if you're doing a similar project to the Daily Wire but liberal, you're gonna get a lot less money. You're not gonna get money donated into you. You're not gonna get funded until you are like the size of TYT. So purity culture nonsense. Pill Shapiro. When I say leakage, oh my god, we got into leakage. Michael Knowles probably would have been okay with gay people if he had been rewarded for it. These DW people blame prejudice against conservatives. That's exactly what Ben Shapiro does, right? There's a famous interview, or not famous, it's not a famous interview at all. I think it was on C-SPAN, or it was on some ridiculous, like, maybe even a public access channel of somebody interviewing him about his you know, his experience in Hollywood. And yeah, he very much does blame the prejudice against conservatives.
Are going to affect whether you end up staying married or whether you end up divorced. By the way, another factor that ends up determining whether you stay married or end up divorced is, again, about the nature of the marriage. Do you have kids? Marriages with...
Okay, look. If your marriage stays together, like, out of consideration for the child, right? Like, the kind of situation that he is conjuring to mind here is a situation in which there's problems in the marriage. There's problems with the partnership, right? You know, it's not a good atmosphere. And he's like, "Oh no problem with that. Not a good atmosphere? You don't get along? Not compatible? Bring a kid into the equation. Bring a kid into the equation, and then both of you will feel incredibly guilty if you decide to leave the marriage, right?" Oh, the Barbie movie? Wait, did he say that he was a dad? I don't even know if that's... I don't even know. Of course, it's victim mentality. Yeah, most divorces are from straight marriages, though. Oh, nice. I didn't know that, Drew Shades. I should look at those stats sometime. Stay together for the kids. More like teach the kids that... Yeah, exactly. Right. I mean, that's sad. That's, like, sad. And look, I mean, I'm not hating on anybody that ended up in that situation, right? That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to throw shade on people who do stay together out of consideration for the kid, but like I just really think it's a bad idea to put into people's head, have a child as a stabilizing force in your marriage, because then you got the prospect of bringing a child into an unhappy marriage. And I mean, yeah, I think people in chat understand growing up with that's going to be difficult. It perpetuates that mentality that children beginning a cycle of miserable relationships with... Yeah, that's right. That's a good point, BCat. That is going to normalize staying in a unhappy relationship to your kids. And you want your kids to know that they don't have to accept that, right? To know that they deserve to be happy, they can be happy, and if the, you know, marriage or relationship that they're in is doing the opposite to them, then they should seek something else, right?
Kids divorce far less often than marriages without kids. In fact,
Ben thinks that WAP is a medical condition. He's never turned... Oh, yeah, that's right.
The divorce rate for couples with kids is about 4.
Dude, what did you say? Something about like that women don't actually enjoy sex? It's not true. Women don't like sex. They do it. They put up with it because of men or something. I don't know.
3% lower than the divorce rate for couples without kids, which makes sense because you have less investment. Once you have kids, then actually it damages another party for you to get divorced over the dishwasher.
That's not a good thing. He's literally asking you to put yourself in a situation where you're staying in an unhappy marriage because the alternative is going to cause pain in another way.
And then somebody else pays for your crimes at that point. 77% of college-educated conservative parents are still in their first marriage. So are 70% of moderates and 68% of liberals. And again, the number of newly divorced people per 1,000 married Americans has declined pretty markedly since the 80s. It was 22.6 in 1980. It is 13.6 today in 2021.
See, if you were really an interesting content creator here, you would come up with something. You would give your take on why that is. Like, why was divorce so prominent in the 80s? Why is it not as prominent now? Like what is actually going on with that? Because that's like I didn't know that, and now I'm curious about it.
As far as the notion that it's like damaging financially for men to get married, no, it's damaging for men to get divorced. It's not damaging for men to get married. Married men in their 30s earn about $95,000. If they're cohabiting, they earn about $68,000. If they're single, they earn about $42,000. The average marriage premium in household assets is more than $290,000 for a stably married man. So, again, I think what people are actually arguing about over here, to be fair to the Red Pill crew, I think what they're actually arguing about is divorce. And so the question is, are you more likely to stay married, or are you more likely to end up in a divorce situation? And that is a fair question depending on the process that you use.
The liberal percentage is lower because the conservatives are more likely to use that barefoot and pregnant method. Yeah, no doubt.
For dating, in the cultural milieu in which you live, in the community where I live, in Orthodox.
Less liberals are trapped in terrible marriages, no doubt. Yeah.
Jewish community, not a lot of divorce, like very, very low divorce rates.
The most difficult part of Ben's argument is he can't appeal to they just need Jesus like everyone else in his shoes would.
Why? Well, because everyone is religiously committed.
I mean, he will appeal to religion.
Because everybody goes into marriage believing it is a sacred bond that actually matters. Because people don't date for sex. People actually date looking forward to the day when they will have kids together. Because every family in my neighborhood.
I really date to find a partner that I can share my spiritual fellowship with. I'm of the school of like, let's stay up late at night and talk about Jesus. No, I don't know.
Has 4+ kids. Those are the preconditions. But if the idea here is that
it's so weird because I grew up in a religious atmosphere, like the kind of religious atmosphere where you are taught that your belief in a really strange story, really weird story, right, is required for you not to face eternal torture in hell. Right? That was literally it. You got to believe. We believe in Jesus. Why do we believe in Jesus? Because if you don't believe in Jesus, you get burned up, and the devil sticks his trident in your butt, and it hurts really bad, and you're just gonna be doing that forever. So yeah, I don't know. It's weird to look back on. The life I was born into, the people that stuck with that life, the family members that I have that very much believe that stuff, the aunt and uncle, love ya, right? But my aunt and uncle gave me a book that had a list of all these things that were of the devil, and it was literally anything that is spiritual but not explicitly Christian, right? And like Magic 8 Ball, Satan. That's Satan. Who's popping up those answers for you in the Magic 8 Ball? It's definitely Satan. Right, the Buddhism, that's actually Satan dressed up like Buddha, like literally anything that's not Christian and that's spiritual, right? They would be like, that is Satan behind there. You are worshiping Satan right now. You're playing, like a Ouija board. Well, you're talking to Satan. That you're having a nice little conversation with Satan right there. So I hope you enjoy that. Someone told me, yeah, that's what they think. That's what, unironically, and I love them, right? Like they're my aunt and my uncle. I care about them, right? I have very different religious beliefs than they do now. And you know, I mean, like, but that was something that I accepted when I was younger. And then one day, I think I just kind of was like, wait a minute. I believe that the salvation of my eternal soul is dependent on my belief in a dude walking on water, turning water to wine, producing fish and bread from nothing, and then getting getting executed, but then rolling away the stone, coming back to sea and say hi to everyone. That's a weird story. He was like, yo, you put your hand in there, see, check it out. Like, yeah, I'm the guy that was up on, you know, that got the spear stabbed in him. Look, put your hand in there. You see that? You feel that? Wait, what is up with that? Like, when I think about it, right? Because I used to think that other religions were strange, like Buddhism, Hinduism, really strange, right? No, like, I was born in the strange religion. I was born in an unbelievably strange religion. Like, I don't know. It's just Mormon take is even wilder. Oh my God, what is the Mormon take? That you need to get married in a very specific setting in order to become one being with your partner and create other worlds, because you'll be God, or you'll be a god, right? So it's technically like a polytheistic religion. It's that's wild. Wait, am I right about this? I think I understand Mormonism. I have never looked into the stuff that they keep secret, though, because like I kind of feel it feels weird, right? If a religion's like, you shall never tell this knowledge to an outsider here. Like, I'm an outsider here. I'm not trying to learn that knowledge, right? If you want to keep that knowledge secret, it's probably too weird for me to, you know, have in my brain anyway. God, there's no such thing as God. Well, I don't know. Like, as a kid, it was dangerous to think thoughts like that, right? Carl Jung writes in Memories, Dreams, and Reflections about having an intrusive thought that was disturbing him greatly. Actually, a series of intrusive thoughts. I think one was a dream of going into a giant cave with a bunch of robed figures, like, you know, like midsummer, like looks like like some kind of cold or something, right? And then they get to the cave and there's this like there's this room there, and this like a giant penis like comes up, and they're all like, the Lord Jesus Christ, and they like bow down to the penis, right? So that was one of his dreams that was too blasphemous to admit that he was really having. The other one, I think he's like, oh yeah, he's like, he sees the church, he hears the choir, he hears the angels, he sees God and, you know, all the angels, and all of a sudden, like, there's God in his heavenly throne sitting above the church. So it's this perfect religious image, right? And then something falls out from beneath the throne and falls to the ground and crushes the church, absolutely destroys everything. And it's God's poop that did that, right? But yeah, like Carl Jung said that these thoughts, because of the, you know, religious atmosphere that he was raised in, they were so threatening. Like, it was the kind of thing that he knew he was having a thought, and he knew he wasn't supposed to have a thought, and he would try to like distract himself, right? And that like actually experiencing these reveries, these imaginary situations, was like somehow healing or something. But anyway, sorry, I'm wow, we're on Jung. I'm not. What am I, Cass Eris over here? No. Besides, Cass Eris would probably be talking about Jung in the framework of Jordan Peterson. Mormonism, you can't drink coffee. Oh, that's right. You can't drink anything that alters your consciousness, right? You need to wear special underwear because the gold tablets told you to do that. I totally have, but wait. So, oh my God, about the special underwear, like, can you have multiple pairs of it though? Like, it's not like you don't have to wear like the same underwear like all the time, right? Yeah, the invisible sky daddy. Like, no, I seriously grew up thinking of this stuff, and then just one day I was like, what? No. Like, I just went from like completely believing that not believing was tantamount to death, right? That's like Martin Luther. The guy was Martin Luther was obsessed with poop. Was that one of his like things that he tacked on there? Like maybe they didn't let him get up to go to the bathroom during church, and he was like, they need to let us get up and go to the bathroom because I can't hold my poop that long. I poop at the same time every day, and it's right during church. And I hate the fact that I'm expected to sit there and listen to the sermon. Mozart was too. Oh yeah, Mozart thought poop was incredibly funny. I was raised Catholic too. Maybe, I don't know. He was a little too into poop. Maybe it wasn't just humor for him. I can't tell. Eat the grilled cheese first since the taco has more flavor. Like if you get a McDouble. Wait, there's methods to eating things first and last. Oh my God. Does everyone else have a huge annoying heart emoticon? A heart emoticon at the bottom right corner of the YouTube chat? That is because you need to drink the seltzer water. You need to drink this seltzer water like a high value person. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm talking like Top G. Are we done with Top G?
Your basic binary is, are you going to be married or divorced? Divorced is typically worse than never married, and married is way better than
like
both.
Wouldn't that be awesome? You know, because honestly, like I'm the same way as far as like going to church and stuff or Sunday school. Like that is it's boring in a way that's like hard to describe, right? That you just wish that you could be doing anything, right? And if you were just allowed to like, you know, go to the bathroom at that moment, like you could basically skip like 30 minutes. You could be in the bathroom like playing with your phone for 30 minutes. And then the church service would only be 30 minutes long. It'd be so much more tolerable.
Divorced and never married. And so yeah, it's a risk. But is it a coin flip? I don't think it's a coin flip. I think it is a
It's like, what is that thing? Yeah, Michael's talking about, and YouTube chatters, you know what, like, right, if you look at the bottom right corner, there's a heart, and I think you can go boop, 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 and it'll spam hearts. Like, I don't know what the purpose of that is and stuff, but it's definitely there. And the annoying thing about it is it makes it hard to read the last line of chat.
decision that you have to make as to what kind of person you wish to date, how you wish to date that person, what kind of relationship
Wait, anybody else in Twitch having trouble?
you wish to build, and how seriously you take that commitment in the first place. Do the laws need to change? Absolutely, and they need to change. They're garbage. I totally agree with that. It is easy for men to be victimized under these circumstances.
Wait,
it's so easy that you should not enter the risk. Let's look at some of the upside.
He's on board for the no-fault divorce then, right? Because that's the main thing that they want to change about the laws. Is they want to abolish no-fault divorce. Oh my God, YouTube, you were just lording it over Twitch. If you hit the heart, it brings up different emoticons. Oh, so you can spam any of them, but it's not like they go into chat, right? They go into something else. Never married, it's most likely, you're most likely never gonna marry, and I feel happier than Ben Shapiro. Yeah, that's a lot to get married is.
And the downsides. Here's a chart from Brad about opioid overdose deaths by gender educational attainment.
Okay, so here we go. Here is, finally, you've been edging us for a very long time, Mr. Shapiro. Oh, opioid overdoses per 100,000, age 25 plus. Wait, includes all deaths, unintended or otherwise? Wait, what? Okay, I don't get that. Anyway. Includes all deaths. What does that mean? Because we're talking about opioid overdoses here. Anyway. Women have less overall, it looks like. But if you, I think the point he's going to try to make here is that Wait a minute. Look at this. Okay, okay. It almost looks like for women, the biggest factor is whether you have a BA or not. And wait, no, actually, wait, the biggest factor here is, I would say with both groups, is a BA or not, but yeah, so he's basically trying to say, if you get married, it drops your rate of opioid overdose. Oh, opioid overdose death rate. Okay, includes all deaths unintended or otherwise. Okay, so yeah, whether it's a purposeful overdose or an accidental overdose.
And marital status. And what you see is that among men, if you are single, never married, what you see is that the opioid overdoses per 100,000 age 25 plus, it's like 25 for single, never married men. It is even higher for divorced men.
Okay, so this is his
and it
argument
is extremely low for married men.
against the red pillars.
Really, really low for married men.
Yeah, this is his argument for marriage against the red pillars.
Again, that's are you going to be one of the people who gets divorced or not? One of the things you can know going in is you will never get divorced, and then you have to make sure that you marry a woman who will never get divorced. And we can't pretend that divorce sort of falls on you like rain from the heavens. That's not right. The person this is why I give dating advice all the time. My number one dating advice: date for values. Date for values. In the end, that's the only thing that's going to remain. Are you tired of the lies and the twist of the mainstream media talking points?
No, actually, I quite like them. Maybe that's just me. I quite like the lies and the twisted mainstream media. Oh my god! Do you see this thumbnail? I'm sorry, this thumbnail is just like kind of freaking me out because the octopus with its tentacles controlling different things, particularly the media, is like, that's a pretty common anti-Semitic trope. The octopus here though is NewsGuard. What is NewsGuard? NewsGuard? Is that what it says? What does anybody know what that is? Now I almost want to click on it, but we're not going to because that would get me off topic, and I'm already getting off topic enough as it will. Date for values. What does that mean? It means like date people that are like, you go on a date and you're like, so how important is God to you? And the answer you want to hear is like, God is everything. God made us in his own image and formed us in his own form. He made us like that in the womb. Life is precious. Also, abortion is murder, and you know, like immigrants shouldn't be allowed in the country. Like they want you just want, he's just saying like, make sure your spouse is conservative. Like, right? That's what you want to hear. They like, what do you get your news from? Where do you listen to? And they got to be like Daily Wire. Daily Wire is the place for news. It's the most trusted name in news, and there are a variety of different content creators. They are suited to all kinds of different people. Whether you're a Matt Walsh person or a Ben Shapiro person, you will find a content creator to parasocially bond with, and to accept their word without question. It sounds like a terrible date. Yeah, that's a bad date, isn't it? Look, on my date, okay, I'm a coffee person, okay? Coffee or tea. Oh no, here's the thing. If somebody takes me to a tea place though, like that's an impressive person. Like, I actually notice things like that. I don't know. Am I weird for this? Like, right? Like if somebody goes out of their way to try to you know, it like sort of shows that they like NewsGuard is one of those political apps or sites. Oh, so it's like grounded that have rate the outlets. Okay, wait. So but it's like oh God, I want to look at this now. Interesting. Wait, how do you prefer your right-wing media, stubble or full beard? Especially redundant when I can do that. Everyone can see it. Wait, when you do it, everyone can see it. I wish it would come on the stream or something like that. We should have like a little hearts thing. Maybe I can set that up. I'll look into that. Kaylee McKinnon's sister flopped. Kaylee McNanny's. Oh my God, I can't speak. This is such a dumb argument. Drug addicts are less likely to marry. It doesn't mean, oh yeah, that's the thing about it too, is that like they're not giving you any indication that they are investigating causality there, right? They're showing, in fact, most research at most shows you a correlation, and then if you want to investigate causality, you gotta do more research. That's what every single paper that you read is going to say at the end of it. More research needs to be done about XYZ, because it's the scientific method, it's a process, it's a journey, and we never quite get there. There's always more to know. And so void tea, yeah. So like, if somebody takes me to like a tea place, like I mean, I love coffee, right? Coffee, like I gotta have some kind of caffeine or something, right? I don't want to eat I don't want to eat when I'm you know what I mean? Am I weird about this? Like, right? I would prefer on a date to not like eat, because it's like, okay, you're on a date with somebody. Do you really want to be like, oh man, I'm so glad that I ate those mashed potatoes? And like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't want to be feeling your food like on a date, right? That's not a very good date. So like, yeah, so like a coffee place or a tea place, but like whenever somebody is like specially like they find out that I like tea, and then later like we end up at a tea place and I'm like, oh wait, you did this for me? I'm like massively impressed, right? That, because like, I don't know, I notice those little things, whether they're there or they're not there, or there's these little tiny slights. Oh my God, I'm terrible, chat. I'm just describing myself as the worst date in the world, right? Like, yeah, she's this bitch, okay? She wants you to take her to a tea place. Who even knows where a tea place? Like, what the fuck is that? You can get tea at Starbucks. What's your problem? Like, right? You know? And then she's all like, you know, did you, you know, get me like an extra big card for Valentine's Day, right? Who wants to, what? She expects it, yeah, like a giant card, like a card that's like as tall as her, like a giant ass card. And it's just Valentine's Day. It's like, just bitch, shut up and eat the chocolates. You know, eat the chocolates, right? And it's like, I don't want to eat the chocolates because there's always those chocolates that you bite into and you just don't like it. And like, as a kid, I would take the chocolates and I would actually like, this is so embarrassing. I would try to pinch off the side to make it look like I didn't bite into the chocolate at all, that I hadn't eaten it, and put it back, right? Because, you know, it was kind of like we were allotted like certain of the chocolates. You know, and so like, I'm like, yeah, somebody else can have that one, right? What are the bad chocolate flavors though? Tea places are great. Yeah. So I'm not the only one that feels that way. Abdominal muscles also make you fart. Wait, working them out or just like having them? Wait, do people with abs fart more? That's awesome. No, what if somebody like takes you on a date and they're like, we're going to go and play fart music, right? We're going to work out our abs, and then afterwards we're going to try to match pitch with music and be able to play melodies with our butts. I got you this butt trumpet because I know you like I know you like butt trumpets, right? You like that. You like the musical instruments that you can play with your butt. That's right. Where did this convo go? I don't know. It's going down the toilet. It's going down the Skibidi toilet, chat. It's absolutely going down the Skibidi toilet. And we're not even entirely done with Ben Shapiro yet. I found out that bridge mixture is assorted stuffed chocolate covered candy. I was imagining like cement. What is that? Is that what Antifa gives you? Do you remember the Antifa milkshakes, tea houses, and butt trumpets? You're borrowing this. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how I'm producing this. I think it's because I don't have enough sleep, right? So Yeah, like I said, I stayed up really late and working on a video. Maybe I did too much. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if the results pay off. Skibidi bop bop bop. Yes, yes. Skibidi bop bop. Wait, meow. Jinx. Wait. I feel like there's different variations of that song too. Like, right? There's the one that is like when the DJ Skibidi Toilet is playing, it's like a little bit different of a song. Anyway, there's so many Skibidi Toilets. Wait, do I have Skibidi Toilet fans in chat? Right, because here's the story about Skibidi Toilets, okay? I started doing a segment on Skibidi Toilets, and I was enjoying it. And not from a toilet humor play. I mean, I know you know that I appreciate like toilet humor, like fart jokes are great, whatever, right? But the Skibidi Toilet for me is not about like that, right? It's about like there's something deeply psychological in the battle between the Skibidi Toilets and the cameramen, right? It's almost like a story of media in our time, if you will, right? You've got on one hand the shit posters, the memers, right? The clowns creating content out of the garbage dumped into our brains by media. And then you've got vying for our attention against that, the media, professionally made stuff that's got money behind it, stuff that's made to make money, right? Stuff that is serious and but also very boring in a certain way. And the modern media landscape, I feel like, is a struggle between these two sides to vie for our attention. I dislike it very much. Okay, so there are some Skibidi haters in here, yeah, but when I tried to play Skibidi Toilets and do it as a segment, I only got like partway through the series. And the series is not very long. These are like 1 minute videos, like 30-second videos. Now I feel like they're up to like 3-minute videos, right? But there's only like 60 videos, right? So it's not like that much content, right? But I couldn't even get through it because people rebelled. People were like, we will not take your Skibidi Toilets, okay? We will not allow them to dominate us, dominate our attention, dominate our minds. I'm still confused of what the Skibidi Toilets are. Wait, have you just like never seen this? It's all done in Gmod. Yeah, Gmod, and there's that other, I can't remember, I can never remember the software. There's like an editing suite that lets you set up like Gmod like situations, but like with more controllability, I guess. Source Engine, is that what it's called? Oh no, Source Engine is like the gaming engine, but like there's like an editing software where you can do some of the Gmod stuff, but like quicker. If what you're doing is trying to produce videos, right? It's like specifically for that. You liked the Skibidi Toilet segment? Skibidi Toilet is MAGA. Ooh, interesting. I mean, I could see those toilets with MAGA hats though, right? I could definitely see those toilets like coming for the White House, coming for the Capitol. Is it actually toilet related? Here's the weird thing about it, okay? There is literally no like relationship to the function of a toilet, right? The closest thing I could find is in one of the first episodes where they're making Skibidi Toilets. They're like turning people into Skibidi Toilets. If you look really close, it's in a restaurant, right? And they're playing the Skibidi song, right? And they're like turning people into toilets, right? The people are there eating. They're all sitting on toilets. You come to the restaurant, you sit on a toilet, and you have a meal. But if you look at the meal really closely, it's brown and clumpy, okay? I mean, it's made in Gmod, so you can't exactly tell what that's supposed to be, but it kind of looks like they're eating poop, right? And that's how you become a Skibidi Toilet, by consuming the meme culture, the shitpost culture, right? Consuming non-serious content, consuming YouTube poop, consuming AI voices of presidents playing Minecraft. That kind of thing is what I think Skibidi Toilets is really about. consuming the poop. That's what that's what they want you to do. But the fact of the matter is, it kind of is all poop, like, right? The so-called so-called media is poop as well. And indeed, the Skibidi toilet poop is only made up of elements of that media that are remixed in a way that it is not, I guess, like serving the overall productivity, let's just say. Because right, if you're getting into this shit post stuff, if you're getting into this, like, you're deep in the internet, right? You are deep into the internet. You have not touched the grass in a little while, and you're in danger of terminal onlineness. I always saw it as the toilets were MAGA, and the camera people were like, establishment dims. No way. No way. Because there's different factions of the cameramen too. Thank you, everybody. This is a teaching moment. Oh, you're familiar with YouTube poop. Well, anyway, I feel like I'm describing here just like, if I'm trying to put like a message behind essentially a shit post. Like Da Fuck Boom, Gary's Mod content creator, creator of Male 007 and Male 009, and lots of, the beatbox, right? Like this Gary's Mod guy comes on and he beatboxes while he drives, and anyway, he had just what he hatched in his mind and what he created, and this is the thing that somehow just became this massive, like, YouTube phenomenon. I need to just watch a little bit of that with you at some time. But like I said, we're not quite done with Shapiro yet, right? Oh look, it's my Twitter. Oh my god, I forgot to do a post for this. Should we do a post? I feel like Bosch Transmed. I was trying to find. Oh, Natalie, are you in here? I feel like Natalie showed me a link last time to something that Vosh had said about transmedicalism. He did disavow transmedicalism, so maybe that's the closest that we're gonna get at this point to Vosh disavowing Brianna Wu. You saw also, we're gonna take a look at Keffel's like sort of taking a step back. What am I trying to do? So it would be making a post. Okay, so how do you make a post? You rip off Hasan to cover Ben Shapiro's blow up with fellow right-wing content creator and illustrious misogynist. Sorry, right. So you're with me. Look, like I said, I wanted to bring you into the content creation. I'm creating the content right now. This is micro content, but it's content nonetheless. Oh wait, hey. Andrew Tate, you got to say his name. There we go. Andrew Tate. It's no good talking about famous people if you don't say their name, because you'll never get the search traffic otherwise. Andrew Tate. Also catching up. What are we catching up with? Yeah, Natalie, if you're here, let me know, because I feel like you gave me exactly what I was looking for, and would have not been able to find without you, because it wasn't timestamped anywhere. Like, I mean, I know how to search Vosh's stuff, but unless somebody makes a timestamp of a segment, I don't really know it exists. I can't. I'll be honest with you. I do not watch Vosh if I can help it, right? But I know people like to see me react to it, so I've got a new video on that. Vosh getting shit canned at the White House because of Hasan, and it's so beautiful. I want to believe it. I don't know if I believe that that's actually what happened, right? I do believe that Vosh is probably banned at the White House. That part I believe. But whether Hasan actually got him, do you need the link right now? No, actually, not right now. If just like I'm actually doing so what am I doing? I'm doing a tweet. Also catching up. We were gonna catch up on on the fallout from last week's Brianna Woo. Haha. No, I gotta take that off. The people aren't gonna understand. It's like a brouhaha. It's like a the woo-ha-ha. It's a Brianna. No, don't make fun of. Don't use people's names in as the joke. That's probably a bad idea. Okay, last week's Brianna Woo dumpster fire. Oh, that's so much better. Yes. Am I bad? Am I bad, chat? Am I naughty? I didn't tell you I stepped away. Oh, yeah, wait, what? Did I say something about... Maybe you're responding to another chatter. I don't think I... The TYT main show. Yeah. Oh, wait, that's the other thing we need to look at. Oh, yo, thank you for reminding me. Thank you for reminding me. Ah! I did it again, chat. I did it again. I'm so bad at this job because like look, it serves two functions, right? If I'm gonna make an announcement, if I'm gonna do an ad read, if I'm gonna suggest that people support the stream on Twitch through subs or support the stream on YouTube through memberships, right? It makes sense that if there's an ad break that I know when it's coming, or I should know when it's coming, that I do the I make people aware of the possibility of supporting me through subs and also getting yourself out of the ad break, getting yourself those emotes, spreading those emotes even to other places, other chats you can use them in, right? And people will be like, huh, where's that emote from? The chick with the laser eyes. What's that for? Who is that? Is that nocommentchick? Okay, I'll go check her out, right? It's great. It's praxis. It's wonderful. I very much want people to do it. I'm just so bad at remembering that it comes up every hour at the top of the hour. And that's not a 10 out of 10. Like if you were my teacher, Monope, you would be like the nicest teacher ever. Your cat. Wait, who keeps sitting on your keyboard? Your cat, maybe? I'm gonna guess. Yeah, TYT is Vosh specifically mentions Brianna Woo in the VOD. You know what? That's what I should have done. I should have searched the name. Okay, wait, so are we gonna lead with this Brianna Woo dumpster fire? I feel like people are more interested in also, because nobody cares about Brianna Woo anymore, right? Except for Brianna Woo. TYT. So I don't get to talk about the Brianna Woo dumpster fire. Wow, I was so here for that. Also, TYT's dumpster fire takes on there we go. That's something I need to talk about. What did TYT do now? I have heard that TYT had some really bad takes. This is from the Vanguard, show that I watch actually a decent amount, right? Compared to like do I watch, I watch at a rate of like 10 parts Vanguard per 1 part Vosh, right? That's how much I watch the Vanguard. It's quite a bit. You stayed for the chat and they took it from you? Oh. I should go on the Vanguard. Yeah, I mean, hey, I'd be willing to talk to them. Probably have to find a subject that I'm extremely well versed on, but sure, yeah. Yeah, no, I'm willing to go on other people's streams, especially like podcast type situations. I think I'm probably best suited for that kind of thing. I like to riff off of other people. It's like one of my favorite things in the world. As you can tell, look, I'm doing politics, right? You understand this, but for a political streamer, political streamer, for a political streamer, I do like more than my fair share of comedy, because with so many of these things, like all you can do is laugh. It's like, to protect yourself even. You're just, you're like protecting yourself from how bad the situation actually is with humor. And I always find myself doing that as well. I can type. Oh wait, no, first, wait, I'm trying to remember how this works. First we gotta grab the...
Again. Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
No homo, of course not. He loves you, but no homo. Not in a homosexual kind of way. So, I don't know. Do you really love? Is it really love if it's no homo? It's a question I ask myself. Streaming live. There we go. All capital letters and that and oh my god, this is so exciting, isn't it, chat? You're like along for the ride, whether you want to be or not. Here we go. We're almost done with that. Let's post that. And then view that. And then copy that. And I'm going to ask for, once again, I am asking for your support. If you could give me some support with some likes, with some retweets, with some comments, if you feel like it, right? Maybe even some sassy comments, because we love the sassy comments. And we're blasting off is what I'm trying to say, chat. We're blasting off. It's time to blast off. That's the tweet, is how we blast off. It's how we get more people in chat. It's how you end up seeing people in here that you have never seen before, because they came from Twitter, the wild world of Twitter, which, you know, surprisingly is still alive. Here we go. Let's pin that. And it's pinned, manually unpin. Okay, cool. Yay. Yo, I do know, though, about what you're talking about in terms of... I know about the heart thing, mainly because it's on my screen, too, and it gets in the way of me, like, penning a tweet, like, ever. But yeah, like I said, yeah, I appreciate anybody who wants to give me a hand blasting off. It is something that we do. It's something that I steal from Hasan. Much like the top of the hour ad break, which happens every hour on the hour, although I do not always remember to mention it. This next ad break is coming up in like 50 minutes, so why am I even telling you about it now? It's because I forgot to tell you the last 2 times that you can get out of the ad break with a Twitch Prime sub. You can get out of the ad break by buying yourself a sub for $5, or you can get out of the ad break if you are lucky to be the recipient of someone else's generosity through a gift sub, which can happen and will happen, but are more likely to happen if you're active in chat. Okay, so what did we are on a cruise. We are. Sorry, wait, where did that even come from? Oh my god. We are. Oh yeah, that's the hashtag that I want. T-A-T-E Tate. Not Taten. What is Taten? Taten, Tot. I don't know what that is. I need Tate. No N. I typed it wrong. Oh wow, there's too many things. Oh, okay. I want to get to this, right? But Ask Aubrey's got it for us right now. Hilarious watching Ben Shapiro and Andrew Tate going at it. When is Jordan Peterson going to jump in? I hope soon. They are eating themselves popcorn. I want some popcorn. Okay. So the background of this tweet is that Ben Shapiro quote tweeted someone saying that they are, you know, they want peace, they want de-escalation, they want a cessation of hostilities in Palestine. And Ben Shapiro basically quote retweeted them and said, fuck off with that, right? Fuck off with that. Like, you know, he wants the state of Israel to to level Gaza ostensibly, right? And so Andrew Tate replies to him with this: Mr. Tough Guy, let me assure you, as someone who does his own fighting, as opposed to excitingly encouraging others to do it for him while sitting home on a comfy chair. Wait, there's more to this. Wait, I gotta find the actual thing, right? Is this it? Oh, here we go. Okay, so here's the story. Attack on Titan? Yeah, pretty much. Popcorn is overrated. Is that right? Okay, there are problems with popcorn. My main problem with popcorn is that it gets in your teeth, right? Also, the other problem with popcorn is it's so much more delicious if you got like a bunch of oil or butter or some kind of goo like that's unhealthy for you poured all over it. But if you can, because otherwise, how do you get the salt to stick? That's my problem with popcorn. Okay, I love popcorn. I want it to be salty. I can't get it to be salty because check it out. I don't want to eat it with like butter or oil or like, you know what I mean? I don't want to put like some kind of goop on it, right? Because popcorn by itself is like really low calorie, but when you put the goop on it, it's like high calorie, right? So, like the sauce, right? Which is delicious. But the only other thing is that like I need the salt to be on the popcorn for me to eat the popcorn, right? It's just not as good. It needs the salt. It definitely needs the salt, but I can't get the salt on the popcorn because the salt only sticks to the popcorn when there's goop involved, right? So you pour some butter or whatever hot fatty substance, coconut oil I've heard is really good, right, on your popcorn, and you mix that up, and then you throw salt on it, and the salt actually sticks to it, and you're like, I'm enjoying myself because this is actually popcorn, right? I don't need there to be the fatty substance. I do need there to be the salty substance. And so eating popcorn is unfortunately an unsalty activity for me. Coom is salty and has protein, and it sticks to things, right? It's definitely something that would stick to your popcorn. Oh, what am I talking about? Okay, God, this is like, look, I'm laughing so I don't have to cry here. Okay, so Ben Shapiro retweeting this person, the UN Special Rapporteur for Human Rights in Palestine says, quote unquote, "We are horrified by what is happening and we call for a truce," right? So that's what Ben Shapiro is responding to here. Do I have a better way to look at stuff on Twitter than this, maybe? I'm just excited to be able to do the Tate voice, chat. That's what gets me going. Just knowing that I'm going to get to do the Tate voice once again. Okay, so yeah, there we go. That's pretty good. And fuck off right off with that. Here comes Cobra Tate. Mr. Tough Guy, let me assure you, as someone who has done his own fighting, as opposed to excitingly encouraging others to do it for him, while sitting at home on a comfy chair, peace is always worth a conversation. Okay, so now that's weird, right? That's weird. I don't like to agree with Tate, but Ben Shapiro comes back with, let me assure you, let me assure you. Can I do Ben Shapiro? I feel like I'm going to do it bad. I feel like I'm going to do a bad job if I try to do Shapiro. As someone who has not pimped women and bragged about it, yeah, okay, so he what he's saying, made more sense, but yeah, for him to say this is a little bit absurd. Not pimped women and bragged about it. That morality requires that those who are women, are women who are word women and kidnapped children must be eradicated, not negotiated with. So that was Ben Shapiro's comeback. I feel like what happens then? I feel like Tristan maybe jumps in. because look, Andrew Tate, like literally what he's saying, I don't have a problem with. It is weird for it to be coming from him. And also, we're gonna get into why he might be doing this, right? What is he after? What is he chasing in this situation? All right. We got Tristan Tate here. If flattening an entire population and killing every woman and child is justified because the quote-unquote people in charge committed acts of terror, assassination, and destruction, the first country that would be flattened is the United States. Food for thought. And I still have a little bit of the Tate accent, don't I? I don't know how that is happening. All right, there's more Ben versus Tristan Tate. Right, and then we'll get to the purpose of Andrew Tate doing this stuff. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Look, if you haven't liked this already, I believe it's still the pinned tweet. You still have a chance to do it. You still have a chance to make it happen. Dasha? Why are we talking about Dasha? Chat, how did Dasha find her way onto my stream? God damn it. I promised never to talk about Dasha. I feel like I have, though. I feel like I've definitely talked about Red Scare. So anyway, Andrew Tate, I don't even want to know what that's about. I am what Tate. Well, I shouldn't be scrolling this particular hashtag. I am looking though for Tristan Tate's tweets. Look, if we try like Tate Shapiro. Oh no, I've got, okay, there we go. Anti-Islam Ben Shapiro, right, and pro-Islam Andrew Tate, right, are having a civil war. Yeah, so they are kind of emblematic, right? And this picture right here, yes, that's what we've got going on. Oh, Tristan Tate has joined the fight. There we go. Thank you. Okay, so oh yeah, so Tristan Tate is saying a Jewish man speaking of eradication of a race of people, 2023 is a scary time to be alive. Ben Shapiro responds, I call for those who are R-word women and kidnap children to be eradicated. So not only are you immoral, you're apparently also illiterate. And Tristan Tate comes back with, yeah, I'm sure only men who fight for Hamas and are unalived in these airstrikes. Only men who fight for Hamas Oh, okay. So Ben Shapiro saying that Hamas needs to be eradicated, and Tristan Tate pointing out the very real fact that those bombs don't discriminate and they are striking civilian targets. The footage from the ground says otherwise. Either you've changed your tune 22 hours, or you literally forget what you post. Okay, so Ben Shapiro, either you are stupid or you are morally illiterate. Morally illiterate, okay. Hamas literally hides behind civilians. Okay, so it's okay to take on, it's okay to go after civilian targets because there's probably Hamas behind there. Okay, I see how it works. They are currently texting civilians and telling them not to leave the target areas. They put their military headquarters under a hospital. So yeah, there's that's what we got going on. And right, so a lot of people are kind of surprised to see the Tates, having a decent take for once, but let's take a look at why this might be, right? So as you may know, Andrew Tate has been getting more and more exposed in terms of his operation, in terms of his treatment of women, And this is resulted in charges. Now these are charges that Andrew Tate tends to dissipate by saying it's the Matrix. It's a Matrix attack. I didn't really do anything wrong, but the Matrix is making you think that, like, so in other words, the establishment, the global, you know what I mean? It's just like this appeal to conspiracy. Whatever you think the conspiracy is, that's the Matrix. And that's what's making it look like Andrew Tate might not be a great guy, right? Might be guilty, might be very, very guilty, right? So, his reputation didn't suffer at first, but there are more and more conservatives even waking up to the fact that, yeah, these charges didn't come from nowhere. There's real, issues behind these charges, and it's just not right to support a guy like this. Not all of them. There's still a lot of Tate supporters out there, especially conservatives that just are buying into the whole Matrix thing. Like, right, it's not really Tate. The Matrix is just making him look really bad, right? It just looks like it. Don't believe your lying eyes, though, because we know that Andrew Tate, they're just doing this to Andrew Tate because he speaks the truth, right? That's his line. And this is not working out for him as well as it is for some people. Some conservative media figures are able to just completely avoid any sort of accountability. Look at Trump, right? Andrew Tate, on the other hand, it is having a slow wearing away effect at his reputation, and mainly the effect is that just his stuff isn't as popular as it is anymore. The attention isn't on Andrew Tate, it's on other people. People have somewhat moved on, right? So here's what he's doing now. We are preparing hot meals to feed families. So I think it looks like he's given money for
dangerous from bombing areas to the safe area. Thank you very much to the brothers and war room. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept from you all.
See what it says there? The Tate brothers and War Room, right? War Room is his Discord. That is basically, from what I understand, seems like a multi-level marketing platform. The War Room, it is a Discord that you got to pay to get into, and essentially, they teach you all the techniques, and then give you affiliate links to go out and bring other people into it, right? It really just does seem like a MLM, but supposedly there's really good information in the War Room. Like, right, you want to find all the super powerful things to make yourself a high value male and succeed in business. It's at the War Room, right? That's who's sponsoring this. That's who's sponsoring what it seems to be. I think this is Syria, and they're making food. Hot meals for families which have fled the bombing.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi. Allah, it is so dangerous situation here in north of Syria. A lot of bombing, a lot of messes.
Okay, so Syria, yeah.
Many murders, many people. Hundreds of families escaped from dangerous, from bombing areas to the safe area. Thank you very much to the brothers and war room. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept from you all. As you can see, alhamdulillah, now we're preparing hot meals to hundreds of families. Jazakumullah kul khair. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept from you all. May Allah bless you. Jazakumullah kul khair.
So yeah, I mean, like, I'm glad that maybe some families, that have escape this situation are getting some hot meals, but I mean, that is Andrew Tate trying to present himself as a philanthropist of sorts, right? This is essentially damage control for what's happening to his reputation right now. Also, a boot camp called they do a boot camp called War Room. I can't stop talking like Andrew Tate. They can do a boot camp called War Room. Oh wait, I think I might have seen. Was that the one where they had to get beat up by an MMA fighter? Like, they brought in MMA fighters to beat up like these guys that came in and paid Andrew Tate like tens of thousands of dollars to be there, and it was some kind of initiation. I mean, it's not literally that you have to get beat up. It's that you will go into the cage into the octagon with an MMA fighter. You will have a MMA bout, and they will, unless you happen to be just natural at MMA, you will probably get your ass beat. I don't want low value male them be the dollar store dudes. Oh, I see. It's the song No Scrubs. Media called them out on the spot. If the kids don't grow up, he can't traffic them. Yeah, so obviously he's still a bad dude. He is, I guess rehabbing his image on a certain level. But still, the fact remains that he's a fucking monster who's hurt a lot of people. Did you see the link that you could work out into the segment? Oh yeah, let me check that out. So that's about this segment. Ben Shapiro attacks Hasan and plays a clip of Hasan claiming Hasan wants babies to be unalived or some other. Oh God, what is up with this? Yeah, so this is a phenomenon with Hasan, right? It almost doesn't matter what he's saying. It almost doesn't. We saw this with Vosh, and I'll show you a little bit of this later, right? The latest video I have on YouTube is about Hasan getting Vosh banned, if you believe Vosh. But I don't believe Vosh, and I don't believe a lot of what people claim about Hasan, because his takes, the things that he said, are often twisted into something that in no way resembles the truth. So let's take a look at what Natalie has brought us. Thank you, Natalie. Thank you for finding that. Oh God, I think I saw this thumbnail. Okay, so have you checked this out though? Because it's the title of the video is why I'm showing you Hamas's atrocities. Are you sure that there's no video? And I hate to have to ask this, but I had a problem last time in terms of covering Israel-Palestine, that some of the links that I ended up playing were ones that were troubling in terms of my ability to play them on Twitch, right? Twitch obviously has a very different standard about like what can be shown than YouTube, particularly when it comes to violence and the results of violence. So I hate to have to ask this, but yeah, I kind of do just to know that we're in a situation where my channel is not at risk, because the buck really does stop here, right? Ultimately, it is my responsibility what I play on stream, and I can't expect people to necessarily. But yeah, if you could just, especially when it's about this stuff, I'm guessing this is just going to be the War Room leaks. Ooh. Wait, it's only 8K, 5K to 8K? Are you talking about the Discord server?
But they want the symmetry.
Okay, I'm just gonna ride the play button.
The media wants it. People on the left particularly are looking for the symmetry. Because again, all cultures are created equal. This is the premise of so much left-wing thought.
It sounds more like you are looking for the asymmetry. It sounds like more like you want to pull a Sam Harris here and say, yeah, well, not even a Sam Harris, because Sam Harris is an atheist. He says like all religions are bad, and believing in stuff that's not supported by facts, that's messed up. But there's one religion that's way worse than the others, and that is like, right, Sam Harris will go on like a anti-Islamic terror. I'm guessing that's where Ben Shapiro's going. War Room, I don't know what it entails in the 8 to 5. I'm guessing, yeah, the part 1 I wanted you to share was okay for Twitch. Wait, is this part 1? It's just the Hasan part I timestamped. Go over 3 minutes. Oh my God, thank you, Natalie. And again, it's nobody's fault but mine. Like, I just want people to understand. I don't want anybody to feel bad if a link has gotten sent that is problematic, it is up to me to assure the
a full-scale moral idiot, Hasan Piker. He's an emissary of this. Yesterday, he was ranting and raving on his Twitch stream about this and suggesting, of course, why would you, that the only reason that you might murder a Jewish baby is because obviously years of victimization. That's clearly the problem. Israel's skirt was too short, you see. That's why you walk into a village and you rape women and drag them back to the Gaza Strip. That's why you do this. Here's a moral exemplar, Hasan Piker.
They didn't do.
Do you see what he's doing? We're talking about war here. And in terms of like sexual violence, in terms of children and babies, being the recipients of violence, did you hear the lie of symmetry, right? The lie of symmetry, that it's the same on both sides. Ben Shapiro wants to bust that myth, right? That's a myth. We shouldn't believe it. The Palestinian side is obviously like way worse and deserving of whatever Netanyahu deems appropriate, right? According to Ben Shapiro. And yet, the things that he was just talking about in terms of sexual violence against women, in terms of children and babies being victimized by violence in this conflict, right? This has been seen. This has been proven. It has happened. It continues to happen the other way around. So Ben, at this point, symmetry actually would be like for me to call the situation symmetrical, right? So Ben's claim is that it's not symmetrical, but Palestinians are terrible, right? The fact of the matter is it's not symmetrical, but it's not symmetrical in the other way, right? There are atrocities being committed to both sides, right? But the asymmetry of it is that the majority of the violence, the majority of the suffering is inflicted on the Palestinians, right? Because this is not a symmetrical situation in terms of the forces. Anyway, I noticed that, and that it's so distorted. Yeah, Israel has way more power, and this is not something that's going like that hasn't happened to Palestinian people either, right? So if his claim, because what he's trying to do is he wants to present this in a way so you're thinking of, yeah, we got the two sides, Israel and Palestine, and Palestine, but the Palestinians, they're monsters. They're monsters. They're terrible. They do terrible stuff that nobody should really do. And if anybody does that, they're a monster too. Well, guess what? Then I guess you gotta say that the Israeli side is monsters as well, right? Or you could look at people as human beings, and you could skip the mythicization of like groups of people as being, inherently violent, right? And deal with the material reality of the asymmetry of the situation rather than this feigned and bullshit moral asymmetry that Shapiro's trying to
Deserve it, you idiot. My goal is solutions. Your goal is the continuation of violence. You want way more than 260 people dying. You want every single Palestinian to be executed ruthlessly in the streets so that you can build.
There's so much wrong with this. I saw this clip earlier today. This is Hasan going off on a chatter who's basically come into his stream and like listened to him, whatever he was saying, which was, talking about bad things that have happened to Palestinians as a result of the occupation. Oh, so you justify? This is the chatter. Oh, okay. So you're justifying what Hamas did based on that? You think it's okay? You're justifying that? You're on the side of the terrorists? Oh, yeah. Right. That's who Hasan's talking to, right? That's the chatter that Hasan is talking to. And and this is him responding. So you come in my chat and you say that I am supporting terrorists, I'm supporting atrocities, I'm cool with that, right? I'm pro that. And then he turns it around of like, no, let's be real. Here's what you want me to say. You want me to say that the atrocities that are going on right now at a disproportionate rate in Gaza don't matter, right? That's what we're missing. That's the context that we're missing. This is, I mean, look, I usually am not super sympathetic to streamers saying that I was stream sniped. I mean, it can happen. I've pointed out where, it can happen. I've even pointed out where it's happened to me, where, Dylan completely mischaracterized something that I said a long time ago by essentially cutting off the part where I say who I'm talking about and then say that I'm talking about somebody else, right? So it does happen, but in general, I feel like most of the time that you hear a streamer complaining about being clipped out of context, it's disingenuous, right? They said what they said, and they want to pretend that there's some greater context outside of that that makes that okay, and that there's something disingenuous about people just taking that clip. But if that clip is something that you've said, and there's not something right before there it's saying like, that you're quoting that, or you're refuting that, or there's some kind of modifying factor, you're saying in this situation this is true, right? Then you're coping. You're trying to say, you're trying to save face on something that you said that was like truly bad. That's usually what we see from streamers. In this case, I'm going to say that this is a disingenuous clip by Ben Shapiro that just robs the piece of content that he's looking at of necessary context, right? This is not just Hasan all of a sudden started saying this stuff. You can see that he's looking at a chatter. That's the chatter that said that the thing that I described, the thing, basically accused Hasan of signing off on all manners of atrocities because he brought up some ways in which Palestinians had been victimized, right? So, yeah, we're getting down and dirty.
Build another theme park in Gaza. You baying pig. You bloodthirsty, violent pig dog. Suck my
What is Shapiro going to do with this? Any bets in chat? Any bets in chat? Where do you think Shapiro's going to go with this? Predictions. What direction is Shapiro going to go with this? Because yeah, that is like, if you've ever listened to Hasan's streams, like that's his go-to thing. It's to tell people to suck his D. Yeah, pointing out a problem, acknowledging a problem is essentially justifying everything that was done. The left is forcing gayness onto people. I wish. I don't want to put my brain in Ben's thought. Oh my God, I am asking you to do something kind of messed up. I hate that kind of argument. Just because you point out Israel's crimes doesn't mean you think Israelis should be R-worded or kidnapped. He's gonna say something totally reasonable. Yes, exactly. Just like my Twitch chatter. I don't know how to pronounce the numbers in your name, but
How do you think this happens? You think it happens out of nowhere? You think these people are just like, oh, we were violent?
Wait, were you the chatter here? Are you the Hasan chatter? Were you the person that Hasan was going off on? Don't tell me you came in here to cope, right?
Because we want to be violent. You think that's where...
I mean, I can't quite make out the name of the chatter, but it kind of looks like it's the same amount of characters as the chatter that we've got here, right?
Violence culminates from? Or do you think it's because you have entrapped them, you have bullied them, you have subjugated them, you have humiliated these people?
Well, I mean, like, if he takes this as like that he's relating, that he's saying this to like to the Jewish people, then yeah, like they could go in a lot of wrong ways. But yeah, no, he's speaking to a chatter. He's speaking to a chatter who basically accuses him of complicity with all manner of atrocities based on the fact that he is aware of the atrocities on the other side of the equation.
2 million people live inside.
See, it's the chatter. Oh my God. Welcome. You are like a celebrity, right? Welcome, former Hasan chatter. Did you get banned after this?
Of Gaza. They're not even people.
Everybody, this is the chatter. This is the chatter that Hasan's looking at. This is the same person in chat
Well,
here.
in the eyes of Israel.
That's you, right?
So that's
What? Please tell me. No. What? What was that? Oh no, I went back too far. Oh.
Violent pig dog. Suck my How do you think this happens? You think it happens out of nowhere? You think these people are just like, oh, we were violent because we want to be violent? You think that's where violence culminates from? Or do you think it's because...
I mean, he's calling out like a tendency of people, you know, to look at Palestinians or any group that's been rhetorically dehumanized, right? Any group that's been, you know, had their humanity, you know, taken away from them strategically as a justification for doing things to them, that there is a tendency of people that are indoctrinated in this way to look at those people as being that they just wake up in the morning and they're like, I'm gonna do some evil shit. You know why? Because I'm evil. I like to do evil things. I'm just an evil person, just kind of evil by nature. There's a baby, let me do something evil. You know, like, right? Like, I don't know. It's just like, that's not a real person. That's a comic book character. That's a comic book villain, right? That's not real. That's not how people work, right? And like, that also robs you of the concept of where this came from. That leads right into this situation that this came out of nowhere. It was just all of a sudden spontaneous with no with no like attempt to like with no cause, right? That they're just like, I'm a Palestinian and I want to do evil because I'm like that. I mean, you see where that leads you, right? You see what demonizing a person like that, what kind of atrocities that can and it has like led to in the past, and what kind of atrocities that kind of thinking can potentially lead you to in the future, right? This is textbook justification for atrocities.
You have entrapped them, you have bullied them, you have subjugated them, you have humiliated these people. 2 million people live inside of Gaza. They're not even people in the eyes of Israel.
I haven't been watching them. Jules, are they? Okay, so this is the.
So that's that.
Was he disturbed by that? Like, what? I'm trying to read his like non-verbal language here.
You have subjugated them.
I think that's what he's trying to communicate. Right, and to an audience like Ben Shapiro's, which is not a Twitch audience, which is a more boomer audience. That's the truth about the Daily Wire, right? They have a large audience, but it's a decently well-aged audience. Like, right, it's not the Fox News audience. We're not talking about like an average age of 70, but you know, they're up there. They're up there, right? They're older, right? And the whole, you know, purpose of Brett Cooper was to try to get like, you know, some younger viewers as well. But so to that group, Hasan like getting angry on stream, yelling, we don't know at who, but I'm sure Ben's gonna tell us, right? Who that Hasan was like angry at the Jewish people or something like that, right? In reality, he's angry at the chatter that comes in there with bad faith. But Ben hasn't shown us that context, and I don't trust him to provide us that context. So I just want to see his reaction.
You've humiliated.
This is like
these people. 2 million people live inside of Gaza. They're not even people in the eyes of Israel.
Here we go. Are you wait? Oh, why am I like small screen? Let's make this big. Let's do this right. All right, Shapiro.
So that's presumably, according to Hasan Piker, why you would murder a baby. That's
okay. I get it. So he's feigning being like hurt, being outraged, being utterly surprised. Like, right? Hasan was like, "Yeah, that's how I justify unaliving a baby." That's
why you would murder a baby and burn entire families in their homes in peaceful villages. That's why you would do that.
It's literally what the chatter came in with. Chat, we're watching the snake eat its own tail. Like, right? In terms of like where this conversation started and where this conversation is ending, right? He is, and I don't know if he just has like this is how his sense of humor works, and he watched the rest of it and he was like, oh, let's just clip this part, right? Or whether maybe just somebody sent him that clip. Here, timestamp to this, right? So you don't have to see the part that makes it make a little bit more sense, right? But he is literally repeating what the chatter came in with. It's wild. It did look like he was acting. Yeah. I mean, yeah, he's definitely trying to seem like he was affected and like particularly offended by that.
Now, I'm going to attribute this to, again, the peculiar narcissism of people like Hasan Piker, believes that everybody thinks like they do.
Where do you get this? Why do you think that Hasan, a socialist, thinks that everybody thinks like he does? If everybody thought like Hasan, we would be seizing the means of production as we speak, right? It would be a different world. I think Hasan is aware that most people do not share his opinions on a lot of issues, including this issue, right? If you're in the United States, you are in a certain media atmosphere where Israel-Palestine is going to be presented to you in a very ahistorical, removed from context, like way. It's Ben wrote about the final solution. Oh no, Ben encourages. Yo, I haven't read his book. That sounds horrible, B-Cat.
And I would ask people like Hasan Piker, okay, if that's the case, if you really believe that victimization is what causes people to murder babies in their beds for the crime of being Jewish and breathing, then what would cause you to do something like that? Is there any level of victimization you could undergo that would cause you to do something like that? Because I don't think so, actually. I think highly enough, even of people who I think are intellectual.
Ben, even if I want to take you, at your premise that an entire group of people can be blamed for the actions of some, right? I would have to turn that around and also use that on the Israeli side. Because the very same kind of atrocities have been visited on the Palestinian people from that side. So do we, A, say that the Israelis and the Palestinians are both throwaway people, monsters, who should not be considered, with the regard that we hold humans in? No, I don't think so. But that's where your logic would get us, right? All your logic is missing is the facts of the symmetry that does exist in terms of the types of acts that are done that you wish to deny, right? As opposed to the asymmetry in terms of the power relationship between Israel and Palestine. He adds, being Jewish is the reason. It's not the this is the reason that they were, yeah. Yeah, we'd at least have Bernie or something If people like Hasan were more popular, we'd all have a mansion, chat. If we all thought like Hasan. No, just kidding. I wish. Ben only cries about anti-Semitism when it comes to oh God, yeah, like you can see him make common cause with anti-Semitic people in other cases, as long as they're conservative and supportive of Israel. I wish we all had Kaya. Oh my God.
Cretans like Hasan Piker, that I don't actually think that he thinks that. There's nothing that could make him do something like that. I'll give him at least that much credit. But the peculiar narcissism that drives you to believe that everybody thinks like you do, and then to immediately jump to Israel is attempting to wipe out. Israel has not had a presence in the Gaza Strip since 2005. Since 2005. The last thing Israel wants to do is send its own sons and daughters into the streets of Gaza. That's the last thing they want to do. I know many of...
Okay, no, I mean, like, I think what he's trying to say is like boots on the ground presence, right? Because there has been, the bombings and attacks, right? It's official. Jink is running for president. He's saying, wait, where are you seeing this, Looney Tunes? Jink is running for president. You heard it here first. Maybe. Is it? Can we confirm that? The cat is going to... Oh no, the cat is going to attack you. I've got my doors shut right now, so no special guest stars at the moment. But if you've been here for long enough, you might have seen my cat attack, or the cat that I live with, attack me through the green screen. It was pretty funny. I got because like the green screen's like right back here, right? It's like it's gotta be close to me. So when I touch it, when I bump it, when I move, when I like make contact with the green screen, on the other side of that, it's just like this wave in a sheet. And if you know cats, right? Like if you move your hand under the cover, like under your comforter, and your cat sees the comforter moving, the cat will pounce on it. So it's the same thing, right? This cat like pounces and attacks me through the green screen when I accidentally bump into it. And it's hilarious. It's always hilarious.
The people who are going to be going into Gaza. I know some of the people
there's been a blockade.
Undoubtedly will die.
And they use the phrase, they use the words, the vocabulary, let's put Gaza on a diet, right? And they meant limit the calories that a person in Gaza can get. Attack the desalination plants, refuse to let them, have sufficient water, right? Somebody was in chat, I think somebody in chat was telling me about the difference between the amount of water somebody in Gaza is able to use versus elsewhere in Israel.
Die in Gaza trying to protect their brothers and sisters in Israel. You think they want to be there? They tried to hand the entire Gaza Strip to Egypt.
Ben throwing around narcissism. Yeah, I almost didn't even notice.
Egypt said, hell no, we don't want any piece of it. This belief that Israel is land hungry for Gaza is the most bizarre piece of propagandistic trash and ignorance I've ever heard. It's so bizarre and strange. That's what this is really all about, according to, and again, I can attribute to one of two things. Either.
Wait, did he say that? Natalie, are we through the part that's about Hasan? Who is he talking about somebody else here? Because like, I know that Hasan, he didn't show Hasan saying that. Right. I mean, Hasan did talk about the, what's being done over in the West Bank, right? And that is the side of like, in there's like a dichotomy, in how like the West Bank, versus the, Gaza Strip are thought of, right? That, the West Bank is somehow a example of cohabitation, peaceful cohabitation, and the Gaza Strip is run by Hamas. So these are dangerous people, and it justifies the situation in Gaza, which has been described by Israeli officials as an open air prison, right? Whereas in the West Bank, it's just a situation of dispossession and eviction, and once you've left the West Bank, you aren't allowed to come back. Right. So it's just, pushing more and more people out of the West Bank through the settlements. So they control the water. Yeah, exactly. That's not present. Yeah, well, I mean, he's just saying like not boots on the ground in the in the Gaza Strip. But yeah, you're right. Like what does presence even mean if that's what you're gonna call it?
There are only two possible reasons: ignorance or you hate Jews. Those are the only two possible reasons. So I'll attribute to ignorance.
Oh my God, when you put your foot or your hand over the bed and the cat attacks it, yeah, it's all like out of that's out of nowhere, right? That actually is a surprise.
Speaking of ignorance and hating Jews crossing streams, Black Lives Matter, which I remember a lot of people were strangely perturbed when Black Lives Matter in its earliest iterations had a bunch of statements.
Okay, is it just me or does it feel like he's been edited in CapCut? Do you know what I mean? I think this is about Hasan. I didn't hear him mention someone else. Yeah, so he's talking about Black Lives Matter now. So I think he's pivoted. There's another reason. Yeah, trying to use semantics to claim Israel did not instigate anything. Oh yeah, no, he absolutely is. He absolutely is. Right. Any expression of solidarity towards the Palestinian people right now is going to be conflated with support of atrocities of all manner, right? And they don't care whether they're real ones, because yeah, violence did happen, or stuff that's been just passed around the conservative media sphere that's a narrative, right? They're both being spread without any consideration of verification. He's trying to go on with the anti-Semitism on accusing Black Lives Matter of anti-Semitism. It is what the conservative media has done in terms of I mean, what you see what they're doing though, right? They're trying to make it so that there's a cost for supporting the Palestinian people while they're being bombed or like at all, right? It's people being intimidated out of that viewpoint, or at least out of publicly stating that viewpoint, right? Through the conflation of caring about people who have suffered under occupation to supporting whatever Hamas did. Yeah, okay, so that got me really depressed. But again, this is just Ben Shapiro. This is just Ben Shapiro doing what he does the best. He's just taking somebody out of context. In this case, I don't think it's intentional. I think he was just given a piece of media from Hasan that he can mold to fit his narrative and then use it as his. I mean, he's just pivoting from one thing to the next. So it's just kind of like Hasan's a pivot point, BLM is a pivot point. Whoever else he wants to attack is a pivot point, and it is kind of depressing. It's very depressing. But not as depressing as the top of the hour ad break, which I actually did remember to mention this time. I hope I mentioned it in time, because very soon, if you're on Twitch and you don't have a sub, you're going to be seeing that top of the hour ad break. I'm not even kidding you. You will see that it is in fact 3 minutes long, 3 minutes of ads served directly to your eyeballs. If you no longer want to see those ads served directly to your eyeballs, you can stop seeing them by using a Prime sub. That is, if you have Amazon Prime, you can get a free sub out of Twitch. It costs you nothing. It does actually put money in my pocket. And more importantly, it gets you out of that ad break. You can pay for a sub for yourself. It is $5, or you could count on luck. You can play the odds and hope that you get gifted a gift sub, which can happen. It does happen, but happens more often when you're active in chat. That was actually a 10 out of 10. And it was just in time too, because it's literally gonna hit us. I was about to type in no comment check. Whoever that is. What, Dylan Burns comes up as the top search? Come on. Really? That's terrible. We gotta get more stuff on their chat. Oh, it's this one. It's this one. So here, I'm not gonna show you this entire video because I want you to watch it on your own if you have a chance. But I just want to show you like the beginning of it and ask you a question. It's a question of aesthetics. It's like, what do you like, right?
If we're getting in there on that event, it's because nobody looked into it too closely, right?
That's a self-report.
Hasan's treasonous horseshit.
How is this Hasan's fault?
I heard there was supposed to be an event at the White House. Also heard that Hasan was somehow involved.
Yeah. So here's what I'm asking you. You notice something different? Notice something different about this versus other videos that I've done? Hasan, lefties, and black people all hate the Jewish people. I mean, basically, Ben thinks marginalized people are just as powerful as non-marginalized, and yeah. Well, it's weird because like he talks about like a false equivalency, a false symmetry, I think is the word that he uses in terms of in terms of like the morality of the sides, right? But he also ignores the real asymmetry, right? So he wants to say there's an asymmetry in terms of morality, and uses for the example, you know, whatever atrocities that he can dig up, pretending that they don't happen on the other side, even though they do. And then the asymmetry that he refuses to look at is the level of violence, the statistical number of people that are victims of that violence, and how it's not even on the same scale, right? There is a massive asymmetry between Israel and Palestine, and it's, you know, obviously cutting against Palestine. Your parents have never heard the term dog whistle? They strictly know of actual whistles for dogs. Oh yeah, the silent whistles. Yeah, that's what the God. I almost forgot what that is because it's such a. Oh yeah, what was I asking you? So anybody notice something different about this video? The opening was lit, but yeah, there's something the text. Yes. Okay, so that's what I'm asking you about, right? Is that the text is helpful for retention. The scary bunny, we got rid of Big Chudgus because Big Chudgus was just too scary. No, it was really just for when Chud Logic was talking about me the last time. Hopefully the last time. I don't know if there'll be another time, but yeah, I just wanted to make sure because I just wanted to make sure I'm not like pissing people off with the captions, right? Because I could see how they might be a little much for some people. It was jazzy. Okay, so it's appreciated. Good. That's what I was asking about. I even asked you on a poll in on the community tab. You know, if you watch it, you know, whether you like the captions, you don't like the captions, or whatever. But yeah, I just wanted to check in on that. The captions are helpful and they look dynamic. Nice. That's good to hear. That's exactly what I was hoping to hear. So let's see. We've also got to take a look at TY. I'm not looking forward to looking at TYT. Here, let's like use the Vanguard. Because the Vanguard covered this, and I kind of want to see what exactly What exactly? Oh my God. I forgot that Vanguard's like a general thing. Vanguard can mean a lot of different things. But this is the Vanguard. Zach and Gavin, they do a podcast, a show. I don't know if you'd call it a podcast. It's like a weekly, or not weekly. It's like 5 days a week show, I think. And so today they covered this TYT's shameful coverage, and they've got their eyes on some things that like I don't. So, oh God, I forgot. Yeah, Cornel West left the Green Party. Robert F. Kennedy left the Democratic Party. So we got some shifting around as far as the third party candidates go. But they found something with TYT that I want to check in on really quick. Okay, so they're watching Al Jazeera, and I got to be careful here because, like, right, they can watch stuff on YouTube that I can't watch. Oh, look at this, friend of the VOD. There's the TYT thing. Okay, so Hamas ignites bloody massacre on. You can tell by the title, right? What this is gonna be. Oh my God! So I gotta type this into search. Thank you, Zach and Gavin. Hamas. Okay, there it is. There's the TYT coverage. Oh my God. Okay, I also gotta watch out for TYT covering. So, like, I'm gonna try to stay away from.
Forces are planning a ground invasion, and they have already leveled parts of Gaza in retribution for Hamas's terror attack on Israel last Saturday. Now, nearly 1,000 Israelis have died as a result. Families had been notified. It added that 50 families had been killed since hostage in Gaza. It added that.
You know what? Basically, I need to get to the part where they're like talking. Right, because she's gonna give this background. I'm sure you all know this stuff. I'm sure you've been keeping up on the news. You know what's going on. This is just them sort of orienting, their audience into the story. Let's start with Anna on screen because just like I'm really worried about watching footage of the on the ground, right?
They were going to accomplish with this so-called resistance in specifically.
Okay, so here we go.
Targeting innocent civilians in Israel. This is a resistance because they knew exactly what was going to happen. They knew exactly.
And like Hasan has talked about this a lot, that like you've got two different models of resistance or of dealing with occupation in Israel embodied by the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, right? And with the West Bank, you've got a government that was very much more collaborative, in a negative sense, like collaborating with the occupation, and as a result, you've got the kind of dispossession that I was just talking about that goes on in the West Bank with the Gaza Strip. The empowerment of Hamas as the only like governmental or the only organization like has been in a lot of ways enabled by the Israeli occupation and by the counterexample of what's gone on in the West Bank as a result of that different strategy towards dealing with the occupation. It's not a good situation. The things that the violence isn't a good thing, and I don't think that was what Hasan or anyone else was trying to say. But like, what is her point? What is she getting at, right? Because if she's like the rest of Western media, it feels like the goal of this narrative is to justify the actions that Netanyahu and the far-right government that he's empowered are undertaking right now.
What the Israeli government's response was going to be. They knew
that
TYT's
gotten so bad.
They were going to respond with what we're seeing in Gaza right now, where innocent civilians are being killed as a result. How is this a strategy? How is this a win? Aside from being morally wrong and absolutely disgusting, this is going to lead to more deaths of innocent Palestinians. More deaths.
Yeah.
They've lost, I mean, the international community and even the United States, even the US media, something that I hadn't seen in my entire career and finally started to see, was this openness and this understanding to what was happening to Palestinians in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. Now, the moral high ground is gone.
Gone. Effing morons.
Fuck?
Let me
Like, this is, okay, the thing that frustrates me the most, and almost from like a non-ideological perspective, right, is the degree that this is like Memento. This is like Amnesia. This is like a memory hole, right? That the fact that this is an ongoing conflict, and that opportunities, to forge some kind of peace, to forge some kind of solution, that doesn't end up with an open air prison and constant incursion of settlements, is completely decontextualized out of the story. And it's not just TYT that does this either. It is like almost every news source. Like gone. It's out. Like, well, but we were going to be sympathetic. We were going to thought what was going on to you was bad. But like, this event happens after years and years in this pressure cooker situation, right? There is a consequence. There is a result. There is a lashing back, not by the entirety of the people there, but by some people in that area, and all of a sudden gone. Sympathy, forget about it. No, Israel can do whatever they want. Netanyahu do whatever he wants. It's all fucking, like what? You're blank check for whatever he's gonna do, because you know what that'll get you. You know what writing a blank check is gonna get you in this situation, and that is something that I would hope that most people would not want to endorse. But here we go, TYT, here we go.
Double down.
Yeah, it is 2023.
Quadruple down on what Anna's saying. So, what was going through their stupid minds? Okay, you think you're tough guys, you go in with gliders, etc. Okay, let's say that you hit the soldiers and you did actual work.
Okay, look, I can't laugh at this. This would normally be something, so ridiculous. What he just said is absurd. And it would be funny if it wasn't in the context of a tragedy, right? No.
Warfare against the soldiers. Already you're not going to accomplish anything with that. What are you going to beat the Israelis? Your military is going to beat the Israeli military. There's
Look, just like I don't judge all Israelis by the actions of Netanyahu, just like I'm aware of the fact that there is a resistance against the far right in Israel, it's important to remain aware of the same concept of Palestinians, right? That's the least we could ask.
Less than 0% chance of that. Less than 0. Okay, so but you didn't stop there, did you? That would already be a dumb plan. So you went and attacked civilians. You lose the moral high ground instantly. But not only did you attack civilians.
Okay, there's something also absurd about the fact that like he is directing his words to what, Hamas? Like Hamas is gonna watch. Oh, Hamas after a long day, Hamas comes home and they're like, let's see what TYT had to say. Let's see what TYT had to say. I wonder what Jink Uger's gonna. Oh damn, that's a harsh condemnation. Oh hey guys, get in here. Maybe we should rethink this, right? Jink, listen, look at what Jink is saying, right? Oh yeah, I guess we screwed up. Yeah, you're right. Those acts were not more. Oh my god, what is this? What kind of absurd theater am I dealing with, right? Because he's like looking me in the eye and talking like he's talking to Hamas. Like what? What even is this?
So you attacked him in the most vicious way.
Disgusting.
The most immoral, disgusting ways. I mean, there's now stories coming out. It's fog of war. I don't have all.
You know what that means? Okay, go. You hear what this is? This is him saying, now listen, I know that it's early on in the story, because like, wait, this is 21 hours ago, right? Or fairly early, I guess not. Anyway, it's early on into the story. There's a lot that we don't know. There's the fog of war. That's what that means. That means that like in the fog of war, you get these little pips, these little bleeps, these little like, you know, bits of a story, right? And it looks like, oh shit, this happened, damn, right? And like responsible journalists, they wait a little bit. They try to confirm. Is this really what's going on? Did this really happen? Do we know that? Do we know that? Because right, it's really easy to run with the little blip and be like, yo, here's the story. This thing is happening. Oh my God, it's totally like this. Yeah, it's like exactly like this. And then later you find out, no, it actually was like that. It wasn't like, it looked like this, like with this little blip made it look like this, but actually it was like that, right? So, you know, what he's saying is like, oh, look, I know we're supposed to be responsible journalists and stuff, but let's run. Let's play with fire here. That's what he's saying. Now they're falling into and promoting well, he's about to throw something out that's unsubstantiated. It sounds like not to spread unsubstantiated rumors, but unsubstantiated rumor.
I didn't personally see the pictures, etc., but it appears they have decapitated people.
You wonder what Jink thinks of Hasan's rant. Look, that's, I guess, interesting. I mean, I don't know when the next time that Hasan will be able to put up with debating his uncle again will be, right? But what I'm thinking of right now, did anybody watch H3 the other day, right? Because I am anticipating, if you thought that the last few leftovers were contentious, I feel like you haven't seen anything yet. Hasan and Ethan, I think, are gonna have to resolve a few things. There's a vast like gulf in between their opinions on this stuff. TYT is separated progressive from the left. They pivot away from Palestine to Israel as part of their new mainstream progressive theme. Yeah, it seems like it. Well, it's weird with Ethan. Like Ethan, I wouldn't like you watch it yourself. Okay, watch that episode of H3 yourself to determine, because I don't want to, you know, there's nuance in Ethan's point of view. Let's just say, right? Ethan is not unsympathetic, but he's taking like certain things, you know, things that people are saying as being emblematic of supporting all manners of atrocities that really aren't, right? And anyway, and then the funny thing was, he was like, yeah, I don't think that I'll disagree that much with Hasan. And I guess he doesn't realize it. I don't know. Maybe he does realize it and he's just being funny. But yeah, when the next leftovers, they're going to talk about this, and it's a massive disagreement. Let's just say it that way. The guys from the Internet Today had an extremely based. Oh wait, I love that. Wait, Internet Today. Yeah. I've been watching that. It's really good. Take on Palestine, and it's right not to be G-sided. Yeah.
And they killed little babies, let alone kidnapping grandmothers and children and wives. And
so, I mean, look. Any acts of violence, especially acts involving civilians, are going to contain like real human, tragic stories, right? Involve, people's parents and people's kids and people's grandmothers, and press all those buttons. Any situation, including what's going on in Palestine, is going to have those elements. But do you see how Jink is selling this? Like that it's some kind of special, unprecedented thing. Nobody's ever, messed with somebody's grandmom, before. Nobody's ever, hurt somebody's kid. No, that's not true. It happens every day in the Gaza Strip. Right, both like actively and passively through the kind of restrictions there are and the goods that can be brought into Gaza. So yeah, no, this is incredibly bad faith and gross what he's doing, right? Yeah, I mean he's right about the tragedy, the personal tragedy that's going on to people in this situation, but oh my God, is he ever looking at it from a one-sided lens? He is condemning Hamas and the Palestinians, but has yet to contend. Yeah, no, don't expect that. He at least that's from what you've seen so far.
So
hold on. You goddamn morons. Okay, so not only is that terribly inhumane, like how does that help you?
This is so sad because the thing that I don't think I ever saw this when it happened, but I remember there's a clip of Cenk Uygur, and it's during the Iraq War. He's picking up some, I think he's looking at something from USA Today, and he's upset with how they are reporting the story on the Iraq War. And he's like he goes off, he gets mad. And it's entertaining. And it's cathartic, right? And he was right about the Iraq War and stuff. And like I always kind of like look to that as like, oh, this guy's real. This guy's great, He's telling it like it is. But now I'm seeing the same performance of outrage in a completely different situation. Almost like a bookend to the USA Today, freak out that he did. I would have more sympathy for his perspective if he didn't keep forgetting that we exist and we're here before. Yeah, that's well, this is the problem, right? And Hasan was talking about this yesterday. So I'll just one little more aside about Hasan. Okay, I promise I'm not like a fangirl or anything. I've just been watching. He's actually done a good job on his coverage of this situation. And so he had a bunch of Turkish people in his chat yesterday. And this is just something that happens when, because he's a Turkish streamer who's highly successful. So it's natural that Turkish people would want to check him out. But a lot of these people were really mad and at his point of view. And an important thing to note is that Turkish people are not monolithic on their opinions of Israel-Palestine, right? There are different takes from different Turkish people, right? But they're kind of, Hasan was sort of grouping them up as like, and one sort of take that he kept on hearing, one kind of person, one kind of Turkish chatter that he kept on running into was this type that looks at the Israel-Palestine situation and unconsciously projects the Kurdish conflict onto that. And these are people who want to deflect any sort of culpability for Turkey in terms of the Kurdish people. And so when they look at Israel-Palestine, they very much sympathize with Israel. And I feel like the United States is like that. That there are genocides, there are similar situations with the way that this country has treated First Nations people. In fact, sometimes the defenders of Netanyahu, the defenders of the current Israeli government, will appeal to the fact that the United States is not guiltless in this front either. So how can we possibly criticize them? It's like, oh my God, that's called learning from history, right? So you look at the things that happened in history, and you look at things that were really bad, like the genocide enacted against First Nations people. And if you are a good person and you're making the connection, then maybe you can apply that to the current situation and how you view things and what you will accept and what you won't accept, right? But that's an argument to just like let the human rights, like, disasters, the tragedies, the monstrosities of the past continue into the future. That is not that is the opposite of how you should apply history. So that's why a lot of colonial powers are in support. Yeah, exactly. It's like, that's what I'm talking about, right? Is that you do see a lot. That was part of what I liked about Hasan's coverage, is he brings up this idea of kind of a tendency to that your empathy, falls along line of when you see your own country and its dynamics in another country, right? It's easy to unconsciously kind of pick a side based on that, and it's the exact opposite side of what you should. Oh my God, yes, Soul Life, do not forget to like the stream. That means the world to me. It's like Philip DeFranco running with the story that oh my God, did Philip DeFranco run with that story?
The Palestinian cause. You see how evil we can be? That's your...
I don't know, BCatK. I think when you like it twice, it actually unlikes it. I'm not sure though.
Tagline? If
you click it twice, I don't know, is that a good thing? Won't it just unlike it?
Fools! You barbaric...
He's still you're arguing with Hamas. Are you going to debate Hamas? What?
Eric, idiots! So what did you do that for? What did you do that for? So that all Palestinians can be smeared for the rest of the time? So that all Muslims can be smeared for the rest of the time?
Yeah, he's 100% performative.
Thanks to your stupid ass. Thanks to your barbaric acts. God damn you, Hamas. God damn you. You're so stupid. Now, what's going to happen to the Palestinians? They're going to get slaughtered.
That's happening right now.
And you saw the pictures of Gaza. And what is the world going to say? Is the US and the UN and the world going to say restraint for Israel? We're going to try, because I hope that Israel can rise above it. I hope Israel can get the moral high ground. I mean, the moral high ground would be giving up the occupation, and that would be amazing. But right now, we're not talking about moral high ground for Israel. Nobody's talking about that. And no one's crying over the Palestinians, because you morons started it, and you were such butchers that no one's going to care what Netanyahu does inside the Gaza Strip now.
Can I just
So all those Israelis dead for no reason, innocent civilians. And if you're protesting the innocent civilians of Palestine being occupied and brutalized and oppressed and killed, how does it help to do likewise to the other side? Other than you just being like, oh, I'm stupid. I'm just...
That's almost as bad as the Ben Shapiro, like, thinking the Palestinians wake up in the morning and they're like, let's do evil. Why? Because we're evil. We just do evil things to be evil people, because that's who we are. That's how, yeah, right. That's how shit works, Shapiro. Oh my God, can I find this? Let's see if we can, I feel like Thought Slime maybe put this best. Oh, still making base posts. Dipshitosphere is working overtime to conflate support for Palestinians with support for Hamas, entertaining that framing plays directly into their hands. Entertaining that framing plays directly into their hands. Yes. Okay, so let's take a look at what Mildred posted. Recently, I don't know. Does Mildred post a lot? I think this was like 2 days ago, maybe. It was like a thread. Maybe it's this one. The gutless moralizing about the need to quote unquote condemn Hamas. So that's what TYT, is doing. Explicitly privileges Israeli lives above Palestinian lives. A demand to acknowledge. I don't know if this is the thread. Acknowledge that violence against Israel is more heinous. Yeah, well, I mean, essentially, that's what we're being asked to do. Because anytime you bring up anything that's going on to Palestinian people, right, you are accused of justifying Hamas. And so the implication there is that there's more of a moral weight against the violence against Israelis than there is against Palestinian. What the F do you think is going to happen exactly? There's going to be some groundswell of Western support for effing Hamas? Do you really think that's a big concern? Yeah, so yeah, like the sort of drive to like denounce them, demanding that people add their voices to condemn, because that's the implication, right? Is that if the first thing out of your mouth isn't like F Hamas, then you must be a fellow traveler. You must be on their side. You must be a sympathizer. You must be on board with, take your pick, worst atrocity that comes to mind at the moment. Demanding that people add their voice to condemning this attack while the vultures are circling openly talking about leveling Gaza in retaliation just helps build the case to do it. Exactly. When Palestinians are imprisoned, displaced, or murdered, there is no such international demand to condemn the IDF. The only reason Hamas effing exists is because the Palestinian people are occupied. Not to mention, exactly. It's in power because, it's the other forms of government. Like I said, the other way of dealing with Israel is collaboration, and that is intolerable in this context, right? Especially when it's been kind of demonstrated in what's happening in the West Bank, is because the Palestinian people are occupied. Not to mention that Israel dismantled and or destroyed all any alternative and a lot of needed infrastructure in the Gaza Strip as well. So, like, why would we condemn the symptoms rather than simply like addressing the causes? Who would stand to benefit from that, do you think? Or are you so credulous, such an infant, that you think the average person needs to be reminded that terrorism is bad? Is that your effing concern? Utter madness inducing gibberish to demand that we simply not acknowledge all the recorded history like before, like 2 effing days ago, lest we bestow a gift to the right. Yep, I'm sure that if we get out the messaging on point, the right's going to be so effing reasonable about this. By and by, I know people mean well, but qualifying your support for the Palestinians with the assurance that you are not an anti-Semite helps build the case that one should expect these things to go hand in hand. It reinforces the way Palestinians are politicized and silenced. It concedes that merely by sympathizing with Palestinians, you are immediately suspect. Yet I know actual anti-Semites will attempt to weasel into the conversation, but don't do their job for them by preemptively creating that link. This is a great post. This is a great thread. All right, back to not such a great piece of content. Are you ready to dip our toes back in TYT? Because this is pretty bad. I don't know how much of this I can take. You have to be kidding. Your phone is on 10%. Yeah, charging is like difficult sometimes. How the Vosh network are bloodthirsty. Wait, what is I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, Keffel said something about this, right? Anybody got that for me? Also, Natalie, if you're still around, I don't know, maybe you posted it in stream suggestions already, but we are supposed to take a look at Vosh's statement on transmedicalism, as well as Keffel's statement on Brianna Wu, because that's like my beat, and I gotta continue covering it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing my job.
Gonna do something stupid and dumb and immoral. God damn you. So now those poor people inside Israel, they got people that are in tunnels somewhere, man. Imagine your family members in a tunnel somewhere with these monsters. Okay? So my heart can't break enough for that. And so
imagine your families in Gaza having their water cut off. Oh, Dylan Burns and Lonerbox are being super bloodthirsty. Wait, is Lonerbox part of the? Does Lonerbox have a white leaf website? Stupid, dumb, and immoral. Well, Jink, perhaps you should think about what you have done. Oh my God. Not that Katie. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, not that Katie. Folks, just remember, this is not that Katie. This is not that Katie that's raiding into us. Who's raiding into us? Not that Katie. Welcome to the stream. I was actually looking at your tweets this morning. I hope you're okay. God, it seems like DGG is just all over. Anytime not that Katie says something that's based, DGG is all over that. Yeah, welcome, Raiders. Thank you for activating my stand. You don't even see that stuff? Yeah, I mean it's weird how they I mean it said they've been doing this for a long time. It feels like they attack the person saying the base thing, so it's a badge of honor if nothing else. Oh my God, I almost poured my... Here, I'm just gonna drink it out of the bottle. Because that's how we're doing it. But yeah, we're braving the coverage of this issue by none other than Jink Yuger and TYT. Because we just haven't had a bad TYT take in a while. No, we had one last week, didn't we? I feel like I do this weekly. But yeah, if you're not following already, not that Katie, make sure to give not that Katie a follow and check out what's going on not that stream. Oh my God, I'm so bad.
So, but then now when they come for you guys and they kill all those innocent Palestinians, that's on your hands, man. And did you not think that through? What was the end game? What was the end game after your butchery?
This is like Jordan Peterson lecturing like Hitler. Like there was a video that I did a long time ago where he just says something in such a pedantic way that sounds like he's like telling you. I don't know. It's just like this is so strangely performative. This is so absurd that, like I was saying, if it wasn't in the context of something so tragic, such a real, human, situation, it would be funny. He's shaming a terrorist group. Yeah, basically. Yeah, welcome, Raiders. How was your stream, by the way, Katie? TYT heel turn complete. Jinx seems disingenuous about all of this. Yeah. I mean, like, there's a real person in there somewhere, right? But I can't tell you who he is. Was he the real Jink when he was yelling at USA Today? Or is he the real Jink when he's basically exemplifying what media outlets like USA Today were doing in the context of the Iraq War, in terms of, it's like he's poorly reading from a script.
What was the end game?
You don't know about that anymore? I don't blame you, B-Cat. I don't blame you at all.
What? Israel's like, oh, wow, they killed a bunch of us. We give up. Is that what you thought in your infinitely stupid head? All right.
The infinitely stupid.
Sorry, Anna, go ahead.
Okay. Does this work? Like, for anything? Like, is this good content? Like, if it wasn't Jink saying what he's saying, right? Like, does anybody want to hear somebody like yell? Is that what you were thinking in your stupid head? Is that compelling? Because I feel like it's not. I'd be surprised if it still was. His chat is hit or miss. Sometimes they're in agreement with Jink and it hurts, but sometimes the whole chat turns on him. Yeah, I've been noticing more and more people at odds with her. Ethan was at odds with his chat the other day. He's trying to summon feelings that have been long dead. It just comes right out. I wanna laugh at him. I would too, except this is like just such a, I'm too close to crying. They've always made trash content, frankly. Can he really not see what they were thinking? He's unbelievably removed from reality. Well, yeah, he's in that Ben Shapiro mode where you want to think of the, that you gotta have bad guys that wake up in the morning and they say, "Wah ha 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 ha! I'm gonna do some evil. I'm gonna do some evil. All the good people out there, I'm gonna do evil because I'm evil. I like to do evil. I'm just an evil person, right?" That's the myth that they need to make the world make sense, unfortunately. I hate that Ben Glebe is basically Dave Rubin too. Wait, what's Ben Glebe? Is Ben Glebe doing some Dave Rubin?
What
has he been up to? Wow, we haven't really looked into him in a while. Right? I think it was like April or February or some, like, many months ago that I did that video covering Ben Glebe. I feel like any minor thing will set off the waterworks, yeah.
What he's doing right now as we speak is they're sharing videos of the Israeli
I think the problem for me was like starting off with this story, right?
Hostages that they are torturing, including one woman who they basically took captive while she was at that music festival. They broke her legs, and
there's something so like different about them. They're like almost they feel like different people since this heel turn.
Sharing videos where they're parading her around naked. That's what they're doing.
You goddamn
That's
monsters.
what they're doing. That is what they're doing. So when the Israeli government would say,
the United States did that. The United States did that to prisoners in Iraq. The United States made prisoners get naked and stand in human pyramids. They walked them around naked on dog. Like, what are you talking about? Like, right? What, like, if you have the special condemnation, for Like, this applies to Americans too. This applies to Israelis, you know, even more than the groups that you're trying to apply it to. Fantastic pause game. Wait, did I make her look bad? I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be a super meanie butt on Maine.
No, we can't end the occupation of Gaza. We can't, because if we do, they want to kill us all. They want to kill us all. They make that argument, right? They lent merit to that argument by specifically targeting civilians, by specifically murdering them, torturing them, and parading them around in those videos in the worst possible ways imaginable.
If you wanted to help
I mean, look, we started the day with people getting accused of justifying acts taken by Hamas based on any sort of concern showed towards the Palestinian people. And now I gotta ask, was that not justification of the, and occupation isn't the right word, right? With Gaza, it is like a siege. It is like a cutting off of the area, purposeful cutting off of the area from necessary goods and services, including water, including food.
Occupation lasts longer, you would have done exactly this.
The Israeli Defense Forces themselves have called this an open-air prison, and it is.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations. You guys are so smart. You figured it out. Oh, well, we'll butcher more.
That's right. That's right, Jink. Hamas thought they were really smart. They're feeling really good about themselves. They're giving themselves a pat on the back. They're going to come in. They're going to sit down and be like, "Oh, look at this Young Turks talks about our attacks. Let's see what see what they have to say." And they're like, "Oh God, no, he's got us. He's right. No, we're stupid. We're terrible." Wow, Callie A, thank you for the membership. Yo, I love that new member sound. That is the coolest thing. And it's always surprising. I love it when, wow, Vitingale, thank you for becoming a member. Let me see if there's like, I can't tell if are those like, did somebody donate gift memberships? If so, thank you so much. Anna's hair is perfect. I mean, she does have her game. TYT sounds like CNN and the State Department now. Yeah.
Than they do. We'll oppress more than they do. And then what? The world will trust you? Israel will trust you? Instead, all they're going to do for the rest of the time now is say there are no peace partners. And so it does. And by the way, look, I know, and Ben Glebe and I discussed it yesterday.
Oh no, there's a Ben Glebe and Jink discussing. No. Oh my god, there's so much going on. I'm so overstimulated. Diamond, Joker, 5 community gift subs. Twitch strikes back. YouTube is driving it hard, right? Old Sickback just got a sub. YouTube is kicking some ass these days, right? YouTube is shaming Twitch, but then, oh my god, Mix Vivian Wolf, you just got a gift sub. Paladin Lost, you got a gift sub. Rebel Communique, gift sub. And Clarity Echoes, all of these people, you can thank Diamond Joker 23 for the fact that you will no longer be seeing the ads at the top of the hour, which is when, in about 10 minutes. Yeah, 10 minutes is when the top of the, oh my god, I gotta remember to mention that in about 5 minutes. I'm trying to give people a good warning, right? Because like it's more helpful if I mention it right before the ad break starts, rather than if you are forced to see the ads and then you find out that there was a way to get out of them. But anyway, yeah, I'll thank you so much, Diamond Joker 23, for the 5 community gift subs.
That when you have a situation where people are occupied, depressed, etc., it is not a great place for moderates. Unfortunately, people wind up clinging to radicals, right? And I know it's super unrealistic, especially as they get pounded now by Israel. But if,
oh my god, people are talking about Anna's eyeliner, and look, as you can see, I'm not wearing any eyeliner today. I have a problem with eyeliner. Maybe some of you can relate, okay? Here's my issue with it. The liquid stuff always gets in my eyes, and my eyes are super sensitive, right? I can't put contacts in. I can't do anything with my eyes because my eyes are so sensitive, right? So yeah, like and liquid is superior. You can make a better line with it, but it gets into my eyes every time. I find myself having to make sure to go like all the way into like my inner eyelid, and get that to make it look good, because otherwise when I see my eyelid, I'm like, it doesn't look right, right? So it gets in my eyes. That's bad. And then the other thing about it is that, oh my God, it's so hard to work with. You're like doing it and you're like everything's perfect and you're finishing this side and then something happens, there's a blotch, right? It's an ink blotch. And what that means is that you got to get the makeup remover and just go scrub that whole eye down, start completely over, right? From the beginning, right? That's a lot. That's a lot to ask, okay? That is more time than I generally have. Now, alternative to that is the pencil, right? Which I will admit that I use the pencil, and the pencil can be all right. Is all right. I'm able to work with it. I'm able to draw with it. I'm able to make a good line. And problem is that it gets dull. It starts sharp, it gets dull, right? When the pencil is sharp, you make a great line. When it gets dull though, it starts to look like you're drawing on yourself with a crayon, which does not look good. It's not a good look, not the look that I'm going for, right? Problem is that the pencil sharpener for makeup, for eyeliner pencils, I have a huge problem with that. Every single time I go and sharpen it, like, it's like when I pull the pencil out, I somehow pull off the top of the point, right? I can never just sharpen it, get it super sharp, and then pull it out and then use that super sharp pencil. It always like breaks off, or, you know, sometimes it's like really bad. It's just like continually breaks off. And so sharpening it makes it duller. And I don't know how to deal with that. I do not know how to deal it with. It breaks. Yeah. So it's not just me. It's not just me that has that problem. Are you using the right size of sharpener? I don't know. Are there different sizes, I guess, for different pencils? I've never seen like a... Wait, do I have it here? No, that would be too convenient for me to just have the sharpener right here to be able to show you. Of course, that would be too convenient, but this language is unique to me. So hard to remove liquid. Yes. Depends on the pencil. It's not just me. Okay. And I don't know what the workaround is. I feel like if I had grown up in a situation where like my mom and my older sister could have given me advice, I feel like I'd be okay. But as is, I did not talk to my mom or my older sister about makeup ever.
Ever there was a time for Palestinians to turn around and say, no.
Forsake makeup and be a potato. Hey, look, I'm going pretty light today. I'm going pretty minimalist right now. It's just lipstick.
Oh, not you.
Cheap eyeliner will dry out and shrink so that the wood does not hold. Oh, maybe that's what happens. So I got to get good, like, what, Sephora? Is that what, like, is that like a good, do I have to get like really expensive makeup?
Morons.
I look great, thank you.
Someone else, someone that could actually help us, someone that could actually get the peace, someone that could actually create an environment where we could raise a family.
Taylor Swift?
In peace and prosperity, instead of constantly being worried about getting bombed and occupied, etc. Can we find one smart person, to and have the Palestinians rally around them? If you're
MAC is good too. I haven't worn eyeliner in years, but Sephora brand was pretty good for the price back then.
Palestinian in terms of the diaspora, spend all your money, all your energy, all your resources.
Ooh, 2 recommendation, Wayne Goss, and try using a brush. Ooh, okay. To apply it, or a waterproof liquid applicator that will dry quickly. Oh, dry quickly. Yeah, that is probably true. I recommend ELF, and that's cheaper than Sephora, I think. So, wait, ELF Expert? There's like Expert. That's like the sub brand. Palestinians have tried the peaceful options. Yeah, the March of Return. Exactly. Good point, Mystic Clouds. That's a great point, right? It's not like peaceful options have not been tried, right? Somehow the protest of walking to the fence was considered a justification for violence. Right? Walk to the fence. Could be much more peaceful than that. That is literally like, textbook nonviolent protest, and yet what's the result? Violence.
On finding decent.
You used mascara and wait, used what mascara?
Representation
of ELF, yeah.
Of your people, so that you're not represented by these monstrous.
ELF, yeah, is way cheaper than Sephora. Well, I was just like, people were saying if you get a good expensive like eyeliner, that maybe it won't separate from the wood as much, and so I won't have the breakage, because that's my problem. It's breakage. I got a problem with breakage. So here's what I do as a result, and this sucks, right? Because I can't afford to do this. I buy a pencil, I try to sharpen it, I get frustrated, and I buy a new pencil. And maybe that's what the eyeliner industry wants me to be doing. Link the liquid eyeliners that I like because it's cheap and it's finished drying. By the time half my face is half the time I finish half my line. Oh, Jink is staring directly at it. That's what's weird about this, right? He is addressing Hamas, and he's looking right at you, and you're just like, "Am I a member of Hamas and I don't realize it? Like, why is he talking to me like that? Why is he looking at me directly in the soul and being like, you stupid person, you thought that this would be a good idea to do. Instead, it's a horrible idea. You're so stupid. You're terrible. It's just like, what?
Idiots of Hamas.
Look, I just want to be clear. My heart breaks for the Israeli civilians and the.
I feel like we are a child named Hamas, and we have been called to the principal's office. And instead of there being one principal, there are two. There are two principals, both berating us from either side of the desk. That's what this feels like. It's odd.
Absolute terror that they've been dealing with, and my heart breaks for Palestinians. Both things can be true. Palestinian civilians specifically. With that said, I want to give you a sense of what the thinking is for the Israeli government, what the United States is doing in regard to assisting the Israeli government. Let's start with Benjamin Netanyahu.
With the top of the hour ad breaks. We got to do that right now. You've got about 2 minutes, maybe less, maybe 1 minute and 30 seconds in order to possibly get out of that ad break, right? Because it's coming, it's going to be 3 minutes. If you don't have a little Persona 2 avatar next to your name, you will be seeing those ads. Those ads will be served directly to your eyeballs, and I have no choice, and you have no choice, more importantly, as to what kind of ad is served to you. So if that sounds like a bad scene, if that sounds like something you would not want to be involved in, right? There are ways to get around that, right? The first way is if you have Amazon Prime, you've got a free Twitch Prime sub, right? A free sub to give to a streamer of your choice. If that streamer is me, you will no longer see those ads, right? That is one way to get out of it. That is a very cheap way for you to get out of it, and it does actually put money in my pocket. So it's a win-win-win, right? Another way to deal with it is to pay $5. If you have $5, if that's not too big of a deal for you and you no longer want to see those ads, buying a sub for yourself will work. The last thing that is a possibility is that you could be given a gift sub. It could happen. It does happen. It's more likely to happen, though, if you're active in chat. So there we go. And I think I got in just in time.
and Israel's foreign
You've never played Persona 2, but you need to. I need to finish that game.
minister. Let's watch.
We have always known who Hamas is. Now the entire world knows. Hamas is ISIS. And
oh my God, it's so, like, do you see what he's saying there, though? Do you see what he's doing with that? Like, we have always been, or what are you saying? We, reactionaries have always been in the mode of we feel like unlimited violence is justified, right? Now that we have, this event, we can sell that perception to the rest of the world, and we can do that violence that we've been on board with for a long time. Like, right? This is what I'm hearing, right? Now the world sees it. Now the world sees it too. Okay, so what is the...
Defeat it just like the enlightened world defeated ISIS. This vile enemy wanted war.
Hamas is not ISIS, true.
And it will get war.
Israel's defense minister also vowed to
when is Jink not being annoying?
Impose a total siege on Gaza.
There will be no electricity, no food, no water, no fuel.
I'm sorry, but if you look at this image and you say that, yeah, this is the good guys.
Everything will be closed. We're fighting against human animals and we're acting accordingly.
The Israeli military has...
So it's bad enough that they're using that language, right? That dehumanizing language in terms of the fighting of the conflict. But he's talking about cutting off food and water to civilians as well. And then he says we're fighting human animals. This is horrible. This is freaking...
Called upon some 300,000 reservists, possibly pointing to a major ground offensive in the days to come. Major Ben Woolhouse is a spokesman with the Israel Defense Forces.
We've cleared southern Israel from Hamas's militants, and now our highest priority is to stop the attacks coming out from Gaza. While this is going on for 2 days, absolutely non-stop rocket barrages towards Israeli cities, population centers, indiscriminately fired. So all options are on the table now in order to achieve that aim.
All options are on the table. The international community is, for the most part, rallying around the Israeli government for obvious reasons. Hamas is doing a great job in providing the propaganda that would persuade Israel, the United States, and its...
Is she at least going to say something about the cutting off of the food and the water?
Allies to support any military operation against Gaza. And as a result, President Joe Biden gave a speech today specifically discussing how the United States plans to assist the Israeli government in its offensive against Gaza. Let's watch.
So in this moment, we must be crystal clear. We stand with Israel. We stand with Israel. Like every nation.
Oh my God, chat. Like, okay. Like, Biden somehow looks even worse than normal.
In the world, Israel has the right to respond, indeed has a duty to respond.
Like, who is he in his brain? Is he a cowboy in a Western? Like, what is Biden thinking? Like, what character is he playing? Does he think he's playing here?
These vicious attacks.
What?
I just got off the phone with...
Is the audio not lined up? Oh my God, this is like, I feel like I'm watching an animatronic here. Like, is his mouth not? I feel like his mouth isn't moving with the words that he's saying. It's creepy, chat. It's like a scary, like, right? This is like worse than Five Nights at Freddy's. This is Five Nights at Dark Brandon's.
A third call with Prime Minister Netanyahu. I told him the United States experience what Israel is experiencing. Our response would be swift, decisive.
No, I mean, he's lined up.
And overwhelming.
He's just not opening his mouth that much, and like his upper lip is stretched over his teeth, and it's like, what? Oh my God, chat.
Team has been in near constant communication with our Israeli partners and partners all across the region and the world from the moment this crisis began. We're surging additional military assistance, including ammunition and interceptors, to replenish Iron Dome. We're going to make sure that Israel does not run out of these critical
I feel like he's a Tim and Eric character.
assets to
I feel like he's gonna say, but first we need to cut out all of your teeth.
defend its cities and its citizens.
I feel like he's gonna sell me some device that has to be like surgically implanted in my body, but first they need to remove all of my teeth and.
My administration has consulted closely with Congress throughout this crisis.
I haven't seen face skin pulled that taut since Jeff Sessions was Attorney General. No.
When Congress returns, we're going to ask them to take urgent action to fund the national security requirements of our critical partners. This is not about party or politics. This is about the security of our.
I feel like he's like a robot with multiple artificial intelligences inside of him, and like a different one just took over. Like, did he just... Oh my God, that was surreal, chat. Am I the only one who's seeing this? This is why he's pulling low. If you replaced Biden with another Dem, people would say he's been the most progressive president of our lifetime. TYT is CNN with online characteristics. 5 nights at Brandon's, yeah.
World. Security of the United States of America.
Now, I don't know what this has anything to do with the security of the United States of America, but one other thing that's worth mentioning is it seems to be a consensus.
That's disturbing, okay? And the reason that that's disturbing is that when he says the security of the United States of America, right, the place my mind goes is the connection between there is, I guess, a connection between, in terms of allyship between Iran and Hamas, Iran and Hezbollah, and there are elements within the United States military industrial complex which would love to use this as an excuse for military action against Iran. That is scary. That is a scary prospect. Yeah, this is our most progressive president with such a low bar to cross for that, huh? Such a low bar.
Among, Israeli officials, US officials, and their allies.
Yeah, Biden is scaring me, right? It's just like, look, I don't really care what age he is, as long as he can do the job. And I don't necessarily feel like somebody's like, the perception of somebody's spryness or whatever necessarily means like this person can do the job. If you've heard Trump lately, he was talking about how he would rather be unalived by being shocked by a battery, an electric battery on a boat, than by being eaten by a shark. Apropos of nothing, Trump starts talking about like I agree with him. Sharks are scary. Sharks are really scary, but apparently Trump cannot stop thinking about being devoured by a shark, right? It's almost like he's Captain Hook, and that shark got like a piece of him at some point, and it's going to come back for the rest of him too.
That Iran is assisting Hamas in these.
The bar is in the Earth's core. Sounds about right.
Attacks.
The bar is underground.
That is the dominant and growing narrative.
I'm scared the people in charge are out of touch with reality and will lead the world into disaster.
Narrative right now, which means that there is.
MLK Jr. was correct about liberals.
A pretty high likelihood that the United States will engage in warfare with Iran if it gets to that point, and things seem to be escalating more. Ahead of a widely expected ground operation in Gaza, Israel said it had fully deployed 35 military battalions and 4 divisions and was building an infrastructure for future.
That's really disturbing to me, that the way that Biden talks makes it sound like the United States is looking at this not so much as a crisis, but as an opportunity. Like, really? That's just like...
operations. It called up to 60,000 reservists in addition to a record 300,000 already mobilized. The Israeli military says that it has secured its border with Gaza 3 days after Hamas's attack. But the Israeli Defense Forces said that it had also hit a total of over 1,300 targets so far, including more than 200 overnight, and that 4,500 rockets had been fired from Gaza. The IDF added that the bodies of 1,500 Hamas militants had been found in Israeli territory, and that the area near the border with Gaza was now more or less secure. I want to note, though, that those claims are obviously coming from the IDF and they have not been independently verified. There's a lot of misinformation that spreads in the fog of war. I just want to give you that caveat as I share that information with you. But one thing is absolutely clear: a lot of people are dying. Gazans have no way out. They can't leave through the Egypt border. They obviously can't leave into Israel through the Israeli border. These people are stuck in a small area, about 2 million people, half of whom are under 18 years old, and they are dealing with bombings. They are dealing with absolute brutality, and this is happening because of what Hamas did over the week.
Look, I'm glad that she's mentioning these things. This is if you're just completely buying into the United States State Department and what you're going to hear from Netanyahu, you get the feeling that the Gazans should just get out of the way. It's very dangerous where you are because Hamas is there. You need to leave, and there's literally no way that they can leave. And like Anna said, 50% of the population is under 18. I can't remember what is it, like 40% is under like 14 or something, like, right? It's a like the and that's a testament both to who is there in the Gaza Strip, like the people that are going to be the demographics of the people that are going to be the victims of this indiscriminate bombing, and also the precarious nature of life in the Gaza Strip, the inability to get enough food and water, and supplies, the purposeful withholding of those materials from the people within Gaza.
Weekend. Absolute lunacy, absolutely stupid and immoral.
Yeah, 40% of the population under 14.
Disgusting. What else can you say?
So it's like she recognizes like what's gonna happen, and yet they gotta lead with this whole thing. Just so you know, Hamas is bad. Hamas is stupid. Hamas is right. You got to start with that. They did exactly what Thought Slime was saying not to do. So TYT, you need to read Thought Slime's feed
about it.
So now Israel is going to get more military funding, not less. So another one for the idiots in Hamas.
Yeah, good job, idiots.
And
they're going to get more funding now. What do you think about that, Hamas? What do you think about that?
Everything is going to get set back. I don't know when you could end occupation now. So like what? And so Israel's going to go inside there. And by the way, I'm in favor of the ground troops, because the ground troops are at least allow you to be more surgical, right? A bomb is not surgical. You drop it on a building, whoever's in the building dies, right? And as you saw from those pictures, that's already happened a lot. And so, but now again, Hamas has lost the moral high ground. They never had a moral high ground to begin with. The Palestinians had the moral high ground, but they've lost it on behalf of the Palestinians. And so
only if you see it, only if you make that connection and you say, because Hamas did X, therefore the Palestinians no longer occupy the moral high ground, right? That perception is something that happens within people. That perception is not a, it's not a weather pattern.
Now that Israel's going to get stronger, and they're going to be more justified. And then the last part of it is,
she believes if they act better, Israel won't kill them. Yeah, they'll just get dispossessed and evicted, I guess. This is such dangerous thinking. It's the same thinking as the Democrats shouldn't support. Yeah, well, yeah, it's coming from the same source, unfortunately. They didn't already have enough funding, yeah.
there's always in the Israeli-Palestinian issue, who started it? It was this and then that time, and then you did this to the Al-Aqsa box, and you did the other thing for this, right? No, this one was super clear. Like, yeah, Israel's had the occupation for 56 to 75 years, depending on your count. Yes, Israel did things that the Al-Aqsa Mosque said, but this is so wildly disproportionate that everyone will rightfully say Hamas started this. So,
do we want to talk about disproportionate? Does anybody have that graph? Let me see if anybody put it in stream suggestions. I need to look for. I need to look and make sure that we got the because there's a graph that basically shows you casualties on both sides as a bar graph, right? I am like scared to look for it on Twitter though, because if I type in like Israel-Palestine, casualties or something like that, yeah, I'm gonna get some stuff that we don't want to show on screen.
when you start something, you can't be surprised at the reaction. And they damned all of those Palestinian civilians.
Exactly.
So did you go ask them, hey, do you guys mind if we go do this idiotic and deeply immoral thing, and then you guys will have to pay the price because they'll drop a bomb in your building and your kids will die? Do you mind? No, you didn't ask, did you? So, guys, this is now dark times. Netanyahu was already super right wing. He could, like, we'll talk later in the show about how he blew it, but that's not how people are going to perceive it. That he screwed up the intelligence. No, they're going to be cheer when he goes and levels all those buildings. So Netanyahu and the right wing in Israel are going to get more entrenched, and most importantly, hate is going to get more entrenched on both sides.
It's weird though. Look at how this functions, right? They're able to satisfy their right-wing audience by concentrating, their discussion on Hamas, right? And they're able to maintain some degree of credibility with their left-wing audience because they're like, oh, hey, we don't want the Netanyahu to get away with this stuff, but he is going to get away with this stuff. And it's because of Hamas. So it's a weird, it's their own way. It's their own centrism. It's a kind of a dingus. Like it's a little bit, I guess I would say, of what you might call
dingus gambit.
Yeah, it's like
this is going bad. This is going bad. This is going bad. This is going bad. This is going bad.
Yeah, that's right, President Sunday. This is going bad. It's going really bad.
So now the Israelis, if if there was a strand of not hating Palestinians, it's almost gone now. It's almost gone now. So Hamas, you monsters. And for the Palestinians, after they get brutalized as they're getting brutalized now, they'll hate the Israelis even more. And neither side will see each other's point of view. And look, here, I'll add last thing, and everybody will get mad at me.
Look, I kind of appreciated, what President Sunday did during the whole Brianna Wu thing, just because there was such a dearth of people that were willing to, like, there's just not a lot in it for people to call out Brianna Wu. And if you're not trans, a lot of people don't understand. They want to stay out of it. I'm glad that Sunday did what he did. That being said, I am sure it will only be a matter of time till he has a take that I massively disagree with, right? That's what he does.
Arbitrary, stupid names and religions. Oh, we are Palestinian and Muslim. We are Israeli and Jewish. Guys, you're the same thing. You're human beings and you look near identical. You've been living next to each other for thousands of years. You're the same people.
Does he think that like there's somewhere in Israel, there's like a television store and they've got TYT playing? Why would they have it playing? Why would they have TYT? They've got TYT playing, and outside there is a Palestinian and an Israeli, and they're standing there, and they're watching Jink Uger, and he says that, and then they look at each other, and they're like, "You're right, we're not so different. Thank you, Jink. Oh my God, I just realized it. Thank you. I just want to hug you. I just want to give you a big hug, Jink." This is like, no.
You're Semites. Who cares what label you put on it? Who cares? And the Israelis are, no, they're not Israelis. No, that's it. They're not. They don't get freedom. They don't get land. And the Palestinians are, they're terrible, evil Israelis. Let's go kill them and cut their heads off. Ugh. Okay, congratulations. Hate each other forever.
And innocent people get caught up.
And innocent people always get caught because right-wing idiots decide that they're going to have more power and they're going to drive more hate. And half the time it's about religion. I got news for you. Neither one of you is right. Surprise! Neither one of your religious figures is correct.
And you're both Semites.
So you're killing all these people for no goddamn reason. I know it's more complicated than that. I know that. But if you think religion's not a part of it, you're just kidding yourself to make yourself feel better. No.
Okay, like here's what I wonder. All right, this is coming off as really weird to me. Like I said before, it would be hilarious. It would be a great, funny joke, and I'd be laughing at it and cracking jokes if it was in a different context, right? But I'm just like, what I'm wondering is who watches this and is like, yeah, what he said, yeah, that's right. Like, is it not weird to the TYT audience? Like this performative coming on and being like, no, listen here, Hamas. It's like a wrestling show, okay? The wrestler comes on and he says, now listen here, Slam Jam Man. At WrestleMania 15, I'm gonna slam your jam right into the mat. That's gonna be you, splat, right down on that mat. When I throw you physically across the ring, because you know what I mean? It's absurd. Like he's like the way that he's calling out Hamas feels like the way that a wrestler calls out the other wrestler when they do the promos, right? To be specific, right? To be specific, when they do the promos, when they say, you know, like they're selling the drama, right? That's what this feels like. He's just selling the drama. They have a lot of media illiterate viewers these days. TYT is trying to get the DJG, DGG lane of the centrist. Oh my God. Well, that should have no trouble doing that. He's living in a fantasy world. I have seen Destiny, I guess, criticize TYT before, but more often lately, I've seen them. I've got more rhymes with Vivek, so I'll see you up the trail.
God favors me. Does he? He doesn't look like he's favoring either side, right?
I need to see the Vivek rap. Oh my God, where is that? Okay, not the Eminem one. Oh yeah, Eminem banned him. Eminem asked GOP presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy to stop using his music. He was literally, oh my God, yes, this is it.
Trail was. So Fox and Friends, join us about the United States.
It rhymes with cake.
Hey, TYT. If you're watching me, if any member of the TYT, sorry, not TYT, we're not talking about TYT now, we're talking about the Majority Report, which is very different than TYT, and yes, I noticed the difference, and right, so if you're, like, listen, anybody from the Majority Report that ends up watching this, all right, one thing, if you could enable on your YouTube videos the thing where it says, like, and there may be a reason that you're not doing this, and if so, feel free to disregard, but you know, you can enable a thing that tells you where the most watched moment is, because I feel like if you were to do that on this one, there'd be like a giant spike. Like there'd be like this high of a spike, like right here. Because I know like people, you found this clip of Vivek talking to Steve Doocy, who is, you know, just the perfect person to rap at, right? When I think of delivering you know, solid bars, right? I want to be delivering those bars at Steve Doocy, just like Cenk delivers his diatribe against the non-existent Hamas member that he thinks is watching.
Kind of what I'm doing on the campaign trail in some sense is freestyling my message.
Freestyling your message, yeah.
All right, very good.
Go ahead.
You want to join us?
Go ahead, let's do it.
On the campaign trail, you know, you want to join us on the campaign trail, we can do that. I often open up, I say, my name's Vivek, it rhymes with cake. It ain't about thee, it isn't about me, it is about thee. The United States is...
Give me some water so my thirst I can slake. No.
It's about liberty. So Fox and friends, join us on the trail. We'll have some fun. I'll see you out the trail.
So Fox and friends, join us on the trail. We'll have some fun, so see you out the trail. Yeah. Look, it's not quite President Sunday level, right? President Sunday is like the master of hooks, though.
This is going bad. 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 This is going bad.
Wait, let me see if I can get, I had the rhythm before.
This is going bad. 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 This is going bad.
I can't get it.
This is going bad. This is going bad. This is going bad.
Dingus gam 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 dingus gambit dingus gambit.
I did everything. right, and they indicted me.
This is going bad.
Anyway.
Oh no!
Yes.
Trail.
Yes.
Was the end of that?
What was Doocy's face when he was... Can we just watch Doocy at the end?
So good.
I almost want to zoom in on him as he's trying to jam out to this.
Us on the campaign trail. You know, you want to join us on the campaign trail, we can do that. I often open up, I say, my name's Vivek, it rhymes with cake. It ain't about thee, it isn't about me, it is about thee. The United States is about liberty. So...
Look at Doocy right now.
What are you doing? What is up with Doocy? Why is his tongue like that? Does he have a filling that's like bothering him? Look at his tongue. Look at what he's doing. Like, you would think that you could not maybe avoid doing that on video, on live television.
Oh my
His tooth must hurt really bad. Oh, poor Doocy. Go see the dentist, Doocy.
Allow me to do some freestyle.
Oh yeah, you really got to watch Doocy's head while he's doing this. That's the best thing, is that Doocy's reacting.
Allow me to do.
Oh my God, this is so good.
Some freestyle too. Okay.
God.
Allow me to do some freestyle.
Some friends, join us on.
Oh my God.
Allow me to do some freestyle too. Okay.
Yes.
Based on my name is Sam. My name is Sam. That's I was able to rhyme. Sam. Sam.
There we go.
I think
there
Doocy
we
was
go.
confused. Like, it seemed like he started and then he got a little bit caught up and the meter sort of fell off, and I think Doocy didn't know he was being rapped at for a little bit there. But
Well, then I couldn't tell if he was saying, join us on the campaign trail so you can be on the campaign trail.
Yeah.
So what's a libertarian rap entail, right?
I'm trying to find.
Oh, it's got to be like.
Oh, a libertarian rap is like, hey, 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 hey.
I don't have gold chains.
You got to start out with, hey, hey, hey.
I have gold in my basement.
Shut up.
It also doesn't rhyme.
I'm not pretending to be a freestyle rapper as Vivek is.
It could be like, I don't have gold chains. I have gold in my basement chains.
Boomers are impressed. Yeah. I'm impressed too. Let's see. What do we got?
Maine.
Oh my God, we're still not done with this.
I really thought he wasn't going to.
Look, I needed that break though. I definitely needed that break.
Right now.
No, I didn't need that. I didn't need that. Whatever the hell that was. Whatever the hell that was. I did not need that. Emma's Ducey impression is spot on. Oh my God. So this isn't even the most cursed content that we're going to watch today, chat. This isn't even the most cursed content. We're not even there yet. Right? I'm pacing myself. I'm pacing myself because I know that there's a lot of stuff. Oh my God. But what I don't know is if Natalie Marie is here right now, because it is about the time that we should probably get to, if we can find it, Vosh disavowing transmedicalism. And almost like a soft disavowal of Brianna Wu, but maybe, I don't know. It sounds like it's not. It sounds like he doesn't mention Brianna by name from what I've heard, but I don't know where that is. I do not know where that is, and I don't know. Natalie Marie's the only person I think, and I could be wrong about this, but I thought that Natalie had found it. Anyway, it's gone on in the past few days. I've seen it alluded to. I just haven't seen what he actually says about it. But I mean, I guess if we're this is cursed. When is the last time that we watched Keffels? It's been a while. It's been a while. Like, I just like, it gives me feelings, right? And none of them are good. None of them are particularly good feelings. Like, a little bit of rage, a little bit of sadness, a massive void where hope used to be. Yeah, I guess. Because yeah, like I said, you know, Keffels was somebody that I won't say we were close friends or anything like that, but we were definitely comrades at some point. We were definitely both fighting the good fight against the debate bozos at one time. I'm so scared too. Yeah, the other thing that I'm worried about is like, well, I mean, this is the live channel though. Oh, are there going to be slurs? Are there going to be nasty slurs? Pejorative slurs? There's only one way to find out. There's only one way to find out. No, is there another Soul Bunny video? God damn it. She is still making videos on Soul Bunny?
That she did hurt people. But it's really hard having these sort of conversations.
Okay, wow.
That's all I want to see. I just want to see her actually come out of this realizing how she hurt people and wanting to do better. And from what I've seen, at least talking to her one-on-one, I'm pretty sure she realizes.
Hey, Keffels, blink twice if you're in danger. Oh, you already blinked twice.
That she did.
Oh no, she did it again! Oh no, chat. I am filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. Like, I feel like there is some barely perceptible eldritch horror on the horizon here.
For people.
So
But
you
it's
better believe that I will be riding that play button. Wait, what video is this? This is addressing the Brianna Wu situation. So you remember the situation last week? Oh yeah, I should set this up. This is Keffels. Keffels and I used to with each other. We would have probably done you know, some silly, goofy content together if we hadn't been streaming on basically an opposite schedule. At various times, you know, I've found myself respecting Keffels, worried about Keffels, you know, hoping that Keffels can succeed on her attempt to eradicate the final boss of the internet, the scourge of the internet, and you know, that's that was more than a year ago. That was a while ago. It's been different. It's been very different for the past year. So she's made 8 videos on tanky woke scolds. Damn. And I'm never gonna make that because I'm not enough of a tanky. Like, right, my woke scold quotient is high enough, but I don't have enough tanks. I don't have enough flags, right? I don't have the aesthetics to be considered a tanky by Keffels, unfortunately.
It's really hard having these sort of conversations because so many people got hurt.
Oh my god, I'm so scared. I am so scared.
And because there is an incentive in order to attack people and not try and mend bridges, which is something that, like, going over the news.
So we're talking about Brianna Wu here, right? If you don't remember, Sunday released some chat logs from Brianna Wu's group chat. They were horrible. They were extremely transphobic. You know, from a group of transmeds, of you know, mostly like trans people that were being transphobic to other trans people and ostensibly maybe hating themselves, right? Just a really gross place to be. We got to look inside of Keffels' paywalled Discord there for just a second. And so she's going to address this Brianna Wu situation, because when Brianna Wu's leaks came out, when it was revealed, like, how nasty Brianna Wu was towards, you know, mostly trans women in that case, but, you know, also, no, actually not mostly trans women. She was actually plenty nasty to non-binary people as well. It's been a while. I'm just trying to get us back to that point. So yeah, this is Keffels defended Brianna Wu, vouched for Brianna Wu, had several takes that, you know, sounded like agreement with some of the more transmedicalist takes of Brianna Wu, and as a result, lost subscribers, had a bad time, and you know, was, you know, looking kind of ridiculous on Social Blade for a while, right? This, I think, is her effort to stem that tide and to say something that will give people that support her the ability to say that she has addressed this situation, because it's just not a good look any way that you cut it. So we're going to see what she says. My guess, it's going to be a less than a full apology, and I don't think she burns the bridge. I think she just kind of wags her finger, maybe, if we're lucky, wags her finger at Brianna Wu, and then gets right back to attacking the woke scolds and the tenderqueers. Don't forget the tenderqueers. We got to attack the tenderqueers. We got to make those pit crews. Make sure to make them as diverse as possible, right? When you're making your pit crew, make sure that you're doing, you know, some kind of digital blackface or something like that, because otherwise you are just not edgy enough to hang with the mean girl cult that surrounds Keffels. All right, let's go.
Gate article I can very much sympathize with.
This has a Backrooms-esque quality. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Oh, come on. Wow, there's so much. Okay. Oh, here we go. I'm going to take you into the analog horror that is Cuffles. The analog horror. Sorry, to make sure that you understand the word that I'm saying, horror, not any other word. Then, okay, we need the informational video. Like, you saw her intro, right?
Welcome to the Project KV-31 Research and Development Team.
Welcome to the Project KF-15 Research and Development Team. Wait, let me just give the side-by-side comparison, okay? We're gonna do the side-by-side.
That, like, going over the Noodlegate article.
We gotta go over that Noodlegate article.
Very much sympathize with.
I feel like we went over the Noodlegate article. You see what I'm saying?
Welcome to the project.
Yo! Chat, what have we discovered? What have we discovered?
Which is something that, like, going over the Noodlegate article, I can very much sympathize with.
Welcome to the...
I don't know, chat. I don't know. What I'm saying is that there's something uncanny. There's something a little bit liminal about Keffel's aesthetics right now. And I'm not sure if it's, like, on purpose. It's like the combination of the pixel art with that sound, right? The pixel art plus the analog horror sound.
Okay, so while I was in the US, a bunch of stuff,
like, what gaming system even is that?
Happened with Brianna Wu.
Oh, nice transition.
And now I'm gonna cover everything that happened.
Okay, so there's the there's one of the, okay, so that's the first thread. That's the first thread. It was the thread that wasn't really apologizing for much. There was the second thread that was a little bit more apologizing, and I don't know what else.
Give my thoughts, because I know the people have really wanted to hear what
it's Sega and Sonic. Okay, so wait, that's what a Sega sounds like? That weird sound at the end? Because, like, it was more analog horror than anything.
What I have to say about all of this, and some people, I think...
Did Keffel's, like, no clip into the back rooms? Is she broadcasting? Do you see what I'm saying, chat? Am I the only one that feels like Keffel's background is a backrooms level? It's not level 0. You know, it's not the like offices, the you know, the yellow wallpaper and the lights, right? It's a different level than that, but it is a backrooms. Don't make no mistake about it. Is a level of the backrooms. Maybe there's a streamer only level of the backrooms that streamers slide right into.
Got the wrong impression on how I reacted to this at the time. The minute I left,
you got the wrong impression. Yeah, I mean, I guess so, because it kind of sounded like you were standing Transmedicalism. Is that not what happened, Cuffles? Is that
the world went into chaos?
Did I mistake what you said?
It was further proof I need to stay in Ireland, because when I leave Ireland, things get crazy.
Well, I mean, there's luck
literally staying
right?
here for the greater good of humanity.
Am I right about this with Ireland? There's a lot of lucky things in Ireland. There's a lot of charms that you can collect throughout the countryside in order to keep your luck as high as it possibly can be. And that maybe when you go out of Ireland, you are no longer, you're having that proximity effect of the luckiness of the charms, right?
So,
and after all, where is the end of the rainbow? If not in Ireland, am I right?
Oh, I'm gonna start off with her apology and then, like, get into everything that happened.
I feel so creeped out. Why is this? Why am I having this reaction? She's just a streamer. She's just a streamer.
Some group DMs got leaked tonight, and were selectively chosen to paint a completely false narrative about me not respecting non-binary people. If you read our whole group chat, you'd see comments from me.
Is it just the unfamiliarity chat? Like if somebody from Keffel's community were to happen upon my stream for the first time, would they have the same reaction that I'm having now? Would I produce that sort of uncanny feeling, that sort of liminal, those kind of liminal vibes for them? Would they be like, who is this bitch? Who is this bitch and why is her background orange? I don't know.
Talking about how I think non-binary people are experiencing real pain and how even though I don't understand it, they deserve respect. I also...
Yeah, non-binary people experience real pain. I feel like if you find yourself having to say that a certain group of people experiences real pain, like that's probably a bad place to be. It comes into question whether you believe that different groups of people experience pain. Isn't there a song about this? Like, when you're sure you've had enough of this life, 'cause everybody hurts. Yeah, everybody hurts. Everybody has pain. Why would this be something you need to post on twitter.com or x.com for that matter?
Said they need more healthcare.
Or even bluesky.com.
This is why you should be very suspicious of things selectively edited by people.
So this is her first thing, is that Sunday clipped me out of context, right? Now there's a really easy, you know, there's a really easy way to show this. If this is true, if there was context right there that was ignored either by Sunday or by the leaker, right? Just show the context. Show the thing that makes what you said okay. Show the thing that makes what you said not absolutely monstrous.
With an axe to grind. They're not going to show you the parts that don't fit their agenda. I respect non-binary.
It's the Matrix, right? Yeah, it's definitely like a Matrix attack on Brianna Wu.
People. I will call you by whatever pronouns.
It's because she's threatening the global order of things. You know, she's exposing the deep state, and therefore the deep state attacked her and made it look like she was a super meanie butt.
You prefer, and I'll vote for whatever politician that will give you more rights. Anyone saying otherwise is lying.
Listen, non-binary people, just tell me what politician to vote for, okay? Give me a voter guide of the politicians that I should vote for, and I will vote for those politicians. Just send it to me. Just send it to me in a self-addressed stamped envelope, okay?
Lying, my record is nothing but allyship. I was also caught making some spectacularly unkind...
She's trying to poach my background? I don't know. Do you think so? I can't actually tell, like, because it almost looks like to me that she's got like the butcher paper and she's got RGBs. Am I wrong though? Maybe it is. Maybe it is a green screen. What do you think? Is it a green screen? Is she using a green screen?
And comments about another woman's fashion choices. I don't know.
Yo, I was gonna believe you though, Reveroon. I was gonna believe you.
What to tell you. This is what
we need a super meanie butt emote, don't we? What would the super? Oh no, it's gonna have to be a peach. Yeah, right? Like an evil looking peach. Yo, this is perfect, right? But how do we show? Because like with the peach, you need to show the butt of the peach, right? To make sure that you're saying, people know you're saying butt and not just peach. You got to show the butt, but then you also got to show the eyes. So it's like almost like we got to put the eyes like looking back over, like the super meanie butt peach is like, look at my butt, and it's like looks at you, you know, like it's like it's flexing, it's literally flexing its glutes, but it's also showing you its wonderful butt and kind of like rubbing it in a little bit, kind of, you know, being like, I have a much more fabulous ass than any of you could ever help to, because I am the super meanie butt peach, and I'm gonna look at and see you jealous haters trying to cope with it.
Women do. I'm not proud of it.
A devil horn peach.
So I defended her And I want to give some context.
You were mocking Illuminati and her. Wait, whose style did Illuminati poach?
On why I defended Brianna Wu. I was traveling in a foreign country, and
okay, cool. I'm sorry. God, chat, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. All those criticisms towards Keffels, that stream last week, I apologize for. I realize I'm wrong. Keffels, I must ask for your apology. I was not aware that you were traveling in a foreign country. That makes everything different.
I had COVID.
And you had COVID. Okay. So it just, like, yeah, it makes sense that, you know, sometimes I feel like a transmedicalist as well when I am traveling in a foreign country and have, wait, no, I don't. That's not true. What? Wait.
And I didn't actually look into all of the things that were said and literally assumed
And I forgot that transmedicalism was bad, and I don't agree with that. And
this was all just women being catty in a group chat. And I stand by that women are
you're
catty.
You're right. Yeah, Blair alleged that. So you want me to be like, not Keffels, go on twitter.com right now and be like, not at Keffels, trying to steal my background.
Especially in private. I've been in enough friend circles that are all women to know the fact that women can be pretty mean.
Where's the ukulele?
To each other. But I think...
Wait. Chat, we gotta get this, okay? We gotta get this. I need that ukulele. I'm gonna get it too. I'm gonna get that ukulele, okay? I pledge. I need to get this ukulele. Wait, how do you spell it? Ukulele? Ukulele? Yes, it's like uku. Oh my god. There's so many options. There's so many options for ukuleles. There's so many different ways I could go here. Okay, yeah, that looks good. We'll take that one. Download. We're gonna make this happen. Not from the emoji folder though. There we go. Oh no, it's a new download. Okay. I'm silly. Yes. Oh my god, this is so perfect. How is this so perfect? So is it like this, or maybe, yeah, like that. There we go. That's better.
I think that I should have looked into all of this instead of immediately shooting at the hip. So here's what I said about the situation. I've been out for almost 13 years, and I guarantee most people outraged by this have a private account somewhere on Twitter where they are saying worse.
All aboard?
Real proof trans women are women is how catty they are to each other. Just to clarify, I agree that those DMs aren't good. My point is not that it's okay Brianna said those things. What I'm saying is that...
Well, she apologized for... No, she made another video about Soul Bunny, Chat Alpha.
That this mean girl behavior is much more common in private than most people are willing to admit.
Look, it was just a toxic gossip train. People are just gossiping about Brianna Wu. It was toxic. And they're telling down somebody's reputation.
I've seen little attempt at constructive dialogue today. Let's actually get into the things that were said in these leaks. So
why get into the things that were said when you can get into the things that were sung? Am I right? Am I right about that? There we go. Oh my God, look, it's like for me. All right, chat, you ready? All aboard? This is terrible. There we go. I mean, yeah, wait. There we go.
Someone posted a photo of Benny and said it puts the lotion on its skin, which is a reference to Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs, which
I had never seen before. I wasn't aware of its cultural relevance, and when it was explained to me that this was actually a famous incidence of transphobia in theater, I was utterly shocked. I was like, wait, who actually said... Okay, that was Cactus. So that wasn't actually Brianna that was saying the... Yeah, I mean, Brianna didn't push back, right? But...
I think it's really fucking weird. Like, I just, like, straight up think that it's incredibly fucking weird to attack a trans woman in this way and
not to let her know that at the top of the hour... There is a 3-minute ad break, and that if she no longer wants to see those ads, she needs more than just to grab her blowhage tightly. She actually needs to get a Prime sub, right? If she's got Amazon Prime, she can get a free sub from that. Just hook it up to Twitch, give the sub to the streamer of her choice, and if that's me, she no longer sees the ads in my chat. She could also pay $5 potentially if she has $5, if that is not a amount of money that's going to cause problems, you know, for her. That's an amount of money that she can afford. She can buy herself a gift, a sub, or if she's lucky enough, she might be gifted a sub, although she'll be more likely to get that gift sub if she's active in chat.
Like inciting these tropes, because the whole thing with Buffalo Bill and Silence of the Lambs is that Buffalo Bill, and this was what the psychologists in the movie were saying, was that he was making a woman suit and that he was like an autogynephile who got sexual thrills out of wearing this suit out of the women that he had murdered. The thing that people are getting really mad about in this circumstance is what Brianna said here. This is in response to what Jenny said up here, that her dress reminds me of those god-awful skirts that femboys buy. And Brianna responds to this by saying, I mean, if you're not super hot, maybe just dress
some femboy hate
normally and don't present yourself as a transvestite. You can go a long way with just being skinny and dressing normally. And it's just, I don't think this is called for. I do want to say something though. I was at an event in person with Brianna, and I told Brianna in person that I don't think that this is okay and that she can't do this kind of stuff. Like, I basically
I reminded her of the DMs that we have together and told her that it would be a shame if I was forced for some reason to publish these DMs myself, right? That would...
Told her that if there was a repeat of this event, I would distance myself from her publicly because I don't think that this is okay. And another thing that really frustrated me about all of this coming out was because I had spent quite a bit of time showing people that Benny engages in genocide denial and consistently uses her platform to defend authoritarian regimes. And this basically sidelined all of it. Now, I know that this was all leaked. Like, this was all private DMs, you know? There was never a point where Brianna knew that this was going to come out. But I still think that if you're going to make criticisms...
See, this is the thing about it, right? It's not about, like, whether you knew it was going to come out, right? A lot of people are trying to put this in the terms of, like, harm. So the idea is if it's in a group chat and they're all elitist transmeds and none of them feel attacked by this stuff, which actually isn't going to happen either, right? I mean, like, look, they are attacking each other when they're attacking the rest of the trans community. You know, regardless, right? But like, even that part aside, right? It's not about that Brianna caused harm by saying these things, right? I don't know. And if there was harm there, you know, it's like, it kind of pales into comparison in the fact that people in the trans community are trusting Brianna, you know, as like a political emissary. That's what she's put herself up as. She engages in trans issues. She you know, throws herself into the discourse, and really just in kind of a policing sort of way, like, trans people, we've got to be nicer to people who say that they are trans allies, because, you know, they're doing the best that they can. And, like, you know, so it's essentially, you know, a gatekeeping of trans people from criticizing any of her favored social media entities. And, you know, she does it with the caveat that, you know, she's not a transmet, that she is not looking down at non-binary people, or, you know, using dysphoria as a standard for, like, who is and who is not trans. And she is, in private and on the real, in her heart of hearts, she is, right? So that's the problem, is that somebody that has been entrusted with a lot of political power actually is very bigoted behind closed doors. I did the ad break this time, right? Did Keffels mention Soul Bunny to get people off her back about her being buddies with Brianna? I don't know. She tends to get, like, obsessed with people. Like, she tends to do not just, like, one piece on somebody, but, like, look at all the videos she's done on Jesse Gender, right? She picks somebody, she, you know, lies about them. I don't know.
Of people, they should be constructive criticisms of people.
But yeah, I mean, could it be a deflection? Maybe. This was 5 days ago, so I guess it's not that long. Keffel's video that caused controversy with Soul Bunny was from over a month ago, before the Brianna Wu stuff. Yeah, so that stuff is, yeah, kind of,
like, there are many reasons why you should.
And the big deal with the Keffel's Soul Bunny thing is that, like, I don't want to put more eyes. I don't want to feed into the controversy of that is essentially a larger streamer attacking and defaming a smaller streamer. That, like, you know, especially if, you know, there is private information out there, like, I don't want to bring more attention to that. But yeah, that's going on also. And I guess, you know, I should say it. This is the behavior of the website that Keffels said she wanted to take down. This is the exact kind of obsessive and persistent harassment and the exposure of private details that seems to go along with it.
Mad about Benny with...
Wait, it says Irene right on the screen? Oh, did somebody ask what my name was? Or...
out delving into transphobia. This basically just put Benny into the position of victim, and everyone completely washed over all of the heinous shit that she engaged in only days prior. So
it's a weird game that Keffels plays, isn't it? It's a really weird game that Keffels plays. Because the fig leaf of victimhood is something that Keffels has very much utilized herself. And she was a victim, right? Of this kind of stuff, of revelations of personal details, locations, you know, et cetera, right? She was a victim. She was also someone who victimized other people. And at this point, she is victimizing Soul Bunny in a way that is very similar to the way that she herself was victimized. And that hurts. That hurts to see.
So let me read all of this. This is all Brianna. I think because I'm old enough to remember when we moved away from transsexual, I'm a bit more nuanced. You have to remember daytime TV was obsessed with the sex and transsexual, so it was trying to water that down. I do think that as transgender doesn't mean anything clinically anymore, it makes sense to bring it back. There's something that I think is missing from this discourse that is important to know.
A ukulele?
And unfortunately, these leaks ended up confirming this. I haven't talked about this previously, but to all of the people who have been wondering about this, yes, Brianna is a trans woman. She has not been very open about this. And the reason why she
and that's the reason that I tried to veer away from discussions of Brianna's identity.
Hasn't been open about this.
You know, either option doesn't make what she did any, you know, more excusable.
Is that she came out in a much different time, and this isn't me defending her behavior. This is me trying to contextualize why she is this way. She came out in a time when being open as trans is something that would absolutely destroy your life.
Okay, so we've got the classic transsexual defense. That's what we're running with.
And she's held on to a lot of that. Now, I'm biased because I'm still going to be working with her and I still consider her a friend. And I think the best thing that I can do as a friend to her is to be honest with her that the behavior.
So, you know, like if people have trouble distancing themselves from Brianna when it seems like they should, a lot of that seems to be due to the influence that Brianna wields, both politically and monetarily, right? That's, you know, what got called into question with Wick, and the same question applies towards Keffels.
That she engaged in isn't okay. But I'm glad that I had the opportunity to address this in person and to try and come at this from a place of actually understanding instead of immediately attacking her. The reason that we started talking with each other in the first place is because of the fact that we were both the target of...
Chat, what do you think about the ratio today? Do you like this ratio? Do I look good ratioing Keffels? There's a ratio, right? I'm big and she's playing the ukulele. That's all. I'm just pointing out that there's a bit of a ratio. Okay, that's all.
Far-right harassment campaign. She was the target of Gamergate, and the same people who pioneered and orchestrated Gamergate were the same people who drove me to almost take my own life last year. So more than anything, I don't want to see Brianna Wu disappear. I just want to see her become better and not engage in this kind of stuff. I think that she does have a lot that she can...
Really, like, the question is, like, are you going to enable somebody like this to wield political power in the streamer space? Or are you going to say that it seems like she's a different person in her heart than the one that she represents as Brianna Wu, the politician, right? I feel like that's the real question here.
Offer the world, but she needs to be a lot smarter.
Wait, being friends with Blair White? What?
Engages online.
Oh,
so
no.
This is where things are getting...
Wait, is that real?
A bit dicey, I think. Doe didn't...
No, they've been dicey the whole time. Oh no, this is so dicey. This is so dicey. So this is her maybe trying to repair the bridge with Demon Mama.
detransition because they still consider themselves trans,
I have to
but
pee so bad.
agender and believe trans is an amorphous blob
I have to
of
pee so
terms
bad.
that mean a political statement against the societal concept of gender. But they have stopped taking hormones because they also believe hormones are a weapon of societal construct of gender assimilation.
Okay, so it turns out this isn't true. I don't know where whoever's saying this got this, but it's not true.
This isn't true, by the way. Doe is very much on hormones. It's really weird. Like, I don't know why Doe needed to be attacked at all.
I will be right back.
Voids started
Oh
a
my God.
shitstorm tonight. Doe came up and I repeated your very plausible position that it pronouns are about a degradation fetish. Demon Mama is in the group chat and I didn't know they were dating. Yeah, it's just not okay. It's not okay, and it doesn't have anything to do with building bridges and trying to put aside political differences to work towards progressive victories. The last thing I wanted to talk about like all of this stuff is how mad people got about this statement that I made in the Discord. Because I think that people misunderstood what I was saying, and I can understand why. I said in the discourse, transmedicalist arguments are the only way you can protect the rights of trans people in the courts. Removing concepts like dysphoria that have a basis in medical literature from the discourse and simply making it a matter of self-identification is going to fuck all of us. I think like one of the things that I said earlier was that I was sick and traveling and I oversimplified the position that I had. So like the first thing I need to say is that I am not a transmedicalist. For the people in the chat who don't know what transmedicalism is, it is the belief that in order to be transgender, you need to have gender dysphoria. And that is not what I believe. I do not experience gender dysphoria, so by that logic, I wouldn't be transgender. Transgender being an umbrella term allows for a wide spectrum of people to inhabit that term. You know, it's not a one-size-fits-all identity. The other thing is that when I made this argument, I was specifically talking about surgeries. And that when people on the right, when conservatives are attacking trans people's ability to legally access things like sexual reassignment surgery, I think that using medical arguments is the most effective way to go about defending that. I think that self-identification is important. And I think that it's great for things like changing your gender identification marker. I think that both things can be true. But I do think that gender dysphoria as a medical concept does play an important role in defending trans healthcare access. Like, I don't necessarily believe that you need dysphoria in order to be trans, but I think that without concepts like dysphoria as a way to fight back against rolling back medical access, it would just be significantly harder. It's the one thing more immediately viable, but would you say we need to push even further? That would just be a stepping stone, not the ideal. Yeah, I don't think it's ideal. When I said transmedicalist, I literally pushed the word trans and medical together without realizing that I basically said I believe that you need dysphoria to be trans. And that's not what I was trying to say. I'm definitely willing to have a conversation about it. You literally have a disease that makes you characterize your opinions in the worst possible language. That's true. Look, you have to understand that I am from a country with a long and proud heritage of making very bad political decisions. You know, I'm from the place that has the prime minister that did blackface and did a standing ovation to a literal fucking Nazi. You need to be patient with me, okay? We're not good at this. I don't want to just condemn people, especially when I know that Brianna is very much willing to have these conversations and have these conversations publicly. And I want to see more of those conversations happening. I also just am very sympathetic whenever I see someone getting absolutely fucking dragged through the mud on social media, because I know how bad it feels and that there is nothing that you can do in the moment in order to make the situation better. And I think especially sometimes you get into this mindset where when you are like the main character, you want to defend yourself and you want to stick with people who are defending you. And a lot of times that makes the situation a lot worse. Like, think what happened to Anna Kasparian, right? Where she got dragged through the mud, and then she ended up boosting a bunch of people who were center right or just like actual conservatives, and it just made people even more mad. And I'm pretty sure like a lot of that was just her doing it out of the fact that it fucking sucks being dragged, and she just dug.
Okay, so yeah, that's wild. That's wild.
Sorry I couldn't get your attention.
Wait, you couldn't get my attention?
Yeah, I showed up here before you took your walk away.
Oh, wait, but were you talking? Because I was like listening to it. I was listening to this,
I
and I
I
heard
didn't
her
talk because
excuse.
you left the video running.
Oh, okay,
So
I
I
see,
didn't
I
want to
see.
talk
So you'd
over
be
it.
like, "Hey, I'm trying to fit in edgewise, you know, in the few moments that Cuffles is quiet." So
Yeah, I wasn't gonna ruin it. I just
no,
wanted to
no, you're
explain
fine.
why.
You're
I
fine.
jumped in because you said, "Oh, I need to take a break." And I jumped in and meowed, but you just took your
Meow.
headphones
I
off and
did. Oh
walked
my God,
away.
you meowed?
I meowed. That's
I
how
didn't
I
hear
enter a
it.
chat. It's
Meow.
okay.
Meow. So yeah, we got the explanation, right? I wasn't thinking like transmedicalist. I was thinking transmedicalist. Is that a thing? Is that a thing? Oh my God, that's a thing. Oh, it's this whole bad thing that I don't approve of, where you say that you need to have dysphoria in order to be legitimately trans, but that's clearly not what I was saying. I've never heard of that concept before. I just have like a million people in the world like surrounding me that are advocates of that thing, but they've never brought up that particular conversation with me. I've never had that conversation in my Mean Girls Burn Book chat on on twitter.com, and so I was just unaware that this thing, by saying trans medicalist, that people would think I was talking about this transmedicalist thing, right? These are, I was just completely unaware. Do you buy it? Does anybody buy it? Is anybody buying this? This is not. Wow. And God, I almost like, what? Demon Mama is showing up in the chat here. What is this? I can't see what she's saying, but Tipster's there. I'm tempted to roll this back slightly.
A lot of times that makes the situation a lot worse. Like, think
Okay,
what
the
happened.
Anna Kasparian thing. She has really bad takes because she comes from Canada. Canada is the country of Justin Trudeau. Canada is the country of praising Ukrainian SS members from way back in the day. And so, it's just this thing. People say that you just use the wrong words, Kaffles. You just use the worst words possible when you say things. Obviously, you didn't mean to imply that transmedicalism is good. I just accidentally happened upon those two words, and I didn't realize, oh, geez, using those words together might imply. She said Anna Kasparian weird. Same background, sus? Yeah, like, look, same background. How about like same musical taste, like we just give me there we go. We give me the ukulele here. Right, definitely have both been canceled. I guess you could say very different circumstances, I would like to believe. But yeah, I don't know. You could probably, we both got glasses now. Oh no.
Happened to Anna Kasparian, right? Where she said, where when you are like the main character,
okay,
you
that's
want
the
to
other thing. Feeling bad for Brianna Wu because she's the main character. She got, all this attention. She became, who everybody was focused on, and mostly it was negative attention. And so Keffels can relate to that. She was the victim of that herself, she's saying. All I did was All I did was say that we should make pit crews and make them as diverse as possible. I guess people really don't like diversity, do they? I guess they don't really. Yeah, I didn't do anything wrong. Anyway, she could relate to Brianna. What else?
The situation better. You get, and I think especially sometimes
Narna Kasparian,
you get into this mindset where when you are like the main, that Brianna is very much willing to have these conversations.
Okay, so that's the other thing. Brianna is very much willing to have these conversations. Like, I know Brianna, I've worked with Brianna, I didn't like what Brianna said, but she's willing to have the conversations. She's not closed off. She's not like, no, it's my way or the highway. Transmedicalism is the best. She's not doing that, right? She's willing to have the conversation, and you can be like, hey, Brianna, maybe like transmedicalism isn't like great. You ever think of that? And she's like, yo, I never thought of that. No, like, listen, I mean, the problem is, it is not an issue that she doesn't think about regularly, and somebody happened to ask her of like, hey, do you think you need dysphoria to be trans? And she was like, well, all my friends that are trans have dysphoria, so yeah, I guess so. And then somebody's like, hey, wait a minute, some trans people don't feel dysphoria. Are you saying that they're not trans? And she's like, oops, I didn't know I was doing that. Oh, no, she's familiar with this stuff. She's thought about this stuff a long time. And this is the viewpoint that she's come to. Non-binary people are taking too much control over the political apparatus of trans rights, right? They've taken the steering wheel, right? These are what she feels at a very deep level. So that's why it's a little different than the situation that Kevels is trying to describe, where somebody has a bad take, and the question is, well, are they open to seeing what's wrong with the tape, or somebody does something, bad, and then they're, rehabilitated in some way, right? It's not that kind of situation, right? And at this point, no trans person should be expected to trust Brianna Wu, to be able to trust the idea that she is changed, because she's already shown the willingness to present a different, self, a different perspective publicly than the one that she holds privately. And no matter what she says at this point, it is not going to be by any means an unreasonable expectation to think that she still believes the stuff about transmedicalism. Now, yes, is there like a degree to which these sort of viewpoints were adopted by trans people back in the day as a means of survival? I mean, I guess. But it is not that Brianna Wu was locked up and vacuum sealed in a carbonite time capsule and unleashed upon the world of 2023. She's not an unfrozen cave woman from Encino, California. All right. She's been living through all these years. She does not need to be reintroduced to concepts such as the ability to procure nutrients from your local convenience store at a gas station, and possibly even, I don't know, maybe put your head under the ice cream dispenser and turn the ice cream dispenser on so that the ice cream goes into your mouth and gives you a really bad ice cream headache. Right? What I'm saying is that Brianna Wu does not need to be paired up in a comedic duo with Pauly Shore in order to reacclimate herself to the realities of modern living. Does that make sense? So many leaders of today's, trans leaders of today, like T.S. Madison, have so many transmedicalist opinions. Wait, who is T.S. Madison? How do I not know this person? So many binary trans people are transmedicalist, to be honest, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, look, it's not entirely uncommon, and it is a viewpoint that some people that haven't thought about this a lot might sort of fall into. It's not the case with Brianna, and it strains my belief to think that Keffels has not thought about this stuff, right? Especially, knowing what circles that she runs in, right? It's really amazing to me if none of these transmedicalists that she hung around ever brought up the concept of transmedicalism with her, right? I guess it's possible. Like, oh, here comes Keffels, better put the transmedicalist, Dungeons and Dragons away again, because that's what they do. They play Transmed Dungeons and Dragons. T.S. Madison is one of the most famous Black trans women in entertainment and media. And there you go, entertainment and media. So many trans leaders. Yeah, this is... Oh, Rose of Dawn. Yes, I have heard of Rose of Dawn.
Conversations and have the...
But about the prominence of transmedicalist perspectives in media or in, whatever, right? Here's the deal, okay? Transmedicalism hurts so many people within the trans community, and there is, there is a not so silent majority of trans people that want to get away from it. Is it possible that some of those people slip back into that perspective, or unconsciously are sort of, espousing those viewpoints? Yeah, it's entirely possible. But the majority of people, like when an issue comes up in the trans community of, transmedicalism, the answer resoundingly in the trans community is no. However, there are a lot of people like Brianna Wu who might carry transmedicalist views in a sort of covert manner. That's what they were talking about in the group chat. That was what that discussion was about. Like, part of the discussion was like, oh yeah, and you're just not allowed to exist in social spaces as a trans person if you say these things. Doesn't that suck? Yeah, we all know that like non-binary people, yada, 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 horrible, bigoted thing. But we're just not allowed to say that in public. It's just like we're being suppressed, right? So they know that this is not something that they can say in a public kind of sphere. And yet there are a ton of trans people that hold power in some way that do hold these exact viewpoints, right? So it is a concern, and it was looking more concerning when this got revealed. And in some quarters, there was very little pushback on what Brianna said. If you watch Chud Logic, it was like, what's the big deal? What's the big deal? I think that transmedicalism is based, actually, right? Chud Logic came out as a transmed, right? In certain quarters, right? That's pretty common in the Destiny DGG community. However, you just go a little bit across the street to the Vosh community, the VGG community, it's not acceptable by and large, right? Demon Mama, even less so. And in the majority of the trans community, this is not acceptable. However, there are probably, a lot of influential trans people who are transmedicalists. The very nature of the business of being a public-facing persona is such that you might even see more of that sort of elitist mentality in quarters like that. So it is something that we definitely have to watch out for. There is a continued concern with the ability of trans meds to kind of be able to move in spaces of advocacy like unnoticed, right? And even worse, if their points of view are accepted, and that there ends up not being a price to be paid. However, yeah, I think with Keffels, that's a perfect demonstration of, in most trans spaces, the this kind of thing is a non-starter. It's gonna take too long for binary trans people to put away the 1980s medical transphobia. Yeah. Solution is for the 70s and 80s transmedicalists to not occupy positions of power and to stay out of the movement since they already got theirs. I mean, it's just something that we have to watch out for. And, the people that don't see anything wrong with what Brianna Wu said are the people that wanted to pare this down to, oh yeah, no, it's mean girl shit. I mean, I guess it's not nice, but come on, everybody does that. No, like that's a whole nother level of not nice.
These conversations
anyway, let's
publicly,
get going with this.
And I want to see more of those conversations happening. I also just am very sympathetic.
Oh yeah, the conversation. So you could have a conversation with Brianna Wu. You could talk to her. You could be like, did you realize that, like, here's, you know, all these non-binary people and they're trans as well, but, you know, their experiences, like, you know, like, right, are different. And I don't know. Not that I don't know. I don't believe that at this point, right? Any kind of, you know, remorse that Brianna Wu might eventually feel is going to be completely indistinguishable with an attempt to maintain her clout. And that is why I am not buying what Keffels is selling here. Let's see, where are we?
Of their friends, and they're more willing to make excuses for their friends. And I wanted to be able to
anybody spoke out against Brianna besides Demon Mama? That's what I'm wondering, right? And I was hoping maybe somebody in chat might know, because I've heard that Vosh made a statement about transmedicalism, not specifically about Brianna Wu, but you can take it as almost like a proxy. Like that is maybe how comfortable, you know, he feels at the moment. Like it's a signal to those who know that he doesn't stand with this shit. At least an attempted signal. However, like I said, Brianna Wu is incredibly influential in these quarters. I mean, like, she is the one who brought Vosh, Destiny, the rest of them into VidCom and into the White House almost, right? If you want to know more about that, check out my videos. Check out my most recent video.
Directly into the line of sight of the people that were being talked about. And up until then, there was no harm can come out of this. And I know that if any of the people who were talked about who feel hurt by the things that she said, I'm pretty sure she would be willing to have those conversations. That is one thing I will say that.
Do you really want to out yourself to like, right? Like, do you see what she's saying? If you were hurt by what Brianna Wu said in that group chat, why don't you just let her know that she didn't like that? And then she'll come over and have a conversation with you. That's not... No, like, everything is a problem. Like, I just don't know, like, I just don't know what's going to be in Keffels' Discord.
I really like is that she's willing to have those conversations. No one has to like her or trust her. That's definitely not something that I am trying to say right now. You can absolutely criticize her. You can be part of this community and criticize her as well. But
we'll just keep track of you, right? We'll just like note down what your username is, and at the appropriate time you will be dealt with. You will be dealt with by the mean girl cult.
All I would ask is that the criticisms
if it wasn't for that treason Hasan, right,
you make of her should be coming from a place of wanting to see her do better instead of wanting to exile.
Look, I would love to see her do better, but I don't get any sense. I have no sense whatsoever that she wants to do better. Like, any little bit of contrition that you saw from Brianna Wu was paired with a lot of doubling down, and especially, like, you know, in places that she didn't think that people could see, right? Yeah, I'm sorry. There's no shot that I am ever gonna, you know, like, look to Brianna Wu as like, yeah, maybe she would be like a really good force in politics for trans people. Maybe that would be
her.
The video is off. Yeah, the video is definitely off. That's right. That's right. So, like I was saying, I don't know what goes on in Keffels' Discord, and I don't want to be surprised There's nothing really. She's just showing her Discord. If something comes on, I will let you know. I just don't want to accidentally show something in the Discord that is bad. 'Cause I am good. I'm nice. I am not a super meanie butt.
From any online progressive space. That's all I want to see. I just want to see her actually come out of this realizing how she hurt people and wanting to do better. And from what I've seen, at least talking to her one-on-one, I'm pretty sure she realizes that she did hurt people. But it's really hard having these sort of conversations because so many people got hurt, and because there is an incentive in order to attack people and not try and mend bridges, which is something that, like going over the Noodlegate article, I can very much sympathize with. Like I in the Discord, when all of this stuff was going down, people were calling me retarded because they disagreed with my opinion. And
well, that's not nice.
And I just let them do it. I don't care.
Project
Well,
TV
Demon Mama
31.
seemed really pissed in that stream, understanding. I mean, yeah, Demon Mama has every right to be pissed off by this. Look, if a public figure ever decides to like start shit talking
Welcome to
my
the Project
partner in a
TV
group chat
31
and
Research and
knives
Development
around,
Team.
that's too personal. I don't expect you to like be completely emotionally on an even keel after something like that. The thing that I'm really frustrated about with this situation, as I said before, is that Benny came away from this circumstance with a lot of sympathy when
the thing that I was really frustrated is that there's this one person that I was trying to completely socially exclude. This one person that I wanted to attack and continue to attack until I literally drive her off the internet. And the part of this is making sure that she is in no way sympathetic to anyone, that everyone regards her as this monster, genocide appreciating tanky, and nobody ever sees her as a victim. It's impossible for me to do that when she is seen in a light of being victim, and the group chat was so unambiguous in its cruelty to her that there was just no getting away from it. And it got away from what I was trying to do, which was trying to harass someone off that I don't like off the internet. That was very inconvenient for me, right? And I don't appreciate it. I don't appreciate it at all. So that more than anything, that's what I'm mad about at Brianna. Brianna, I don't know. This is so, yeah. You're like, chat. This is bad. This is bad.
Welcome to the Project KV31 Research and Development Team. In this short, informative video, you will be briefed on the required protocol in regard to Project KV31, as well as receive an overview of future development plans. What is Project KV31?
What is Project KV31?
Project KV31 pertains to the study and development of the async low-proximity magnetic distortion system.
That's the threshold.
For the sake of convenience, you may hear your peers refer to the project under any of the following titles: the machine, the door, the back rooms, the complex, hallways.
Catboy Ranch.
Unauthorized usage of these terms outside of the async research
Outside of the couple's Discord
facility is strictly prohibited. The threshold without guided supervision.
Never approach the couples without guided supervision. That's very important. That's very important.
Never enter the complex alone. All expeditions are to be comprised of no fewer than 3 individuals.
Yeah, but that was 2 weeks ago. We're not going to be doing anything about it now. I mean, do you really think that that's actually a option in this situation? I mean, there's too many variables. Because probably to reset the whole circuit. It's doable.
So chat, this is how you actually get into the secret Cuffles Discord, right? You know, if you want to like join the real Discord, the paywall Discord, you got to strap on a biohazard suit like this. You got to prepare. It is not easy to get there. It is even harder to get back. Like, in fact, there's some thought that once you no clip into the Cuffles Catboy Ranch, that you are stuck there essentially forever in the Cuffles backrooms.
You know how it is, because I want to have it in tomorrow, and I had a meeting, so I'm going north.
And yeah, also important, never get separated from your group, right?
Guys, do you hear this? Hey guys, do you hear this? Hey! Guys. Guys? George?
So yeah, I mean, this is just one of the horrors that can befall you in the oh my god. I'm so scared of this Discord here. I'm gonna turn it off again. It's too spooky.
And she was defending some heinous shit. I think it was good that it leaked, revealed that her public tweets were intentional deception. I mean, yeah, yes and no. Like, I definitely think that people had a right to know if she was saying weird shit in private that she wouldn't say in public. But at the same time, I feel like leaking all of that just hurt a lot of people when it didn't need to. Yeah. First off, thank you. I appreciate that understanding. The continued harassment, mistreatment, makes me literally sick. The fact it flowed through Brianna into my own peaceful space really hurts. I think, like, tonight, maybe I should reach out to both of you and see if there's anything that can be...
She wants to maintain the bridge between herself and Demon Mama. And yeah, like, it's really understandable. Like, but here's what sucks, right? Some people in the VGG orbit, some people that are like, tangential to Demon Mama, they understand what's wrong with what Brianna did, but nobody else does. Because to everybody else, like, it's just, oh yeah, that's Benny, and Benny has been largely depersoned through attacks by the White Leaf Network. What was it, like Vosh, Keffels, Dylan Burns, I think maybe Xander Hall even. All these people did content like on the debate with like Charlie Kirk and other Benny Bad kind of content. So like, right, there's no real acknowledgement of what was wrong with that situation.
Done to fix this, or maybe it's too soon, but I would like to get to a point where this shit is just, where this is solved, and also Brianna realizes how fucking hurtful it was and this isn't going to happen again. Brianna has damaged people's ability to trust her. I don't want her ousted from any space or canceled or anything personally, but she has to grapple with the fact people are reasonable to feel betrayed and distrustful in the circumstance, especially with public behavior of the other people in the chat on display currently, or it will prevent bridges being built. Like, I was trying to like avoid getting into like a back and forth with like the people in that group chat, because yeah, they've said a lot of weird stuff and a lot of hurtful stuff, and I didn't want to give them a reason to like redirect this weird back and forth to me. I'm sorry that was a bit selfish. I'm up for another discussion on the gender dysphoria requirement for bottom surgery and stuff. There's a lot of moving parts surrounding it that need to be considered. And that's like the...
Wait, what was that? Like, this is kind of wild. Did you catch that? I'm not entirely sure what Keffels was trying to say there. That she was afraid of the group chat people coming after her? She knows some of those people pretty closely, is the thing. I mean, I guess, look, if they take what she's saying here seriously, right, they were probably really thrilled that she came out with the, like, yeah, transmedicalism does have is really important, right? When she made that tweet, the ones that were where she said, I didn't realize I said transmedicalism. Does that mean transmedicalism? Oh, geez, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to say pro-transmedicalism. I just thought trans plus, I thought it was, I didn't realize it was a thing, right? That whole thing, right? For her to pull back on that, because they were really, I'm sure they were really excited to see her to come out there and support. They usually don't get a lot of public support. They know, and people in this chat have pointed out that there are lots of, you know, people that have like transmedicalist ideas. However, generally within the trans community, people are not public about it because it's literally attacking part of the trans community. It's not, you know, it's not something that people want to, you know, say in public. That's why they say it in these kind of private chats. But wow. She's afraid of the trans meds coming after her? Really? I don't know what goes on there, right? I don't entirely understand her relationship with those people. What I do always notice is that it's not in any way confrontational, but, you know, whether that is because of Keffels agreeing largely with them, or whether that is because Keffels is afraid of them, I guess that's a question. I guess that's a real question, right? Like, I mean, some of these are people that she has known for a very long time. The question then arises, like, what is she afraid that they are gonna do? What do they potentially have on her? This is a group chat that is leaked once. Might, you know, something pertaining to Keffels' leak, were she to upset these people? I don't know. I don't exactly know.
The problem that I'm having with the conversation, when I was talking about that, I was having this conversation in the context of people trying to use the courts to roll back trans access to medical care. Like, I definitely think in an ideal circumstance, you shouldn't have to go through an entire medical gauntlet in order to access.
Essentially what she posted was really similar to the opinions of another hero of these people, of the group chat people, of Transmedicalists, Riley Grace Rochong. Like, what she said sounded like textbook Riley Grace Rochong, right? In terms of there being like legal and medical needs to have a framework separate from gender ID. That was the debate between Demon Mama and Riley Grace Rochong back in the day.
To sexual reassignment surgery, but I don't think that under the current system it would be able to be defended unless it exists within the medical framework. It's already getting rolled back like all across the world and in many states in the United States, so it's, yeah.
All right, thank you, Keffels. Wow. I guess I'm left with more questions than answers. Once again with Keffels, I am left with more questions than answers, and not a lot of desire to really pursue those questions, because like every single interaction that I have is, in terms of interaction, I shouldn't say interaction, knock on wood, right? That we don't have to have any kind of interaction with couples or her community, right? But what I mean is like viewing her content, right? It's gotten more disturbing. And I really don't know what to make of it. Yeah, transmedicalism won't save trans people. Let's see, what am I? I'm still not sure where this Vosh thing is. I was told that Vosh has addressed this question as well. But I'm not sure where I would find that. I don't think he's like posted like a video on his main channel. Oh, unless it's somehow in the context of the of covering the debate between Hasan and Jink. So he covered the part of the debate where they argued about trans women in sports and how to handle trans issues politically. That's like the only thing I can see that's just like leaping out to me as a place where his take on transmedicalism might be. I've just been told, right? And I think it was like I saw a tweet by Sunday. Sunday has been the person who's been, really sort of covering this entire Brianna Wu thing, all the fallout from that, all the debates that happened after the fact, all the trans meds that came out of the woodwork, right? President Sunday has been covering that. I'm not entirely sure. I'm late with the comment, but I would wager if Jink picks a VP. Oh God, yeah, I guess we should look at that. Wait, do we have anything? Do we have like a link for the Jink Uyghur presidency thing? Jink is running for president. This is true, I've been told. Okay, so the most recent stream is not even timestamped yet. I don't know. I don't want to spend too much time on this. If I can't find it, I can't find it. I thought that somebody had it, but I don't know if they're in chat right now. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure that Natalie Marie had it, but let's see. Maybe it's in stream suggestions. Nope. Not in stream suggestions. But yeah, I mean, what this represents from what I've heard is essentially Vosh punting the issue, right? It sounds like he is, he's never he's never come out, with a support of transmedicalism. He has always been on the record as being against it, and but at the same time, Brianna Wu is an important bridge that opens other bridges, and it may be too important for Vosh to alienate Brianna. So that's why I'm characterizing the version that I've heard. And again, like we haven't until I lay my eyes on this footage. I can't be sure. He's gonna pick Anna as his VP. Does anybody have that? Do we have where did Jink announce the presidency run? He's not even, wait, for not being born in the United States, he's not eligible to run? He's gonna lose. Anyway, we know. Yeah, he's gonna pick Anna. Basically, Vosh. You know what? I'm telling you this, and I feel bad about it because, right? I don't know for sure. Like, you know, right? I don't know for sure until we lay eyes on the video and actually see the clip. But this is what I've been told. So. Okay, so we got secular talk 1 hour ago. Should Jink run for president 4 days ago? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here it is. Whoops. Helps if I unmute it, doesn't it?
That will basically. Welcome back to TYT. As I mentioned, there's a
Wait a minute. I feel like we got to do something like to recognize what is about to happen here. So wait, chat, this isn't ordinary news, right? This isn't like small news. This isn't medium news. This is absolutely.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, big news, oh boy, big news. I haven't heard big news, oh boy. CNN is more, so Donald Trump, oh boy, oh man. Here's a video of so Donald, big news, Donald Trump, big news, Donald Trump, oh boy, the DO, big news, oh boy. So Donald Trump, oh boy, so Donald Trump, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Pig news. All right, let's see what's going on.
Announcement that will basically take up the entirety of the second hour of the show today. Here to make that announcement in the capacity as a guest.
Wait, it's gonna take out. So wait, they talked about this more?
Is Cenk Uygur.
Yes.
Cenk, you do have this big announcement.
Oh no, there's another 30-minute video.
Although you've already kind of made it on the set of Breaking Points, but now it's official.
Yeah. No.
Okay, so yeah, he kind of half-heartedly. I would say half-heartedly, right? It felt weird. Yeah, pig news. Oh boy, pig news. Cheers, my dude. Wait, he found some vague language in the amendment? Oh, interesting. So yeah, I didn't, for some reason I thought he was born in the US, but wait, no, I remember him talking about, yeah, he grew up in Turkey.
I had not yet made up my mind, but I have now. And
Look, this is pig news and we're going to go full hog, or as I once said, full hog. Wait, I got to say that in the right, you got to use the southern voice. Full hog. I can't do it right. You got to do it like you're calling a pig. Okay. Wait, it's like full hog. There we go.
I have filed. I will be running for president of the United States of America. Coming, JankForAmerica.com. And
Jank for America.
And the idea here, guys, is
Hasan was born in New Jersey, not Jank.
Let's change the course. Right now, Joe Biden is
Joe Brandon
down 24 points in the economy, 19 points
but he's got the Biden blast
on jobs when he actually did better.
He's keeping his powder dry
on jobs than Trump did. He's down 13 points from where he was in 2020. Look, he is not.
He's in the recovery chamber in the basement of the White House like Goku. Okay, he's in a big tank of water recovering, and he's getting ready to come out and do his spirit bomb.
Going to win. I am running. Yes, I am a break glass in case of emergency candidate. It should not have been me. It should have been someone else. But unfortunately, it was not anyone else.
Okay, now here's what I agree with. All right, somebody should be primarying Biden. Somebody serious should be primarying Biden. someone should always primary every neoliberal Democratic candidate. And the fact that you can't find anybody to do it, it shows a really disturbing phenomenon. And what I'm talking about here is that to even be taken seriously as a political candidate, you've got to have a certain level of institutional support, right? From the establishment or something, you know what I mean? You got to have your name out there, right? Because you can run for president, like anybody over a certain age, I think it's 35, can run for president. But the question is, are people going to know that you're running for president? So in order for that to work, you've got to be known. You've got to be in a known quantity, right? This usually involves, having, like I said, institutional support. The unfortunate thing, though, is that institutional support comes at a cost. And, having that kind of support generally means that the institution has a certain degree of power over you. The institution uses that power to shame people out of primarying incumbents, right? The Democratic Party has this great idea where they think that they should never have a primary for an incumbent. They should always just sail, straight through to a victory in the primary, and that will somehow leave them stronger for the general debate. That's not true. That has a lot of drawbacks, right? When there is a primary on the Republican side, even if it's a primary of, dead enders, which is what anybody but Trump running seems to be right now, is a dead end presidential candidate. Even a dead end political campaign will get more attention than no political campaign, no primary whatsoever. And that's what the Democrats and Joe Biden are doing. I also think that, institutional Democratic politicians need to be pushed, need to have some reason to be better. And, what could be a better reason than not wanting to give fodder to your primary opponent? There are so many reasons that primaries need to happen. So he's right. He's also right that he is not like a first choice or second choice or third choice or fourth choice or fifth choice. And I could count to like several hundred. Like he is a bottom rung option for a political candidate. Just like I am the bottom rung at remembering the top of the hour ad break, which is happening right now. And I forgot to let people know before it happened.
And now there's only 4 months left. We must change course. He has at best a 10% chance of winning.
I wouldn't put it that far down, right? But the important part is that many other candidates would do better than Joe Biden. Many other candidates.
Donald Trump is an actual fascist. So I am running as a proxy. I'm running to win, but I'm also running as a proxy for any other candidate. We have got to get Biden out of the race.
He's running as a proxy. So what is he saying there? He's saying that he doesn't want to be president. He doesn't want to run for president, but he believes that somebody should run for president. And I guess we're that person that he thinks is a better candidate than him to come in and start running, that he himself would withdraw from the race. But like the idea that he is going to drive Biden out of the running is just silly.
Thank you for winning in 2020. But if he loses this time around, it's not just his problem, it's all of our problems. I actually think democracy is on the line. And so if it takes me running, then that's what I'm gonna do. And we're all gonna do it together. And by the way, and I'll say this up front and then I'll let you ask all your questions, Anna. If I do this alone and it's just my idea, it's never gonna work, okay? I'm either your voice or I'm not. If you guys want to have a stronger candidate in this race and you wanna beat Donald Trump, you're gonna make that
preposterous, yeah,
happen. Jankforamerica.com or in any way, volunteering, whatever you want, okay? But if I'm not your voice, I have no chance at all. So
wait, who's the candidate that was something for America? I'm trying to remember. Who was the candidate in 2016 that was like X for America? I can't remember. I literally cannot remember. I mean, I'm sure lots of candidates have used that as their campaign thing, but I feel like there was somebody specifically in 2016 that did, or maybe it was like the name of a pack.
See if we can bring something good into the world and make a giant difference together. And you know me, I always believe that we can make a difference together. And
of course.
This is the time to do it.
Was it Yang for America? Is that right? Is that what it was?
Before the primaries are over.
All right. So there he is officially. I just feel like he doesn't know how to launch. I feel like it's the DeSantis campaign, but worse. You remember how DeSantis tried to do a Twitter space with Elon Musk, and it was just an absolute shit show. And, you know, I think he had to redo his campaign announcement because it did not get the kind of attention that he wanted. He was like all ready to go. He's like, let's have this Twitter space. And then it takes like 2 hours getting the Twitter space going. And all they did was get dunked on and memed on by the Trump contingent. So.
Thanks for watching the video, guys.
Oh, wait, here we go. Let's see what else he has to say.
So I do have a lot of questions.
We all have a lot of questions.
Want you to explain is the logic behind what you're doing, right? Because it seems as though you think running is going to.
Okay, can I say something mean? And I'm not trying to be too mean, but I don't particularly like that dress on her. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's her dress. It's not my dress. It doesn't matter. But what does matter is that you know that if you just experienced an ad for 3 minutes and you're like, that was a long time, that was the top of the hour ad break. I should have warned you of that. I didn't warn you of that. I didn't give you any warning. So let me just tell you what it's all about now. Every hour, on the hour, you will be served. It's not exactly on the hour, but it's like close. It's close to on the hour. You will be served up to 3 minutes of ads. If you no longer want to see those ads, you can get out of those ads with a Twitch Prime sub. That is a free sub to you. That is a sub that you get gifted to you, given to you automatically, just by virtue of the fact that that Amazon owns Twitch, right? And it costs you nothing, and it helps me out a lot. And I also know that it means a lot to me because there's only one of those that you have to give. You can also get out of the ad break by paying $5 if that is not too much money. If that does not break the bank for you, you can pay $5 to get out of that ad as well. That will do the same thing. That will give you the emotes, that will give you the sub, that will give you the ability to stop seeing those ads. You can also get out of it possibly by a gift or community sub. Those can happen, those do happen, but they're more likely to happen to you if you are active in chat. Yes.
Spark something in other potential candidates. So explain what the logic is.
Great question. So first of all,
I feel like Anna should just turn into President Sunday here and say, explain yourself. Explain yourself, and then just inexplicably call Jink Madam, right? Because that's what President Sunday does. He calls you Madam.
When it comes,
I feel like if I ever had something where I went after President Sunday for a take that he had, that and I talked to him, he would just be like, Madam. Like, that's all he would say. He would just repeat Madam.
To the issue of me being a naturalized citizen, which I know we're going to get to later. If it wasn't for that,
and I would insist to him that I have never been married and am in fact a mademoiselle.
There would be no obstacles to begin with. There should be a progressive in this race. There should have been one for a long time. Marianne Williamson has been in there, but unfortunately she hasn't broken through. I have nothing but respect for her courage and her policies.
Unfortunately, she's a bit of a meme.
Etc. But at this point, we're not at progressives versus establishment. We're at 4 months left and things must change. Otherwise, we're almost definitely going to lose to Trump.
What do you mean when you say 4 months left? I know what you mean, but explain it to the audience.
So Iowa, South Carolina primaries, caucuses, et cetera, starting in about 4 months. So in fact, the Nevada ballot deadline is on October 16th.
So in other words, whatever your strategy is, you have to participate in those primaries if you are to have any hope of actually winning the primary. I think that's what he's getting at.
In a couple of days, that forces us to go now, right? And so, first of all, if Joe Biden drops out, everything is possible. Everything is possible. All the other candidates will come in. Governor Whitmer, Governor Shapiro.
If Joe Biden drops out, it's still a mess. All right, this is so late to get into the race. This is so late to start fundraising. Yeah, it's not good. But in this situation, Joe Biden is a terrible candidate, right? That's true. That's true, right? He's got, despite being the most progressive president, as much as it pains me to say, in our lifetime, that's literally true. That is not a very high bar to, to meet. And but as far as his chances, right? As far as him as a candidate, as far as, just him being able to hold it together, physically and serve as a candidate and serve as president and, be able to stand up to Trump in the debates. I don't know.
You name it, they will all come in.
Would you rather vote for Marianne than Jink? Yeah, I feel like if you gave me that choice, I might make the same one, Dave.
And we'll have a real primary, which we should have had from day one. By the way, when we don't do primaries, Republicans get their message out in their primaries. Is constantly talking about Republican acts.
So I actually agree with Jink on some of his premises. I don't know. He's a terrible candidate. Yeah, he's not really disagreeing with me though, is he?
Republican, why? Democrats have gotten none of their message out. We need a real strong primary. So my job is to be basically Paul Revere. Biden's gonna lose, Biden's gonna lose, Biden's gonna lose. We gotta go now. We have to change that dynamic.
The Trumpish are coming.
So I'm gonna, pressure Biden to get out of the race. So if he leaves now, he's a hero. He did something incredibly magnanimous, he beat Trump.
I feel like Biden could literally increase his numbers. Like if the Jink candidacy was taken seriously, like does Jink realize how unpopular he is? Like Biden's got some, favorability issues, but I feel like Jinks are worse.
Last time he was a good steward of the economy, so he retires a hero. But if he stays in, I'm going to explain to people that he's the villain. And
who was it that called him Ruth Bader Biden? Does anybody remember?
And if he loses to Trump, if I'm wrong and he beats Trump, then great. Then my apologies to Joe Biden. But that's not going to happen, and we all know that's not going to happen. So the idea is to create enough pressure on Biden. And here's how you get the pressure.
Wait,
one of the ways you get
chat. If you enjoy a meal, you have to say my compliments to the chef, right? What happens if you, I don't know, like if you enjoy the meal but then you throw up, do you have to say my apologies to the chef? Is that how that works?
Pressure is everybody thinks that I have almost no chance of winning, right? Well, let's keep it real. Everybody knows that, right? They're like, oh, your name is funny. You weren't born here. You're a progressive. You're an outsider, et cetera, right? I
mean, my question is like, in what way is he a proxy? Like maybe, if you take, he's not really running for president, right? The thing about him not being born here, it's not just an issue of like, well, I mean, that doesn't make me a very appealing presidential candidate, right? I'm pretty sure that it means that he can't get on the ballot, right? Am I wrong about that?
To 20 or 25, panic sets in. There's no question panic sets in because there's two things that happen there. One, the other candidates go, well, Biden is enormously weak, right? Number two is Biden begins to realize the handwriting's on the wall. If this Cenk Uygur, who he probably can't pronounce, has gotten to 25. The handwriting's on the wall. He's gotta go. And by the way, Anna, the reason why this is realistic is because there are a lot.
You're not going to get to 25. He thinks he's going to get to 25%. He thinks he's going to get to 25%.
lot of people in Washington, inside the establishment, that are trying to get Joe Biden to drop out. We need to help them. We need to create that pressure.
Okay, let me jump in. You have publicly Bill Maher, James Carville, behind the scenes, other members of the Democratic Party
people that have called,
urging Biden to.
Okay, people who have publicly called out for Biden to drop out. That's Bill Maher and James Carville. It was a weird thing to hear Bill Maher because I don't even consider him necessarily on the left, but
drop out, saying that this is a massive risk that will likely get Donald Trump reelected again. Why do you think that you would be an effective voice in dissuading Biden from running again?
Yeah, there's two things about that, Anna. So number one, why aren't they in the race? So look, you can say, well, what do you mean? Why should Bill Maher go in the race? Of course, James Carville's not gonna go in the race. Yeah, but guys, just talking about it isn't getting anything done. So you need to actually have someone in the race that is actively pushing him out and saying, so like these polite beseeching of Joe Biden isn't working. And yes, we've got to crank up the dial. And so one of the ways you do that is you have a real candidate who actually makes a real run at him. And when you have make a real run at him, that's gonna.
I feel like your best bet is to take away his ice cream. That's where he gets his power from, understand? That's where he gets the power for the Biden blast, right? And without the Biden blast, there's really no point to Dark Brandon at all. And without Dark Brandon, the whole thing falls apart. So right, the whole key is taking away depriving him of his ice cream.
Create an enormous amount of pressure rather than just chitter chatter sitting there as time runs out in Washington, D.C. Now, you're getting to an important point here. And I know some people are nervous. Well, I mean, if Joe Biden only has a 10% chance of winning, and Cenk, you criticize him, does that come down to 9% or 8%? What difference does it make? He's gonna lose. 10% isn't enough to win. He's massively behind. Okay? So instead, what the point of turning up the pressure is if you lose to Trump, it is going to be on the record. We warned you, I warned you. I came in the race in a crazy attempt to make a difference because we're on a collision course with fascism. And if Joe Biden says, yes, I am that selfish. Yes, I don't care about you guys. I don't care if democracy's on the line. I don't care if I'm 80, I don't care if I'm 180. My legacy and my ego is more important than anything else in the world. So I will stay here and try to get a two-term president because 2 terms is better than.
So here's the thing though, I don't think that he's staying in for his legacy and his ego. I think he is strictly staying in at the very least because the establishment does not feel that they have a better candidate. And like right, who would be the candidate? Like Gretchen Whitmer, Gavin Newsom, Kamala Harris. I was gonna say Elizabeth Warren, but no. You're emotionally 30? I mean, Jink, hey pot, this is the kettle, huh? Less serious than Marianne Williams.
1 term. And guys, and if you're in the press or you're out there as a voter, you all know that's what he's thinking. You all know that, right? You know that it's all about his ego and it is intensely selfish. And I'm gonna say that 2,000 times on every show until he gets it through his thick head. Stop being selfish. Democracy is actually on the line. JankForAmerica.com.
Okay, just mental exercise here, right? Mental exercise. Let's say that somehow Jink was able to run and nobody jumped in, but he somehow defies expectation. He wins the primary. Jink goes into a political horse race against Donald Trump. Do you think that Jink realized how much he would be brutalized? Like, I mean, I know that he thinks of himself as a tough guy. He's a fighter, and he's a debater, and you know, he gives commentary on the debates, and like, you know, like, right. But I just like, I'm just trying to remember. Like, look, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. This is who. This is, and I don't think Donald Trump's a great candidate either, right? But look at how he.
Till he gets it through his thick head. Stop being selfish. Democracy is actually on the line. JankForAmerica.com.
Easily more unlikable than Chris Christie. Easily more unlikable than Ron DeSantis. Wow.
You
might actually see Donald Trump get 75%.
In a recent interview with
Not really.
the Sitch and Adam show,
oh no, we got back to Sitch and Adam?
You had described your congressional run for California's 25th district.
Wait, when did he talk to Sitch and Adams? Jake doesn't realize that Donald Trump will use racism to beat him. Oh yeah, God.
District as the worst experience of your life.
He's grandiose. Yeah, he's not very likable.
In that election, you received 6.6%
anyone besides Vosh
of the vote. It was also the worst experience of my life. What makes you think that anything would be different this time around, given the way the media treated you, given the stunts that the Democratic Party pulled against you? In order for your plan here to work, you just said it. If you start seeing support for you, 20 to 25% of the vote, that seems like you got that.
It's weird though that he's criticizing Biden for his ego. And it's just like, wait, what would make you think that, like, even if you're like somebody needs to run, what makes it think that it should be you? Is it literally like no, like, I mean,
then maybe there'll be actual pressure for Biden to step down and not seek re-election. But what makes you think you're gonna get anywhere near that, considering what you've already experienced with the media's treatment of you?
Yeah, so I'm under no delusion that mainstream media is going to be all of a sudden, oh, Cenk Uygur, we've changed our minds.
No, they're going to be vicious.
Yeah, no, I know how mainstream media works.
You're the victim. You're the victim. That's what we're doing. The mainstream media is making you a victim. They're asking you questions that you shouldn't have to answer.
I said it today in another.
Adam and Snitch, the very evil stunt of letting Jink shoot himself in the foot. Anna's still plugging her trash interview. Wait, her interview with Sitch and Adam, or did Jink talk to them?
They will lie, they will smear me. There's no question. That's what they do to every progressive. And if you're in mainstream media, you're pretending that you're not biased against progressives. That is hilarious. And then you will make that pretense in the middle of an article where you attack me. Go ahead, you know you're going to. There isn't going to be one positive article about it, right? But hey, I'm also trying to get your beloved Whitmers and Newsoms, etc., into the race.
Don't say Newsom.
Okay, I know that you're not in favor of it, but that's a different conversation. So I don't.
Come on, help me out, chat. Whitmer, Newsom, oh God. Anybody else I can think of that would get into the race is like worse. Like as bad as Newsom is, right? And if you know about his recent vetoes, yeah, he's pretty bad. Gruesome Newsom.
Think that the mainstream media is going to be any different. No, there's two things that are different, Anna. One is, I'm not the only one who thinks Joe Biden needs to get out of the race and we need to have a real primary. Tons of people, about 72% of Democratic voters want it. And Democratic Party, what is wrong with you? That you ignore 72% of your voters who scream, give us another candidate. So if you didn't want me in the race, well, then you should have given him another candidate, okay? And if you didn't give him that, you got me instead. So deal with it. Now, in terms of why it's different in terms of being able to break through. In the congressional run, we couldn't break through. Why not? Because they smeared me. And by the way, if I read the LA Times article and I was a voter in the 25th congressional district and I heard nothing else about me, I would have voted against me. Because the lies and the smears in there were unreal. I mean, they said I was anti-Muslim. I wouldn't vote for a guy who's anti-Muslim. They didn't tell people that I'm actually Muslim, that my background's Muslim, right?
Yeah. Anna did a interview with Adam and Stitch, but I thought that it sounded like they were talking about interaction that Jink had with Adam and Stitch,
etc. So, but this time it's a little bit different media dynamic. So now we have a great number of online shows. We have more liberal outlets, conservative outlets, independent.
Would I get in trouble if I took the Slam Jam like sample of like get up and slam, welcome to the jam, and played it over like Jink's tirade here? Because I'm sick of this.
Outlets, like you name it, we've got every kind of outlet there is in
Jam?
online, in radio. I've been on Black Radio. I'm going to go
Slam Jam.
back onto Black Radio. I'm going to go back onto every kind of outlet that will have me on. And my guess is a lot of outlets will have me on. In the old days, mainstream media can freeze you out, right? And then you're done for. They smear you, oh, this guy's anti-Muslim, and they anti-this, anti-that, and then you never get your voice out. Well, now, look, guys, here, I'm going to keep
on Alex Jones. You could go on Glenn Beck. You could go on Steve Bannon. Yeah, there's the sky's the limit.
But real, when an online show has me on, the views are going to go up because people are interested in it, and so if maybe.
There's like a limit to that, right? 12K views in 53 minutes. It's not bad, right? But I feel like he's overestimating his reach. A lot of online shows, the Jink Uger comes on and their views go down, right? I think the only reason that you don't see like something like that on Hasan is that there's an interest in seeing a debate between an uncle and a nephew. Like that's just inherently interesting. It's interesting because Jink is the uncle of Hasan. That's a little different, and it doesn't transfer onto other platforms necessarily.
The entire internet will say, no, we're not interested in views. No, we're not interested in Jink. We're not interested in another choice. Biden's got it. Biden's on cruise control here. He's definitely going to win. My guess is a lot of shows, wherever they are on the political spectrum, are going to go, oh, okay, there's a fight, okay? And now there's a real challenge. And look, one of my advantages is I am loud. And so that is sometimes a disadvantage.
Loud, obnoxious.
In this case, someone's got to scream from the rooftops. Biden's going to lose. Biden's going to lose. We've got to get another candidate.
So as far as I know, Marianne Williamson is still running as a Democrat. She is challenging Joe Biden. We actually interviewed her a few months ago. And the topic of how the media treated her came up. I want to play that snippet and then talk about it a little bit in the context of your presidential run. Let's watch.
But your positions are, looking at the polling numbers, the most popular, and certainly in the Democratic side. And you have your finger on the pulse on populism, etc. But yet, the numbers are not going up. Now, I have a theory about that. It's one I shared with you before you even started your campaign, which is your number one opponent is going to be media. Because they're going to do two things. One is shut you out, and the other is say that you can't win. So that's how they attack all progressives, and then they go, "Oh, I didn't attack. I'm just saying something that that we all believe." I don't think it's a memo. I don't think it's a conspiracy. I don't think the New York Times and the Washington Post talk and say, "Hey, let's make sure we keep out Marianne."
Oh, I think they do.
Okay, interesting. Go ahead.
I absolutely think they do. I can't tell you how many times we've been booked and then it's canceled.
Oh.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course they do.
So Cenk, Marianne Williamson has actually been on a lot of outlets, and she's been a repeat guest on a lot of outlets. She's been on Bill Maher's show after announcing that she's running for president. ABC, CBS, MSNBC, Fox News just 6 days ago, Forbes just 3 days ago. She's still getting the media attention, despite what she said in that interview. And she is not in any way swaying other Democrats to join in on this race.
Good news, I'm not Marianne Williamson. So look, Marianne's a wonderful person. She has the right policies, she's terrific, and she has enormous courage. And I would argue she has more courage than I do. She got in it from the beginning and took all that abuse for all this time. So I've got nothing but amazing things to say about Marianne Williamson. But the advantage I have is, yes, I'm loud, I'm a warrior, and I will make this case. Not only the case that Biden's got to go, but our case. So even though this is not progressive versus establishment, and I will take any candidate, myself or others, that is going to beat Trump. Yes, but our policies are more popular. And I'm not afraid to say it. And so you almost never hear someone forcefully making the argument. Why haven't they done paid family leave? 84%. Republicans wanted, Democrats wanted paid family leave, give moms 12 weeks off.
Welcome back to TYT. We're interviewing Cenk Uygur, who's just announced that he is entering the presidential race. He will try to primary President Joe Biden, who is seeking re-election, who is taking a massive risk considering how poorly he's doing in the polling against Donald Trump. And this is Cenk's way of trying to basically prevent what appears to be a future set in stone for both Biden and Trump. Now, I want to read some comments from our viewers, Cenk, because there are some who have questions, some who have concerns, others support you in this effort. Seth Michael Draginski says, I have so many mixed opinions on this, but if you can't get into a debate with Biden, how does this matter? I'm asking for you to genuinely explain it to me. If you don't go all the way, what's the plan then? I really need these answers to decide where I end up on this.
Okay, super fair. So first of all, of course, the DNC should have a debates, and I understand that they're not going to because they are in the business.
Yeah, she went on Hasan, she went on Bill Maher, she went on a lot of different places. I just I don't know, to me, look, she's a meme. I mean, there's too much that she does that she's never even tried to explain that is just weird, and that makes her out to be not a serious candidate. It's hard for me to take her seriously as a candidate, despite the fact that some of her points of view are probably compare favorably to people like Biden's. Also, things like going on the Bill Maher the Bill Maher podcast. The Bill Maher, it's not a podcast. What the hell is it? It kind of is a podcast, isn't it? Club Random with Bill Maher, sitting there as Bill Maher, gets crossfaded and goes off, right? And the way that she kind of there was a little bit of criticism of him because he's a funny guy. He's easy to make fun of. She starts to make fun of him. He confronts her, and then she just I don't know. It's
of protecting incumbency, which is not their job. Their job is to pick the best Democrat to be the best candidate against the Republicans, but they have abdicated that responsibility. I don't think that they're going to go, oh, Cenk Uyghur's in the race. Well, then we should do a debate right away. So I understand that. That doesn't mean you shouldn't pressure them. You should. Now, let's all note that we all know.
What you got to do is have a debate with Gavin Newsom.
And you don't have to be a Young Turks viewer.
Did you hear about this? That Ron DeSantis agreed to a debate with Gavin Newsom, who is not running for president. Just literally needs the attention that much.
To know this, that Joe Biden could not withstand a debate against me. It wouldn't even be close. He would
get blown out.
Be embarrassing.
I don't know. Here's the thing. There's two ways that this could happen, right? It could be that Biden just falls all over himself and really it doesn't matter what Cenk is saying. Either way, right? Or Cenk goes over the top with his attack on Joe Biden, compares him to a cartoon character from the 1950s, and just loses the entire audience. And Joe Biden just sits there talking about ice cream and corn pop and looks more relatable compared to Cenk, right? That's the more likely possibility, I think.
Why are we picking a guy who would be embarrassed by an online talk show host in a debate, and we all know it and we can all acknowledge it? He has no.
Okay, what is wrong with him? He's worse, right? He's always been obnoxious. He's always been whatever, but he's running into negative charisma territory here. He's got negative riz. Am I wrong? The Stinky Farty Leather Chairs podcast? Yeah. The Man Cave Like, I insist on shooting my episode down here in like the worst possible place to record podcast.
Chance of beating someone who has actual facts and makes a strong case. So he can't even make a case for himself. He's at 19 points lower than
facts versus factual acts. Which side do you come down on?
Trump on jobs when he doubled the number of jobs that Trump created. I have made a better case for Biden on jobs than he has.
What if? Okay, here's my idea. What if this is wild, Jink? What if you become Biden's hype man? Right now that Vosh is banned from the White House, now that you no longer have the competition of worrying about Vosh and Brianna and all those people, why don't you just become Joe Brandon's hype man? And you can come out there and you could be like, he's created, 5 million jobs or whatever. Do the part that he can't do for himself.
Now, in terms of what happens, well, we run super
viewer count drop. How? I haven't even looked at them on Social Blade. Are they losing viewers?
super hard. I believe anything is possible. Do I believe we can win? Hell yes, I do. But if you get to Iowa, you get to South Carolina, which is in about 4 months from now, and I'm wrong, and we don't come close, we don't get to, God knows what I'll start at. I have no idea what number I'll start at, right? But I assume that it'll be low. But let's say I do the circuit and I get the message out there and people get, oh my God, your policies are so popular. Why aren't we doing those? Your voice is so strong.
Why is Vosh banned from the White House? That's my newest video, right? We don't know exactly because we only have Vosh's take on it. So, and I don't particularly trust Vosh, but Vosh has some ideas on what got him banned from the White House.
That's exactly what we want for the Democrats.
What's wilder to me is the fact that for a second he was going to go. For a second, he was not just him, not just Vosh, but also Destiny and Keffels were going to go to the White House. And something got in their way.
Party, okay, great. Then I get to 20, I get to 25, I get to 35, wonderful. But if that doesn't happen and you lose Iowa and South Carolina decisively, you're done. It's not like you're dragging it out, right? And guys, this is another huge part of this. No one on the Democratic Party is fighting Trump.
This video out. What more do you have to say? Because I keep on watching this video thinking that I'm going to see something or react to something. And so far, look, we do have probably some stills, right? We do have some pauses. That's pretty good right there. That's a great Cenk Uygur face. But other than that, I don't really see anything.
I mean, they're playing patty cakes with this guy. The guy used Nazi words the other day about poisoning the blood of our nation. The guy tried a coup attempt here. For God's sake, somebody fight him. I'm not waiting for Chris Christie to fight Donald Trump. I'm gonna fight Donald Trump. I'm a Democrat, and so
if you really want to fight Donald Trump, you need to dress up like a blahaj, right? You need to become a shark. The man's afraid of sharks, right? I'm telling you. Look, I would be the best Democrat. Like if the Democratic Party could get me, okay, I would be the best consultant that they ever had. I could tell them what Trump's kryptonite is, right? That as Captain Hook is to the crocodile, so is Donald Trump to the shark. That man is afraid of sharks.
And I gotta, Joe, wake up. You're supposed to fight the guy. Here, I'll tell you this, guys. Let's say we go a month, right? A month is not much at all. And I rise in the polls more than Biden does. What does that tell you?
You're insufferable. I
mean,
know.
Biden is right now trailing the most unpopular politician of our lifetimes, Donald Trump. And he needs to be up 5. So if Joe Biden surges, and now he's up 5, he's up 7. Oh, great, Michigan, my bad. Okay, then you should say, hey, you know what? If he did this for me, I'm gonna vote for him. If it looks like he's gonna win, I'm gonna vote for him. But
ooh, Destiny said it was a lie.
Why would you pick a
chat? One of these days, I gotta figure out a way to do like a YouTube only stream, right? So we can watch the little bit of Destiny stuff that's relevant on this. And there's certain content creators who are banned from Twitch, right? Let's just say
guy that you know.
We could even watch some infrared, if, since he's banned too.
almost for sure is going to lose. So we're going to put the voters to a decision. Can we win that decision? Yes, of course we can. Because the Democratic voters, because of mainstream media, have almost never heard
of the top of the hour ad break, which comes to you every hour on the hour.
A super strong Democrat that says we are right on the issues. We should have $15 minimum wage. We should have, at a minimum, public option. They're incredibly popular. They're not progressive radical positions, etc. They're progressive mainstream positions. They're centrist positions. And they've never seen a Democrat actually rip the face off a Republican. So
of all the things to call to mind, the incident at the zoo, really, is that what we're gonna?
So obviously rhetorical, right? These days you have to
really gonna do the ripping of the face off. Just so you all know, obviously, we don't mean really tearing off the face, right? That would be, we would never do that. We would never do that.
Clarify that because of the Republicans, but they put oh my Joe Biden, you're gonna see it again. He's gonna go on the
Destiny said I can't confirm that. I love that
campaign trail and like a
God, was my video missing that part? I don't know. Maybe I should have given. Look, to be honest, right? The Vosh banned from the White House thing, that was a joke. That was I was being silly. Okay, there's things that I could have said more substantively, but I was just having too much fun, clowning on Vosh. And I feel like sometimes with these debate bros, that's what needs to happen. They need to be treated as the unserious people that they are.
Schmuck, he's going to thank his Republican friends. Stop doing ads for them. I will not be doing ads for Republicans.
And speaking of unserious people, what is going on
I will
with
be
this?
attacking Donald Trump and telling you what a spoiled little child he is.
Tearing his face off rhetorically, of course, rhetorically, right? Not actually.
And how he bankrupted every business he's ever been involved in. He's pathetically weak. I will fight.
Oh yeah, you're right. Mentally, he'd be incredibly compromised. Again, are you trying to make emotes for me, Mr. Uyghur? I don't think I have this many spots available for you to do emote after emote, but I appreciate your versatility in terms of emoting. It's great. It's truly, truly great. If anybody's watching this and wants to take this screenshot and put it in the Discord, I would massively appreciate that, because wow.
For you, Seth. That's what I'll do. JankForAmerica.com. But not only that, we already bought BidenIsGonnaLose.com. BidenIsGonnaLose.com.
So, okay, you're displaying your typical bombastic style.
I am.
Which we know. Which leads me to think about the actual kingmakers in every election. And those kingmakers are not either party. It's the people who are undecided, the independent voters. How do you propose to appeal to them?
Oh, that's super easy. Okay, I thought you were gonna say kingmakers as in donors. Okay, so
No.
that's the first layer of kingmakers.
We can get to funding in a minute, but yeah, I am curious because, I enjoy your boisterous, bombastic style. It's off-putting for others. I would venture to say some who identify as independents, maybe a little more conservative leaning, but are open to Democratic candidates.
So look, here's what independents and even conservatives know they're gonna get with me: honesty and authenticity. So I'm not gonna pull my punches when I don't agree with you. I'm gonna throw the punch. Everybody knows that, right? So now you could say that's alienating. Sure, fair, all right? But on the other hand, when I'm honest with them and I say, hey, look, conservatives figured out that corruption was, knows that, right? So now you could say that's alienating. Sure, independents and even conservatives know they're gonna get with me.
It's off-putting for others. I would venture to say some who identify as independents. I am curious because, I enjoy your boisterous, bombastic style.
Okay, so she's like, I like your, oh my God. Also, thank you. Oh my God, chat, I just got a little bit. Del Sniper, welcome to Secret Halo. Thank you for the membership. Anna seems skeptical of Jink's run. Yeah, I don't know if they necessarily like each other that much. Wait, am I the one that's lying? I'm so confused, chat. I just got a little bit... I had a little ADD moment there for a second. If TYT wasn't trying to get alt-right, centrist, moderate viewers, Jink would be a great, hype man for Biden, especially since he's a boomer that can appeal to other boomers. Does it appeal to boomers? Because like, there's something about him that it just, I mean, maybe it's a boomer thing, and that's why it doesn't work on me. But I just feel like he had maybe some kind of charisma at some point, and he just started reinforcing the wrong things. And instead of doing the weird things that he did that people like, he started doing the weird things that he does that people don't like, and just got too confident in himself. I don't know.
It's off-putting for others. I would venture to say some who identify as independents, maybe a little more conservative leaning, but are open to Democratic candidates.
So look, here's what.
If anything, that his manners, right, which is I thought what they were talking about, like the way that he presents himself, the way that he talks, right? If anything, that is that's a check mark in his favor, in his favorable column. The fact that he does that, weird radio talk show host, right wing stuff, right? But
independents and even conservatives know they're going to get with me. Honesty.
I feel like Anna's more concerned about him, like being like, I don't know, like his skepticism towards Destiny's attempted redemption of Kyle Rittenhouse comes to mind as the kind of thing that Anna maybe is really talking about, right? That's what alienates him from other people, according to her.
Authenticity. So I'm not going to pull my punches when I don't agree with you. I'm going to throw the punch. Everybody knows that, right? So now you could say that's alienating. Sure, fair, all right? But on the other hand, when I'm honest with them and I say, hey, look, conservatives figured out that corruption was so bad that basically these things were, all these campaign contributions are bribes. That's why they want to drain the swamp. They went in the wrong direction with Trump. I won't bend 1 inch on that, okay? You were wrong to go in that direction. Having said that, you were right.
He thinks that's a winning message. He doesn't get that the way that he delivers it is like pedantic and insulting, and that is the #1 way for him to turn potential conservatives off. Yeah, this is
that yes, corruption.
Look, somebody does need to run, okay? I will say that.
Totally out of control. And what other Democrats?
That's why Mars viewers like Jink, because they eat up Mars. Condescension, there it is. That's what I'm looking for. It's condescension. Chat, I just had the weirdest cravings, okay? At first I thought I was gonna say chicken noodle soup, but I'm really thinking of chicken star soup. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Chicken star soup, right? It's like instead of noodles, there's stars, and it's so good. It's like the same ingredients. Yeah, I think you're right. It's the exact same ingredients. But there's something about the shape of the stars that I don't even remember how many stars are in there. I feel like not that many. I feel like you get probably less pasta in your noodle soup with the stars, but I could be wrong. There's more stars than, anyway.
Tells you that, acknowledges. Hey, Mitch McConnell raised $1 billion. Every Democrat out there is going, yeah, oh man, corrupt son of a bitch, right? And mainstream media was willing to begin to entertain that conversation. Nancy Pelosi also took $1 billion. Is she an angel? No, it's not about personalities. And I don't have anything against Nancy Pelosi on a personal level. But You took the $1 billion because you were going to serve those folks, and you did serve those.
Look, I mean, is he right that there's an issue with money in politics? Absolutely. Absolutely. But is he credible at this point after taking multi-million dollars, from outside organizations? Now he says, we paid it back. We paid it back. What are you talking about? We paid it back. Yeah, I mean, like, he didn't give much more specifics than that, so we don't really know, like, what, sort of timetable did he, it doesn't sound much like he paid it back because he realized after taking that $20 million that was wrong, and, he changed his mind, right? That would be, the good reason. It's probably because they were able to turn that money over. So,
folks, now independents know that, and when the Democrats keep going, no, when we take the corporate money,
he's like Donald Duck. That's what he's like. You know how Donald Duck is abrasive? Okay, I shouldn't say that. I kind of like Donald Duck. I've got a soft look. It's because of Kingdom Hearts. I will admit it's not due to any content that I've really watched of Donald Duck in Disney cartoons. I'm talking about because of Kingdom Hearts, I've got a soft spot for Donald Duck. I also wish that he would heal me, but I haven't played Kingdom Hearts 3 yet, so I've heard he does a lot more healing in Kingdom Hearts 3. That being said, right, Jink is reminding me of the things that I do not like about Donald Duck. Like, it's like there's something really obnoxious about him. I don't even know. Like Daffy Duck? Oh yeah, Daffy Duck is hateable too. Scrooge McDuck?
Because we happen to agree with ExxonMobil. They lose all credibility, all ability to win independents. I would win more independent votes than any Democrat. It wouldn't even be close. And look, another thing is, Anna.
You'd like get tired of winning.
As you know, and as we've taken some heat for here.
This is Jink's fantasy politics camp. Do you get this? Maybe that's what's obnoxious, right? Is that he is fantasizing on like the level of, I don't know. I would get more independence than, you wouldn't. You wouldn't get more independence because you wouldn't win the primary, and you wouldn't get more independence even if they put you, even if they just they changed the vote and made you win the primary, right? Even if somehow you just win, right? Mysteriously, you win the primary, you still are not going to get those independent votes because people largely do not like you. I don't know what you think you're saying, right? If we were in a completely different world where you were charismatic and had been successful in your previous political endeavors, right? If you were a completely different person who people liked, then yes, you would win the independence, I guess, right? I guess what you're saying is a better rhetorical, tack to take in that respect, right? I guess.
Our
this interview is pissing me off.
Positions are what I call mainstream progressive.
It's making me wish I was a video game streamer right now.
So they are not extreme left. And so, for example, one of the things that I'm animated about is crime. And I've had that debate with leftists online. God bless them, love them, brothers and sisters.
God bless them.
Okay. But crime is real. It's not, people are not.
You really mean God bless them? Or do you mean, are you, or have you ever been a member of the Communist Party?
Imagining it. And crime is, by the way, an iceberg for the Democratic Party. That's a.
Okay, so when he says iceberg, understand that he's not talking about a series of factoids of which we are going to present to you with the most commonly known first and the most obscure last, right? That's not that kind of iceberg. He's saying it's a danger, an oncoming danger, like as in like iceberg, that you're driving the Titanic and you want to avoid the iceberg. So what was the other one? Was like literally trans people. Literally, we have not thrown trans people under the bus. That is very dangerous. We need to do that. We need to go ahead and throw trans people under the bus. The sooner, the better. Like have our sister soldier moment. Let the right wing voters know that we do not in fact stand for trans people. That's not who we are.
Second thing I'll warn you about. Look, you talk, and you don't trust my anecdotes. Go do your own anecdotes. People,
that's some real main character energy. BCat K, you got it. That's exactly what I was trying to say. I love how Daffy Duck tricks himself into Bugs Bunny's traps.
Outside of politics, okay, people inside politics, their brain is melted. They're like, oh yes, whoever is the leader, yes.
I feel like my brain is starting to melt.
Of course, if you're losing by 24, that means
but not as much as my brain melts when I'm forced to sit and listen to 3 minutes of ads in a row due to not having updated my sub for the top of the ad break. That's when I start to consider whether I might have Amazon Prime, whether I might be able to pay to get a sub for free just by using Jeff Bezos's money to get out of the top of the hour ad break, or whether I might have $5 I could spare to be able to buy myself a sub, thus getting out of the top of the hour ad break, or whether I might have to count on the generosity of somebody who potentially could be giving out gift subs or community subs, which I'm going to be more likely to get, I think, if I am more active in chat. There we go. I think that's like a 10 out of 10. That was the best one I've done so far, right?
Win any second now. You're going to turn it around because Joe Biden has so much charisma. So you can't talk to people in politics. They don't.
Biden Riz.
Their brain is totally melted. But talk to real Americans. I did this weekend. Usual stuff, family, friends, etc. that are not involved in politics. So they said 2 things. I said, "Do you think Joe Biden's going to win?" They all laughed out loud. They're like, "Yeah, he's so old."
And then he says, "What about me?" And they're like laughing. And he's like looking at them real serious. And they're laughing. He's looking at them. And they start to realize he's not kidding. He's not kidding. He's really gonna do this.
So in politics, everybody's like careful, like, oh, you're ageist and this.
Look, our brains are about to melt, and when they do, the brains are gonna slide out of our butts. That's just how it works. That's just how brains work.
And that we can't. I'm saying it out loud because the whole country is saying it out loud. He's too old. He's too old. We all know he's too old. And look, am I worried that it's beyond just
too
old? We're all worried that it's beyond just too old. The second thing they say, Anna, I asked them, and they happen to be Asian, and I said, if the Republicans weren't weirdly hateful, how many of you would vote for Republicans now? And they all raised their hands. They're all Democrats. And I said, why? They said crime.
Crime, the migrant crisis, which they've provided absolutely no resources for, and pretend like is no big deal as local communities are.
Yeah, this came out 53 minutes ago. What is she talking about? Biden literally rolled on the border wall. What do you want Biden to do? What, like literally, what do you want him to do? What do you want? What? What do you want him to do? Like, there's more cages for more kids? What are we talking about? Yeah, this is completely real and not made up. Yeah, exactly. The family that she's talking about. It's about to get beyond Thunderdome here, for sure.
Now fighting with scraps among each other and the migrants who need to be sheltered and housed and everything. No, I mean, look, we're not winning with the Democratic Party, Cenk. But the Democratic Party.
But if we want to win, we got to make sure to punch left. That is always a successful strategy.
Is more interested in, they're paying your dues and respecting your elders type nonsense. Like
Biden's already doing a lot of this stuff, but like she's obviously not satisfied with that. She wants it to be more right wing.
I really fail to understand how any potential Democratic candidate would see your.
Yeah, you're right, Mentally. She probably does not really understand Asian voters the way.
Or run as a sign that they need to enter the race. I really do. I don't see it.
We got to knock Biden out. There's no other way around it. We have to knock Biden out. So now the guys who are not running currently, yeah, they believe in authoritarian rules, right? If the dear leader, Joe Biden, says, I don't care if I'm 90 or 200, you will bow, they bow. And that is not what a Democrat is supposed to be. We're not supposed to bow down to authority. We're supposed to challenge authority.
Well, they're doing it to protect our democracy, Jake.
Oh, yeah.
Democracy is under threat, so.
Yeah, if you're one of those Democratic governors, don't you ever dare say that democracy is under threat and not run against the guy who has almost no chance of winning. We're giving the election to Donald Trump. I'm not gonna do it. I'll do anything to make sure that doesn't happen. By the way, if you agree, it doesn't matter what your politics is. Just send in $1 at jankforamerica.com as like a protest. Oh, please another candidate, please, me or anyone else. Okay, so.
I'm sorry, but I'm not trusting this man with my money at the moment. That's just not gonna happen.
In terms of how, I'm sorry, what was the question you were asking? The Democratic Party. Okay, yeah, so look, I hear you. That's the current state of the Democratic Party. Okay, now I'm gonna say something that, let's whisper of a dream, right? I'm running to win. I'm running for a number of reasons, including to make sure that we get the best possible candidate, but I'm definitely running to win. And when people hear my message, I think they are going to be very excited that this message exists. Remember, people who watch mainstream media, I know it sounds shocking, but a lot of them have never heard this message. Never heard that Joe Biden didn't even try the public option.
Oh my God,
and that the
really?
public option is sitting at 68%. 2/3 of the country wants it, and the Democrats will not try. And so the dream that I'm whispering is, well, if I win, then we are the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party switches overnight from one that is weak, that won't fight Republicans, that won't do anything that makes sense, that is reasonable, that can win elections. Overnight we switch to, we fight for things that are popular, the whole country's on our side on a huge number of issues, and we fight for them and we win. Imagine a Democratic Party that's strong. JankForAmerica.com.
Our viewer, General Lemon, has a question for you.
Come on, General Lemon.
I think we know the answer to this, but just want to.
What? Come on, be amazing somehow.
Put it out on the record. Will you be taking any super PAC money?
Yeah, no, you don't know the answer. So
only from Brianna.
Here's the situation, guys. The DNC, and this is coincidental, but TYT Reports broke this. Okay, this happened a little while back, and we reported on it on Friday. So Candace Cole's the reporter for TYT Reports in DC, and she broke the story of how the DNC had a vote on keeping dark money out of the primaries, okay? Now, I'm massively in favor of taking dark money out of the primaries. If they pass that rule, I would be thrilled about following it. Then later, and you would love this, they passed a resolution condemning dark money.
Yes, I would take that. I would take the super PAC money.
So they voted in favor of dark money, but then condemned themselves for taking dark money. That's the current state of the Democratic Party. Okay, so if they're not gonna, and they always say about the general elections, oh, we have to keep the money in politics because we're not doing unilateral disarmament. Then I'm not doing unilateral disarmament. I don't know that I'm gonna have a huge amount of big dollar donors that come in and create super PACs for me, but I might. And if I do, God help you. Me with money, they're in a world of trouble. So if there's super PACs that come in and they do independent expenditures, have at it, Hoss, go for it. And if you don't like it, then make sure that there's no dark money in the Democratic primaries, which is a position that I want, okay? Look, I said this in my book.
So you're gonna use the dark money to get
whether
rid
it's
of the dark
the PACs that I formed, this presidential run, whatever it is, I'm a battering ram.
So many ways.
And eventually, progressives will spend so much money in politics, it'll be grassroots donors.
Okay, like I feel like he's definitely got the Ron DeSantis thing, where like the more that I see of him, the less I like, right? I feel like he's definitely got that part down. So do you remember earlier when I was talking about the asymmetric nature of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, right? I was talking about a graph I had been seeing people share on Twitter, and this is actually it. This is actually it. Thank you, Vamps. I don't know if you are still in chat, but you really came through, and you were able to find this for me. So we're looking at the human cost of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the deaths and the injuries. Injuries represented in red, deaths represented in blue, suffered on either side. Going back to 2008. And yeah, like let's see, let's put the, I wonder if this one would show it better. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so yeah, going from 2008 to 2020. So this isn't updated, but you see that every single year there are far more injuries and deaths going on the Palestinian side. If we add up the total deaths from 2008 to 2020, it's almost 6,000 for Palestinians and 251 for Israelis. Now, I'm not, this isn't. I guess I have to say this since it like somebody's gonna come in here. Are you justifying? Are you justifying what happened? No, I'm not. But if we want to understand what's happening and how disproportionate the level of injuries and deaths, the levels of violence are, this is it. This puts it into a very tangible, easy to understand bar graph of, just this is how, like, look at that, 2018. You can see the years that there are more major attacks. So anyway, that's we were looking for that earlier. Thank you Vamps, for finding that.
The overwhelming majority of them, but we will collect them as Bernie did. He got over $200 million twice in presidential elections. We will collect that money and we will spend it to attack the establishment Democrats so much that they cry uncle. And they go, oh, no, we didn't want money in politics. Then we will take that money and we will crash it on top of the Republican Party's head until they cry uncle. And
what if I applied for partner, right? What if I applied for partner right now? I'm not qualified to be a Twitch partner, but what if I just did it anyway? Like that's like this is what Jink is doing, right? And what if I wrote as my reason for, like, why should you be partner? I'm like, I feel like if Jink Uger can run for president, then I should be able to be partner. And they'd have to accept that logic.
They get money out of politics to get our money out of politics. Meanwhile, JinkForAmerica.com. Look, guys, bottom line is, you either, look, I'm not spectacularly wealthy. Oh God, I wish I was. If I was, I would spend.
What I wonder is, does he think that this went well?
So much money, I would make them cry. You want to have these super PACs go and attack progressives like Nina Turner? I would double anything a super PAC spent if I had that kind of money. But for now, it's us together, guys. Either you say, yeah, go get him, Cenk. Go get him. Go to JankForAmerica.com. You give $1, great. That's a protest against the current system. You want to give more, fantastic. Whatever money you give, I am going to take that and put so much energy behind it. And I'm going to amplify it. And yes, we can win that way.
Hey, thanks for watching that video. We really appreciate it, guys. And we appreciate it if you become members, because that allows us to be independent, honest, progressive, all the things that you don't get from corporate media. And all of that is because of you guys. Hit the join button below and become one of us. Become a young Turk.
That is fairly ridiculous. So it looks like Sam has been at the Tort. What is it called? Anybody? It's not the Tort Festival. I want to call it the Tort Festival, but it's not. The Tort Conference, right? I think it's the Tort Conference. This is like a legal, I'm trying to remember what the story is behind this.
Guys, welcome back to today's video. Today is Wednesday, October 11th, 2023, and today we are going to be talking about the House Speaker vote. We are in the midst.
Okay, so this was 7 hours ago. Now, if you don't know, the latest on this is that Steve Scalise came forward and said that he won permission in the Republican Congress to run for House Speaker, a lot of people thought that it was going to be Jim Jordan. And a lot of people are like, where is that Star Trek music coming from? You might figure it out if you type !star into chat. Oh, that means I gotta change up the... Wait, it feels like it's kind of like off-brand Star Trek music. I can't tell. Wait, do we still have an ad break going on? That ad break as long as... Did I miss another ad break? Or is that ad break just like extremely long? Okay, branded content. Okay, so we're kind of switching over a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Why is it opening up YouTube? That's not good.
Greetings, Commanders. My name...
Okay, nope. Sorry, chat. I'm trying to get this game loaded up in the background. Oh my god, I thought I was being smooth about it. Tort is a big thing Republicans want to get rid of. So tort reform is like them trying to get rid of it, right? Oh, there we go. All right, here we go. Space. The final frontier. This is the mission of the Weasel Federation. To boldly go. To boldly go where no Weasel has gone before. And when we get out in the middle of the space, we're gonna in the middle of space, we're gonna be like,
this is going bad. This is going bad. This is going bad.
We're gonna say and acknowledge that this is going bad, and that this was nothing more than a
dingus gambit.
And you know, we're a little bit lost in space. We don't know exactly where we are. We're like, and you know, when we finally find the space treasure that we're looking for, like the pirates of some kind of galactic grand line, we're gonna be like, but yeah, this is the game. This is Star Trek Fleet Commander. As you can see, I'm kind of leveled up. Let's look at my account here, because I haven't been back in this in a while. Oh my god, it keeps on trying to send me YouTube videos. No, I don't want to see YouTube videos. Okay, so. Ooh, level 13. I thought it was like level 14. So yeah, this is the game. You can see I am level 13. If you start this out, right, which you can. Oh my god, what am I doing? The way team just came back. Success, right? Oh my god, it keeps on trying to spam me with this. You don't have to watch the video. Just so you know, just click X on the video. So like, let's see. Holy crap, that's a lot of resources. What is the space treasure? What if the space treasure is friendship? Of course it's friendship. Steve Scalise guy would have been speaker, but he has... Yeah, okay, so he does have some health issues, right? That I think you're right. I think he's got like potentially cancer. I'm not entirely sure, but he's got some serious health issues. He is the guy that was you know, shot in an incident a few years back. He's also the guy that apparently said that he is like David Duke without the baggage. So yeah, good stuff, right? But Jim Jordan was the other person who was running, and he wasn't looking great either. Okay, so I'm trying to orient us in this. This is space, it's the final frontier, etc., etc., etc. This is like, so what do you get, like, right, when you play this game? You get a bunch of lower decks, you get a bunch of aliens blowing up your space phone, trying to get you to collect a package for them. That sounds like it's so yeah. So what are you doing? Like, right, in this game, you're like a space station. You're like the commander. You're like the Cisco of the space station. The space station has these dry docks here, and look, you park your spaceship at the dry dock. There we go. We got two awesome spaceships there. And of course, your space station is like, it's like orbiting a planet in a star system. Right, so there's the planet, there's our space station, and what's that? These are random enemies, right? Anything that's red is going to be like a random enemy. Can we scroll back? Oh, we're just like scrolling down. But yeah, you got your solar system here that you're in. This is what's going on in that star system. This is what's going on in the galaxy. So it's like a larger star map. So yeah, I mean, this is the universe, not like a world that you're living in. And of course, you know, you don't want to be in a universe all alone. That's why we have the Weasel Federation. Or not? Oh my god. We... Wait, no. The tag is Wheeze. Okay, I guess I like had to recreate the guild. There we go. There it is, recreated. So if you played this before, feel free to join the Alliance. It's Weasel Alliance. If you're playing this for the first time, definitely join this Alliance because it should get you some protection and it should make your stuff... The main thing that Alliance people, guildies, can do for each other is to basically press a button to help each other build stuff faster. So this is one of those build games, right, where you're building, you know, like, so here we are, like, out in space. We can go to, like, our system. We go to the exterior of the base, right? You're building your, space base. What is the name for this? Like Deep Space Nine. Your space hub. I said it just a minute ago. But yeah, like, you're building different, this is like, you know, inside the space station. It's a space station, that's what it is, okay. You're in your space station, you got all these different buildings, they all represent something different. Like, this one is the most important. Let's take a look at this. This is your operation base, right? And if you start playing this, right, press !star to check out the link. You can also use the QR code that you see on the screen. This is for Star Trek Mobile, right? We did a little bit of PC last week. I'm not sure how, like, ready for prime time it was. Here, I'm gonna turn down, like, this music is loud. At the very least, I must turn this down. If I can find it. Okay, that's not good. It's not appearing in my mixer. Oh my god. Chat, I don't know, how loud is this? What was the character from the latest animated Star Trek show? Yeah, that was. So yeah. Oh yeah, that's a cool part I should show you. I just wanted to make sure that the music wasn't too loud, because it turns out I cannot control it. Wait, the music is very loud? Like, I can turn it off if you remind me to turn it back on again. Was it too loud? Was the music too loud? Make sure the microphone, yeah, the microphone's still there. But anyway, yeah, you can play this on your mobile system. I think it works on tablet as well as on phone. I am playing it on BlueStacks, right? That's an option, I think, for you as well. Those weird whooshes, yeah, the whooshes were too much. That's what I thought. Well, I'm still hearing them, but that doesn't mean that you should have to hear them. So as you can see, this is my operations base, right? I want to make this big, you know, I want to make the level go up, right? Because it does increases my weapon damage, my power, like, you know, it does a lot of good things, and it makes my level go up. So, right, if I want to increase my level, I got to increase the operations. That's literally your level. I'm at, you know, level 13 out of 60 here. That means I am level 13 as a player, right? But look, requirements not met. Par Steel Warehouse, Shipyard, Defense Platform A. Let's click on that. So this is what you want to do if you're building stuff, right? You want to click on whatever you are lacking to build the thing that you want to build. So since I want to build that operations place, you can ask for help. Look, and that basically lets other people in the alliance know that that you're building something, and they'll see it and they can click on an icon, and it'll help you. Like, they will help you they will make it get done faster, right? You can also use this speed up tab here to use kind of like a cheat item. It's not really a cheat item, right? But this takes 23 minutes and 47 seconds. No, it doesn't, because I used a 3-minute token. I used a 3-minute token to make that 3 minutes shorter. So you can do that. You'll have you know, a variety of these to be able to speed things up. So that's a defensive platform that I need to build if I want to make my level higher. Exit the station. No, wait. Interior. There we go. Yeah, so you got your interior, you got your exterior, you got your system, you got your galaxy, and you got your, like, universe. Wait, you got your system. Yeah, your star system, your galaxy, and then within this, you got all these little buildings here. Things, resources pop up. You click them to harvest them. So right here, what else are we doing? We need to build the shipyard. The shipyard can upgrade right away, but look at this, 8 hours and 35 minutes. So that's kind of an investment. That's a lot of time that it takes to build that. And I don't know, wait, can you build multiple things at the same time? Oh, no, that's where the gate, yeah, okay. So not unless you upgrade, not unless you pay. And the nice thing about this sponsorship, chat, the reason that I picked it is that you literally don't have to buy anything. Let's take a look at the goals here. Let me go back here and copy that. Wait, make sure I'm copying the right one. Copy the mobile one. Okay, here we go, and paste that there. All right, so these are the goals. Maybe we can take a look at these, right? So play and reach level 5, right? I showed you I was level 13 already. Unlock second ship. I think I've got like 3 ships unlocked, right? So I've already done that. Play and reach level 10. So I've already done all these accomplishments, right? But if you hit the command STAR, right? That is hopefully going to show you the... No? Really? This should work. What's going on here? Oh my god. Huh. Let me make sure this... Oh, there we go. Let's try it again. There it is. There it is. Okay. So that is indeed the link for this campaign. Yeah, if you hit that link, you can download this stuff to your mobile. It is a mobile game. It is a mobile app. And the cool part about it is that you don't have to pay for it. There are ways to like kind of pay to play, to pay to win, to make things go faster. But I've found, and a whole bunch of other people who've played it have found, that it doesn't really take any money to have like fun. It's not one of those games that you got to pay, make purchases to have fun with. And honestly, it doesn't matter to me whether you ever, want to like buy anything on this, right? I don't get a commission from that. What I get a commission from, what I get, what they're interested in me getting you to do is to level up to level 5, unlock the second ship, and then level up to level 10. And that's literally it. So they're trying to get me to play this on stream in order to encourage people out there to give it a try. And literally just reaching those levels will cause StarCraft Fleet Command to pay me money, which is very good for me. But in the meantime, I just want to play this game a little bit. And like I said, I started off with our last campaign. I got to level 13, right? So I'm pretty far in advance of, you know, where you'll be at if you start up this game, if you give this game a shot. Okay, so like I said, you can only build one thing at a time unless you pay money to it. I think that's where your thing goes faster if you upgrade certain things. But like I said, I haven't had to do it so far, and I'm pretty far in the game, so can pretty confidently say that it's not necessary. There's also research, right? So that's the construction right there. Here's research. Let's see where we are at in research. We got all these different sections of research, right? So essentially what these do is provide you buffs, right? Like hull density right here. Hull health is increased for all ships. This is how much it goes up. So basically all your ships become like, it's like hit points, I think. Basically hull density is like hit points. Battle tactics, which are maxed out, are an increased base damage to hostiles. Defensive tactics reduces damage taken from non-armada hostiles. I don't know what that armada part is about. I guess we'll find out. You can also unlock ships. That is the Orion battleship. That's the first ship that you'll unlock. See? Let's see. Prime damage. What is that? So yeah, they cost different things to unlock. This is like dilithium crystals, I believe. I don't have that many. If you don't have that many dilithium crystals, you can also use this other currency. That's the other thing that they try to sell you on too. So you can see how, the utility of the in-game purchases is basically to speed up your progression. But if you're playing this just to kind of grind and have fun, you don't really need all that. And like I said, it doesn't matter it doesn't help me out. All that I'm invested in here is getting some people to try this game out and get to level 5, build a second ship, and level 10. Those are the only goals we've got for this campaign. So you can see here's shield modulation. I can't advance this, right? And it shows me what I need. Survey shield array, that's another research item. And leveling up my R&D department, which is a building on my base, to level 14. So let's take a look at here. So right here, yeah, we can do survey shield array. I'm actually not sure what I need to... And you can see how deep this goes, right? This is your tech tree. Look at that. Look at that. There's like... amidst this tech tree, there's other ships that you can, like Voklis, Kura. These are ships, if you have been around Star Trek enough, you will recognize the name of Tala. I only really recognize some of them. You can see I've unlocked my tourists so far, and, piercing shots. So that's combat. Station. Construction speed, parsteel fusion, wait, oh, that's a mining ship. Oh, yeah, that's weird. So in the station research, you've got ships that you can unlock too. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff, like just like the other one. Like, look at that tech tree. So yeah, there's a lot that you can upgrade here. So there's your galaxy tech. I don't think I've done much of this. Warp technology, crystal miner. This must be some high level stuff. We haven't even unlocked anything there. Away teams. You have away teams. Look, I can. I should hit this one. Away team shuttlecraft. Permanent grants the ability to get one extra away team assignment. Okay, I guess that's good. your away teams can basically do things for you while you're doing other things. Like it's basically the crew that you're not using on your ships, you can assign to away teams. So and you get rewards for that. So actually, you know, the weird thing is the game, it reminds me of a Final Fantasy Tactics. The way that you could take some people in your party that you weren't using and send them on tasks, that's exactly what the away teams are in this game. So territory. So yeah, this is a bunch of stuff I have not unlocked yet. I don't even know what that is. Outlaw technology. Outlaw technology. Okay. We got ex-Borg technology. Comes to us from former members of the Borg. That's right, the Borg are here. Oh yeah, I mentioned the you gonna give the new Star Trek Grand Strategy a look? Wait. Is that what platform is that game for? We're looking at Star Trek Fleet Command right now, so it's kind of just doing a campaign, doing a little sponsorship for them and trying to revive the Weasel Alliance. Because like I did not realize this, but maybe it's from me not being active that it dissolved the alliance or something like that. Anyway, we gotta get the band back together, chat. We gotta get the look, we're gonna get all the back together, right? We're gonna get the Weasels back together. We're gonna take over the galaxy and be like, and then they're all gonna, when we take over the galaxy, they're gonna be like, seriously? Like what was that? And yeah, it'll all be just a giant across the universe. Yes. Okay, so I told you before, there are characters in this game. You got a space station, you got several ships, and you got officers, crew members to be your crew on those ships. And as you can see, these are my crew. The people that are in full color here are people that have joined my crew. And this is the gotcha element of the game, right? The crew is the officer. So as you see right here, it says recruit and it says 2. If I click that, okay, so gift drop. Okay, so you got a weekly, this is the mission key, gift drop. Might as well claim it. When you see something that you can claim, especially when it doesn't cost you any real world money, you might as well claim it. So get the mission key, the 5-year anniversary credits, multi-phasic credits. Okay. Good. So we got a mission key. Oh, that's what it gives you. It gives you a mission key recruit. So we got 1 chest. So this is the gotcha part. Are you ready? We're going to do the gotcha. That's our pull on the gotcha. And we got Devon Attendee. Mission key? Okay. I don't know if these are like extra missions that I haven't actually used the, oh yes, we got Devana. No, we don't. No, here's the thing that sucks about this, right? So yes, that is Devana from Lower Decks. And yes, I do want her on my crew. Unfortunately, like, right, you see this 1 out of 120. That does mean that you gotta like pull her card or whatever 120 times to get her. So there are people that are easy to get. There are people that are difficult to get. She looks like one of the more difficult people to get on your crew. Okay, so looks like I have a standard recruit. Right? We'll do a pull. So these are the, these are the kind of easy people to get. These are the common crew members. Next generation data. I am 12 out of 20 from actually getting him. Bartok, I'm 3 out of 6, right? Every time you pull somebody, you increase your number by 1. We've already got, wait, we do, yeah, we already have next generation Diana Troy. I'm trying to remember what else this does. It's something to do with like upgrading them. We got Officer XP. You will need this. You will need this. This is important. So gifts, chests. You get kind of free stuff every so often. Every 10 minutes you get a certain chest. Every 4 hours you get another chest. This is why it's like useful to log in. Every 24 hours you get one of these chests. Much needed latinum. And then the 7-day loyalty chest. Okay, that's, wait, no, you gotta, I don't know what the deal is with that one. Oh, if you're on every day for 7 days, you get it. Okay, I get it. I get it. So there's all the recruits. You can see they have like, they have levels, right? Level 5 for these people. Level 5. Crusher is at level 6. Chev is at level 7. Data at level 7. Spock at level 8. Scotty at level 9. And then Troy, Riker, and LaForge, we've got them all to level 10. So you go to this person and look, right? I can level Scotty up to level 9. I don't remember if this is a good idea or not, but I'm going to do it just to show you. Scotty just leveled up. Oh, to level 10? And then you promote him to the next rank. Where does the... Okay, so you got to have more shards to be able to promote him. That's what you get in recruit. So in other words, if I pull Scotty like 3 more times, I'll be able to promote him. And that unlocks him being able to be leveled up even more. So yeah, there's like a cap at every 5 levels, right? You get somebody to level 5, you got somebody to level 10. Before you can upgrade them more, you need to be able to promote them. And that promotion comes from getting more of their CAPTCHA cards on your pulls. So the winner, like, so there's all these little things you can collect. This is a milestone collect. You get stuff. It's useful. Anytime you see something like that turn green, that means that you get it for free. So if it's under 5 minutes, for some reason, you're allowed to just press it and make it so it's like done. So that research that I was, the building, I guess. What did we do? We built, I don't even remember. Yeah, we got more parsteel. We got more dilithium crystals. Oh yeah, so we're trying to build this up, if I remember correctly. We got our defensive platform A at level 6. We also need to upgrade. Let's take a look at the shipyard. Okay, so we can upgrade the shipyard right away, but that'll be like 8 hours. And, oh, look at this. Let's do the parsteel warehouse, right? Speed up. So we have these 30-minute tokens. I am going to use one of them. That means this will only take 9 minutes. So that way, I'll have everything else done by the time that we're ready to... upgrade the shipyard, right? That'll be the last thing that I have to upgrade before I can upgrade the operations base. And that makes kind of like everything better. Like, right, this is like central to your operation. So parsteel warehouse. Oh, we still need to actually make the warehouse to level 12. So it's at level 9. Yeah, we got 3 more levels before that's ready. And then research is still going. It's at 6 minutes, so that'll be done. So let's see. I'm gonna take a look at the ships now. Yeah, and we'll also take a look at the crews on board of the ships and see how that all works. So you can see we got like Spock as the captain. Scotty, I think is this like first mate over here, and then Data as like, so these are the people on the bridge, right? You've also got your like lower decks people. But you can see right here, there's like a link between Scotty and Spock. And this is like old school Spock and old school Scotty, I believe, right? And next generation Data. So you can upgrade your ship. There's like 2 weapons ports right here and there. So warp engine. There's a shield, right? These are all things that can be upgraded. You can level your ship up with ship experience. And then here's the stats for the ship. Assign officers. Okay. So yeah, as you can see, we've also got Diana Troy and Slan. We got room for, you know, plenty more people on the lower decks here. We got all our bridge like kind of filled out. Yeah, this 5%. It's like a, what is this, like a 5% boost that they get when you use them together. So wait, this just takes you to, yeah, this just takes you to upgrading the officers. But yeah, there's crew stats as well, like the attack, the defense, the health, the bonus, right? These are all important things. The crew has an effect on like your ship's power, in addition to just like upgrading that stuff physically. There we go. So our research is done. I don't remember what it was we researched. But in general, you try to use the research in concert with what you're building. In other words, some of the things that you want to build, sometimes the ships or the structures will require a certain level of technology. And that's sort of how you should prioritize your research. That's why, so some of these ships are rare, some of them are common. You know, as you go to the right, they tend to get stronger, but not entirely. They definitely look cooler as you go to the right. You've got 22 ship slots, and it looks like I've built 5 of these ships. Here we go, whatever that is. Yeah, the Parsteel warehouse is completed. I guess we should just like hit that again, and then we can do the same thing that we did last time. Ask for help, speed up, and then take 30 minutes off the total time. That way we only have to spend 9 minutes waiting for that to build. Oh yeah, so it's kind of like just there's all these different things that you're trying to keep going at the same time. Like right here, these are away team missions. These are the missions overall, away teams. Right here, we could do either of these 2 missions. They each take 12 hours. This one, wait, I don't even know what that is. You get Latinum, and that looks like ship experience with tactical simulator. You get, I don't know what this stuff is, and Latinum. Let's do that one, because I want to find out what we get for that. So we put together an away team. not of people who are currently on the ship, but of people who are not currently on the ship. And I feel like we have Galia, Kabesh, and Demetia as... Oh wait, is she on it? Okay, no. Okay, wait. A and B. So these are, if they have A or B, that means they're on one of the ships, right? So we'll put our like highest rated people who are not currently on a ship right now. I guess you can, what, change the scientific breakthrough? I don't know. Let's try attack. Start. Okay, so we're sending them away. We're beaming them away. They are on their away team. They are on their mission, right? We've also got these missions, right? These are missions that have to do with your faction. The whole, you know, the whole factions thing. We're currently, I guess, trying out for the Orion Syndicate. This is a mining mission. You have a mining ship. You can send it. You know, I feel like I built a mining ship recently. We should probably try that out. Yeah, and then it's giving you like advice as far as like, you know, here's what you should try to upgrade next. Shipyard. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Maybe after we get the Parasteel up, we'll do that. And there's a new ship that we can build, right? So if you click on this, click on build, right? That's a new ship. It'll take us to this menu. Look at this ship. Is this a miner ship? No, it's a battleship. Okay, that's a pretty cool looking battleship. You got to have 14 shipyard. And then unlock the plans to the Tala. So you go there and you see, what does it take to unlock the plans? All right, I need a better R&D department and better survey. So like, remember what I was saying? You got to prioritize your research based on what you need to advance other things. I'd say that's a pretty good justification to spend 6 hours on survey shield array. And it has another effect, right? Base shield health is increased for all survey ships. So, you know, that's a bonus for us, but also it's required to build this next ship. So yeah, I feel a lot better about assigning it research, you know, because I could research anything, right? But if there's goals that I've got, then it makes sense. I want to try some of these mining ones, but I might have to change my ships. Okay, so let's take a look at that. See what that, go to exterior, click on one of the dry docks. And then, wait, is that not where you changed that? Okay. Okay, so here we go. So as you can see, I've got 2 dry docks. That means that I can have 2 ships that are loaded up with crew at a time. If I hit swap ship, then we can change the Rialta out. That is like, what is this thing called? Like an Explorer class or something like that. I think it's Explorer class. We can change this out for, ooh, neat. I mean, sometime we really need to bring the tourists out because I just built it. And it is super powerful. It is way more powerful than the Rialto. You can see the power level difference in between these two here, right? But at the moment, we probably need to bring out this. This is the ECS Fortunate. This is a mining ship. It's ironic that it's called Fortunate, though, because mining is kind of dangerous. When you're mining, regardless of your level, you can be attacked. And if they attack you, they take your stuff. All the stuff that you're mining, you lose, they get it. Kind of sucks. So yeah, calling this ship the Fortunate is, I find that hilarious. Assigned ship, there we go. And we got our officers just automatically transfer onto that. Let's go to upgrade and see what we can upgrade. Because right now, mining laser, MK1? Wait, is that the like the drive, the warp drive? That's the warp drive. What is the MK1, like the shield then? And then do we have a weapon here? Cargo bay. Okay, so no weapons. We do have a laser for mining. And we use this, what, I can't remember what this is called. It's like some kind of gas. But to me, it just looks like an energy drink. So we use our energy drink and we use parts, ship parts, right? Parts of ships. So we use up those resources. Make the ship better. That one is just ship parts. So everything's been upgraded. Let's go ahead and level this stuff up. So that's the max level. You can tier up from tier 1 to tier 2. To increase, yeah, basically this gives you the ability to raise your max level even more. So let's do that. Okay, I didn't realize you can't upgrade other stuff while you're tiering up. But yeah, that's the mining vessel. We should probably use the mining vessel to, oh, here we go. So this needs to eventually be level 13. I think I'll go ahead and make it level 12. Okay, so we're building something, we're researching something. The research is going to take a long time. The building is only going to take like 30 minutes. Oh, I didn't notice this, but look at this. So while we're cheering up, we can't use that ship. That's fine. Instead, we're going to go in here. So that's an interceptor. That's the Fendra. The Fendra is an interceptor. There's like a logic to this. It's kind of like rock, paper, scissors. Interceptors beat battleships. Battleships beat explorers. And explorers beat intercept ships. So it's rock, paper, scissors, basically. But we can swap this ship, just like we did with the other, and bring out our explorer that is like way more powerful. Look at that, 4,000 and whatever. That's what it starts on. Just have to remember not to tier this up. All right, so we can go in here and upgrade. Oh, we need ship parts. We're missing ship parts here. Yeah, anything that we're going to build is going to require parts for a... Oh, and we already used those on our other, on our Rialta. So yeah, enormous potential for this ship. In fact, I'm going to level it up a bit. Level it up. Level it up. Level it up. Level it up. Okay. So if I want to do more. I gotta tier it up or get some ship parts to be able to upgrade the weapons and the shields and everything else like that. But yeah, let's go for a ride, because that's what I haven't shown you yet. I haven't shown you that space is also a place to blow up your enemies. So like I said, everything that's red is like an enemy vessel, right? The number on here represents the level of difficulty, the you know, level of the ship that you're fighting. So like the ones, you know, are obviously pretty easy. Let me show you how easy. Let's find out. So we're sending our Explorer class over to fight the Interceptor. "21 minutes? Oh no, for cheering up. Wait, what's going on? Okay, I'm a little bit confused here. Is there like a reason? Is there like a reason that this ship is not? Okay. So it's at home. I don't understand why. Okay, I give up. I don't know why the ship's not going and attacking the other ship. That's what it should do. Slowly falling asleep. Yes. Oh no. Slowly falling into the ad break, which I totally forgot to warn you about. People just got sucked into the ad break. That's Tendi. Wait. Wait, her nickname is Tendi? I feel like I've seen I need to watch more of Star Trek Lower Decks, because I started watching, I think I watched the first like 3 episodes, and it turned out it was really good. I don't know what's going on. It's almost like while I'm tearing up this one spaceship, I can't do anything with this other spaceship. The other thing that you can do is there are missions. Right, I was just going to show you combat really quickly. There's the combat training. This is defeat a hostile of level 10 or higher. Okay, let's see if we can. Yeah, look, it actually set the course for that. Okay, now I hope I'm using the right ship, because it's a little bit it's a little bit like if you have to fight, right? Using a ship that you just you know, for the first time started messing with it, maybe it's not a good idea. That ship is really powerful. You know, it's a strong ship, but I haven't really done much with it. So, what are we doing? We're sending it over to here. You can see kind of like where we're coming from. Okay, so yeah, it's a little ways away. Wait, is it actually moving though? That's my question. Are we actually like moving in this direction, or is my ship for some reason not moving, which would be bad? Okay, the other thing that is a possibility is that maybe it needs like level 1 of this stuff to be able to work, because we do not have ship parts. Oh my god. Okay, so the universe is big. Look at how big this universe is. I think these are all, what are these? Are these like, it's like people's territory or something. Yeah, so like that's definitely some kind of faction insignia. I think like one of these is like Klingons and oh my god. Here, let's see if there's anything that we can do to speed up the tearing up. Speed up that for 3 minutes, use a 3-minute, use another 3-minute, and look at this. So we got 17 more minutes of building this Parsteel factory. And these are resources. I'm so high, I have so many of them that like I'm not really thinking about like, you know, I'm not close to running out. But you do need them, like, right, to build stuff, so oh, here we go. Tearing up, ship upgraded. All right. So let's see if we can go on one of these prospector missions. Locate 100. That's not what I meant to do. Okay, so generally the exclamation point is like where you want to go. That's your destination. I am not sure why it is not showing space age prospector, locate, scanning. Okay, that's literally my station. Do I just like look at these things? So you can reload your base, locate your base to different like planets. But that's not what we're trying to do today. We're just looking for something to mine. You gotta find that. I think they said like Parsteel. Okay, Tritanium and what? Parsteel. Mine some Parsteel, recommended level 7. We definitely have that. We have either of these, right? Either of these we should be able to do. Now that we have a survey ship, we can mine nearby locations for resources. Finding a location containing Parsteel and send the survey ship there to commence mining. Your ships are vulnerable to attack while mining. Monitor their safety during the mining mission or target remote mining opportunities free from rivals. So we don't want to like leave this alone. I don't know why it's like targeting us on that person, but I don't know what the deal is here. Like, is it just that like there's no Parsteel to be had? Let's go look at elsewhere in the galaxy. Let's look at the nearby places here. Yeah, all I'm seeing is like you could relocate your base. Oh wait, maybe it's this. Parsteel. Fuck yes. Mining can be dangerous. Let's do it. Let's do it. We're going to do the dangerous thing. Are you ready? Are you ready to mine? How exciting. We're mining Parsteel. So yeah, the problem is I think you can be attacked and you know, getting your ship blown up is actually not a big deal. I don't know, it would be in real life. I would say, you know, you probably got to lose your crew if that happens. In this game it doesn't, none of that happens, right? Your ship gets blown up, your crew are fine. You just repair it. You simply repair the ship. And it's that easy. So it takes like 17 more seconds to get over here. There we are. Okay, I'm gonna watch this like a hawk, right? So are we mining? Yeah, we're mining. 18 minutes? Oh shit, I thought it said like 50. Oh, it was 56 seconds to get there. But 18 minutes. Oh my god. Okay, so I've never done this before, but it kind of looks like we have to just mine this for 17 minutes, and that if I like look away, so look at that. I got 38, 39, right? I'm going to get 1,000 par steel here. But if somebody comes along and has a slightly better ship than this one, I'm kind of fucked. So right now I am going through the options in my mind, trying to figure out whether it would be better to, can I like send, like this thing's got a, like, it's got like a, there's like this shield here. I don't know what this, if this means that it's defending the base or something. But I mean, I guess I could send it over here. Okay, so look, I can come over here. I don't know what was going on before, so yeah, you can totally take your ships away from the base. I don't know if I'm doing myself any good though. Right? Because my thought here is having this ship really close to this one potentially could defend it. But I'm just not sure if that's true or not. I do know that we had a milestone achieved and we got, wow. Oh, look at this. Look at the ship part, survey part, explorer part. Yes, this is what we needed. We got those explorer parts to be able to make our ship better. There's all these resources, common refined gas, refined crystal, refined ore. The energy drinks, tritanium, that's what it's called, par steel. Got a whole bunch of par steel, a whole bunch of dilithium, some ship XP. That's a pretty good, and look, some speed up repair. So here we are. And I don't know if this is helping me having this here. I do know that this thing can get attacked. And if it does, it'll probably be like after it's mined all of the resources. Like, right, it'll get to like 999. That is when I would anticipate that somebody would attack it. So I feel like it's probably, right, if somebody comes over here, then I can like attack them with this ship. I think that's my plan. What do you think, chat? Is that a good plan? So this is a cool game because you can grind with it. You don't have to be super involved in it. You know what I mean? You don't have to, I mean, like right now I am, but most of the time what you're doing is you're just building stuff, right? So you can have it on in the background while you're getting work done. I would say while you're studying, but yeah, like, you know, be careful. Don't let it get in the way of your studies. You don't want to, you know what I mean? Because if you're like me, it's really easy to accidentally do something more fun than studying while you're trying to study. But yeah, we're just sitting there. We're up to 241 of this par steel. Now the mining thing, I'm pretty sure there's no way you can hurry this up. Which, yeah, I've never done this before. Oh yeah, these are call signs, right? So I guess this is like your communication to other ships. Let's take a look at this. So, yeah, thumbs up, thumbs down, Borg. These are all like emoticons that you can use. Some of these you can unlock. Like, look, there's the famous head palm. Wow, there's a lot of these that you can unlock. There's even some from lower decks here. But right now we have the ability to thumbs up, thumbs down, or to say the Borg are coming, I guess. There's also like, wait, it looks like we're in the Vulcan, live long and prosper. Like, I think that's the one that we have enabled right now. Anyway, I haven't used that. So like maybe you don't have to use that. I don't know. That's an interceptor. I'm trying to remember how this works. I feel like this ship should work really well against that. Let's attack. These aren't really enemies. They're not gonna like Parsteel mining successful. No, wait, what just happened? That's me. Okay. I'm blowing them up. I'm blowing them up. What? Oh no. Oh no, chat. Do you know what just happened? I took my... That was my mining ship. Oh no, I wanted to use this ship. So I guess we passed that mission. Commander, I'm receiving further reports of action on the front lines of the Klingon Federation conflict. The Romulans are also preparing to engage both factions. That sounds like a cluster. Our station's position is relatively far from the clashes, but we border all three factions. We should have a contingency plan if war moves closer. Our future success and survival depends on our ability to travel as far as possible throughout the quadrant. Okay, I think she's trying to get me to move. I recommend testing warp drive of our best ships to determine our current range. Okay, so that's a mission. That's a mission. So look, this thing is mining. And there's only like a total of like, I don't know. Wait, let's just take this off for now. Because I think that, so if we get off of this, I okay, we'll there's this other game, there's this other one, nest egg. Okay, mine a large quantity of tritanium from the system to make it a less appealing target for traveling pirate groups. Okay, locate the tritanium. That seems like an enemy ship rather than being tritanium. I don't know why it like locked me onto that. Okay, so I guess we can just look around here. What is that? That is Parsteel. These are all Parsteel, I guess. Okay, so there's Parsteel. We know what that looks like. We don't know what tritanium looks like. Look, I'm just gonna like recall. I'm gonna send this home. I'm gonna send that home. Because I don't see anything other than Parsteel in this sector. And they said something about in our location, like was where they wanted to make tritanium. Yeah, that's all Parsteel. Okay, let's go back. Okay, so where are we at? We've got 11. This thing takes an hour to upgrade to 12, and then probably 2 more hours to upgrade to 13. The other thing that we need to upgrade is the shipyard. You can upgrade it now, but it takes 8 hours. Actually, it makes sense. Let's hit that 8 hours. Oh yeah, should we put this somewhere